Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your main man, Killer B, the goddamn West Finder General. I'm live, and I shouldn't have hit the button. Uh, Let me get this sharing and stuff together, and I'm going to be right back with you guys. Then we're going to get this live stream going. I got some information to share with y'all, and I don't know, we're going to divide it all up and see what we got here. So give me a minute. I'll be right back with y'all. Yeah, what up, Ramel? Just getting started here. Then you guys can help me out, share this information. Because this information definitely got to get out to people. Um, yeah, man. So we got a good show. I'm still sharing it a little bit more. Let's see if I can get some people up in here. That's good. Ramel's up in here. I'll let you guys know about some new rules I'm gonna have up over here too. So you get some order and should keep some of y'all booger eaters in line. Um, it's a good time. Let's share way. Yeah, listen here, so this sucker right here. All right, so see if you want to come learn something. Right, drop another one right here. Boom. Right, and shit. I think that's about all I need to do right here. A couple more shares and that's a background. There's gonna be some changes. Definitely gonna be some changes. Um, I'm gonna be talking about something too that horrified me as a young child. So I'm going to show you guys how all this stuff works and what it actually does to you. You know what I mean? What it actually does to you. Go heads up in here, the brainstorm. Get some of this information right here. Drop some of this information right here. Yo, really, Facebook is really screwing me over here. They got my shit, but I can't even share this stuff. It's like, literally to share it the way I used to share it, it takes me like an hour. Maybe it'll tell you that. He was with me right now sharing all this stuff. It takes forever. It takes so long. You know, my boy Mike Perillo, he be on that shit too. He on that shit too. Mike Perillo come over here, talk with you. I don't need to say shit. All right. Let me put the link in there for you. Let you know what we're talking about. Shit. All right, we had a good stream last night. I took it down. I'm going to be doing some editing and stuff like that. It'll go back up. It might go back up in whole, or it might go back up in pieces. There was a lot of good information that was brought out. There was a lot of cool conversations with cool people. I would like to shout out Brainstorm, um, Siberius, and especially Tony S, and especially too New Era King. So shout out to those brothers and sisters and stuff for coming through. Um, y'all know the other ones already rock with y'all and shit. Like, there was some people acting the fool last night too. You know what I mean? You gotta get the motherfuckers up out of here. You know what I'm saying? It's not a right to be over here. It's a privilege. Alright. So niggas gotta start acting right. Oh yeah, shout out to my man Big O too. He was the first one in the room yesterday. He was the first one in the room. So, I'm gonna hit this intro. If I get back, we just get it on and shit. We ain't gonna be playing tonight. We're not gonna play with it. All right. Let's go. Oh yeah. Use this time to hit the like button, please. Y'all come up in here, please hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, I promise you, it's killer content all the time. Hit that subscribe button and don't forget the notification bell. And you can help me out too by sharing this to your favorite social media platform. So, hey, let's go. I'll be right back after this. I'm Killer B, the Witchfinder General. You got a witch, I burn their asses up. Let's go.
Vividly that you think this man showed no mercy in the pursuit and interrogation of his victims. He was called the Witchfinder
Witch finding ain't easy. Fuck your trick one. Get this one. Y'all can get your heads slide, spin away like Fizzy. And tell it all the sheep graceful. Flaming pins of Josh. Get rocked. Mountaintops go fly. Riding up, fighting up. Get them so nice when I expose. Fuck y'all flow. Costume shop roll. Catch me low like a stroll. Feeling old. You grab the switch. I'm exposed my foes cause they snitch. Since they can't ruin me, I'ma ruin them. That chopped off head is still spin. I know. Just as flesh decay, but eternity, I don't see it that way. Pave the road clear is what you said, but your court gonna leave people dead. Claim God don't know you. Watch your desires overthrow you. Man fall down, man go boom. Mask wearing like doom. All caps like y'all yelling. That's a rap. Might as well be fellas. Y'all words are letters. On YouTube, acting precious. This the nexus. Feel the sun from the solar plexus. Taste the breakfast. Finding all those devices that detect us. Yo, show respect, cuz.
What kind of business might you be? God's business. Witch finding. Witch finding. Oh, that's nice.
Y'all be looking for that next buzz or some buzz. Watch the general pull plugs. Internet warriors caught up in dark corridors. Fiction like Mordor. Should have stayed on the floor. Y'all know no origins. Laughing orphans, even though we got royal blood coursing. No more horsing. Real life's more important. Y'all speaking curses on yourself. Claiming y'all and no one else. Blast you off the shelf. Burn your whole library. I see you do it. Look, y'all claim to learn reading from the Jewish books. Y'all some cookie crooks. Lips caught up with a hook. Spooky beats drive me wild. Get stabbed from a knife holding child. Old man, old style. Used to pull kelp out the Nile. And I did it with a smile. Fake roots, smell vile. Rock like Hendrix at the aisle. After a while, see Egyptians on the trial. Yeah, you, the one claiming brew. Unglued and unruly, expose their actions fully. Call me a bully, that's fine. This is how you get bullied straight from the mind. Burning them. Cats out there, you have faith, y'all have faith. They want to eat all this, and know all this. Claiming they speaking languages, speaking curses.
Be the first to see it. Be the first to talk about it. The Witchfinder General.
That's right. That's right. Let's find the general back. Back at y'all again. And we can have a good show. Mel, come on up in here and we're talking that. I told you about running your mouth. You saw what happened last night. you should do more listening. You gotta let the people talk, not cut them off. You gotta let them talk. And they slip up every time. Don't forget Nate Springfield up in here. Nate Springfield, I'm feeling Nate Springfield's gonna have my co-host, my number one Ace Boom Coon co-host, Nate Springfield. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna enjoy this video too. So let's see. Got any more nigga nuts and shit I gotta deal with before I get this thing started with. I reply to nigga, this shit, hit that link, boy. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. Just hit that link, boy. That link. Bugging out, yo. Like, wildin', yo. You trying to do stuff and just be doing what they want to do. I don't get it. These niggas out here spreading this information, and reality, this shit takes goddamn 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get your mind right. 5 minutes. Y'all heard me the first time. 5 minutes to get your mind right. But the booger eaters, man. God damn. All right, there's one last year, y'all. I'm on the way. This motherfucker. Man. All right. Oh, paste. Okay, here. All right. Now, let's get this thing on the road here. This video got started after I got tagged. I believe I got tagged. No. Somebody put it in a group, Facebook group. I believe it was Ivory Scales group. Shout out to Information Age. Ivory Scales. I'm going to be re-uploading one of her videos tomorrow. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button so you can get that. It's an ill video. I actually got 2 great videos that I'm dropping tomorrow morning. I want you guys to check out. Yeah, I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna show y'all what the booger eaters are into. Go over here, share my stuff here. All right, got 2 people in the room. That's cool. Greetings. All right. Here we go. Show y'all right from the source where what prompted all of this. So, play this video. This was from a man named Barakayah Israel, right? I don't know what cult that he's part of. No, it's Hebrew Israelite. That's if he is a member of an organization. A lot of we see a lot of lone wolves out there on the internet that practice this. That he posted, and he wants to warn the people exactly why y'all see it at the top here. Exactly why we don't drink Dasani water. Right? This is a water bottle. Y'all, I'm sure y'all familiar with it. Big Nestle puts it out. Coca-Cola, one of the two. Tag both of them. Whatever. Let's hear what this guy he has. I can't see what the guys. Maybe that's the TikTok account, Bruce Street Israel's Marketplace, Bruce Street. All right. Guess it's supposed to be businessmen. Let's see what they know about it.
Water is actually really, really bad for you. What do you mean? I drink a lot of Dasani water. I know. So there's 3 ingredients that make it the absolute worst water bottle ever. What are the three ingredients? Okay, so one, there's salt. Oh my god, there is salt in here. It makes you more thirsty. Oh my god. That makes a lot of sense. The second one is actually called magnesium sulfate. So have you ever noticed when you're drinking Dasani, like your mouth gets drier and drier every time? Yeah, actually kind of, yeah. So magnesium sulfate is actually a drying agent. So it makes your mouth dry on purpose. Are you serious? Yeah. And then the last one, potassium chloride. This is where they get you bad. Have you heard of death row? Yeah, I know what death row is. Yeah, so on death row, they inject you with 3 different injections. And the last one they inject in you is potassium chloride. Stop it. Potassium chloride actually causes cardiac arrest. And it makes the heart stop working. Are you serious? Yeah, and we're drinking it. Oh my gosh, they are trying to kill us. The bottle, it says they add it for taste. And everybody wondering what the taste of death is.
I hear that. Let's go over again. I'm going to stop it a little bit. Let's play through the time. Stop. Play it again. Let it stop. So you get all this information. Some of the stuff I'm going to look up with you. I looked up most of it. I did the majority of the homework. It don't take long. This is what I want to tell y'all. It don't take long. Deer Park. That's some good water. How that commercial used to go? I remember that back in the day. Deer Park. Good water. All right. Back over here. Keep in mind, y'all can take some notes in case I forget.
Dasani water is actually really, really bad for you. What do you mean? I drink a lot of Dasani water. I know. So there's 3 ingredients that make it the absolute worst water bottle ever. What are the 3 ingredients? Okay, so one, there's salt. Oh my god.
Salt in the water, right? They putting salt in the water. And remember, this is the booger eaters putting up this information. Shout out to the water company and shit. Y'all should send me a check for cleaning up y'all shit. Or at least send me a goddamn coupon. Better yet, I can do this better. Send it direct. Send me my propers directly. Goddamn. Send it directly right here. My goddamn cash app. You can say, Killer B the Witchfinder General, you the shit. You saved us millions and millions of dollars. Billions, rather. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can give me my props. Y'all can give me my props. All right. All right, let's go. So salt. Salt is one ingredient. Sound. How did the sound go off? I just turned the sound on. This is ridiculous.
You're drinking Dasani, like your mouth gets drier and drier every time. Yeah, actually kind of, yeah. So magnesium sulfate is actually a drying agent. So it makes the absolute worst water bottle ever. What are the 3 ingredients? Okay, so one, there's salt. Oh my god, there's
salt in it. See the guy, oh my god, there's salt in it.
The second one is actually called magnesium sulfate. So
magnesium sulfate.
It gets drier and drier every time. Yeah, actually kind of, yeah. So magnesium sulfate is actually a drying agent. So it makes your mouth dry on purpose. Are you serious? Yeah. And then the last one,
it's a drying agent. Now, I'm going to show y'all the technique that these niggas use to get over y'all heads, to get their fame.
Injecting you is potassium chloride.
Potassium chloride. But why is the volume stop?
Are you serious? Yeah, and the last...
Oh, okay, I'm back. My bad.
Drier and drier every time. Yeah, actually kind of, yeah. So magnesium sulfate is actually a drying agent. So it makes your mouth dry on purpose. Are you serious? Yeah. And then the last one, potassium chloride. This is where they get you bad. Have you heard of death row? Yeah, I know what death row is. Yeah, so on death row, they inject you with 3 different injections. And the last one they inject in you is potassium chloride. Stop it. Potassium chloride actually causes cardiac arrest. And it makes the heart stop working. Are you serious?
Potassium chloride makes your heart stop working. and they give it to people on death row. Y'all heard this, right? So that means we should not consume potassium chloride. It should not be consumed. I don't have the highest education. Excuse me. The shit is strong tonight. Strong tonight. But what they use is a lot stronger, it seems. But anybody got some background, had chemistry class? I ain't never had chemistry class, right? So, or anything. Y'all tell us about that chemistry. Y'all can just put it up in the chat. So we heard this about this water bottle. There is also, I believe he mentions it. He doesn't mention it, but there's this thing about the water bottle Fizzy when you open the bottle. So this can't be good water to drink. This can't be safe water to drink. All right, get back on the thing here. First page thing we're gonna deal with. It's right here too. Duplicate that. Cell phone. View. All right, I'm gonna read both. I'm gonna do both. Let's do the one from the Time magazine. So we go on to the other. Got this bad boy in here. All righty. Away we go. Both. Right? And away we go. All right, here we go. There we go. Why your water bottle contains 4 different ingredients. Probably from the Time magazine. You see what's going on in the chat here. Four people in the room. Okay, I'm happy with that. I mentioned salt and sugar from other. I've mentioned salt and sugar from other videos. Okay. By Yanaman, I got that correct. Get on my ass if I don't get it right. Too much potassium chloride can be deadly. Potassium chloride is used for a healthy digestive system. You cannot get potassium chloride over the counter. The doctor must be prescribed. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you very much for the information. Now I'm going to read the article here. And that's good. People interact. That's what I want the chat to do. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all niggas is smart. Popular bottled water brand, Satanic, for example, lists magnesium sulfate, potassium chloride, salt alongside purified water on its nutrition facts label. Smart water contains calcium chloride, magnesium chloride, and potassium bicarbonate. Nestle Pure Life list includes calcium chloride, sodium bicarbonate, and magnesium sulfate. And these are just a few brands the bottled water companies are purifying water, but then they're adding extra ingredients back. None of this should be cause for health concerns, says Myron Nestle, professor of nutrition, food studies, and public health, and the professor of sociology at New York University. The additives being put into water are those naturally found in water, and the quantities of these additives are likely too small to be much significant. He was like, well, why did I put it in there anyway? Right? If you had pure water by itself, it doesn't have any taste, says Bob Meyer, soil science and water quality professor at the University of Idaho. So companies that sell bottled water put in calcium, magnesium, or maybe a little bit of salt. Taste tests have revealed that many people find distilled water to taste flat as opposed to spring waters, which can taste a bit sweet. Listen now. Minerals offer a slightly salty or bitter flavors, which is likely why low mineral soft waters have a more appealing taste, Nestle wrote in the book, What to Eat. Many of the ingredients that are added to bottled water occur naturally in tap water. In our daily diets, potassium chloride, for example, is a chemical compound that is used often as a supplement for potassium, which benefits heart health. It aids normal muscular and digestive functions. Now, you just heard this man says that potassium chloride is what they give the death row inmates to kill them, to stop their heart, go into cardiac arrest, right? Now, we see here that it helps heart health. Now, who's lying? Right? Neither of them are lying. In certain amounts can stop your heart. Small amounts can benefit your heart. Just like anything. You drink water, water is good for you. You can drink too much water and die. See what y'all saying? For me to bust out from the keyboard. I'm about to throw this in the garden.
Yeah. We got a new show for y'all. We got a damn good show.
So,
yeah. But for a start show, remember everybody, you can always put the horse plans. Official horse plans.
Nah, advertising for you niggas. This thank you for telling the niggas this is a damn good show. There'll be no advertisements over here. All right. Mel says, right? Ramel had put potassium chloride is used for a healthy digestive system, right? Neither, I'm not sure what you're saying, neither are. Yeah, or neither of them are wrong, okay? A high dose is deadly. You are correct. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hey, nigga, you fucked the whole thing up. That is cool, though. Hot squares is the shit, though. I fucks with them. For real. See, the nigga's wicked. See, you try not to shout him out. You put him in the chat. That nigga. Okay. Many of the ingredients are added to bottled water occur naturally in tap water in our daily diets. Potassium chloride, for example, is a chemical compound that is often used as a supplement for potassium, which benefits heart health, aids normal muscular and digestive function. Magnesium chloride, magnesium sulfate, and calcium chloride are all inorganic salts. To my understanding, like I said, I ain't take chemistry class, right? So what I learned today that the difference between organic and inorganic is whether they have carbon or not. If I'm wrong, I could be wrong. Y'all can correct me in the chat. And that's what I learned real quick. Right? U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, recommends that Americans reduce current levels of sodium intake by 2,300 milligrams per day. So you would have to drink a lot of water to make such a difference, Nestle says. The typical amount of sodium in water averages around 17 milligrams per liter. But just because additives are generally naturally occurring ingredients doesn't mean the consumer shouldn't look at labels. If labels show calories, that means sugars have been added. Some bottled water can be high in sodium. And the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, recommends only drinking water that contains 20 milligrams of sodium per liter or less. The basic choice that many water consumers can make may be to just stick to drinking tap water. To the extent that tap water is clean, free of harmful contaminants, says Nestle. It beats everything in taste and cost. Right? Are there. So, as you see there, it's examples of what some of the chemicals are used for. The next article. There was a big racket about all of this by YouTube named Sean. Top YouTubers slammed Dasani over additive conspiracy theories. Experts say they don't hold water. Coca-Cola's Dasani bottled water brand has faced some bumps in the road since 1991 release. In 2004, there was an uproar after consumers discovered the pure water was, in fact, purified tap water. Then the company had to pull its products from the UK because it had included too much bromine, a chemical compound that has been found to increase cancer risks. Right? They pulled it from the shelves. Right? Now, something that most people and companies use it's the wording that gets you and to make you think that you're getting something a little extra or something better than what you actually get, right? For example, like how they say in here that consumers discovered the pure water, you know what I'm saying? It's purified water, pure water. In fact, it's purified tap water, not spring water. You see pure water, you thinking that's some spring water that came from a spring in Maine and some shit, like, right? But in actuality, it's tap water that's been purified. So it's purified water. It's pure water. You get what I'm saying? Now, I work for a skateboard manufacturer. It was like the second biggest skateboard manufacturer in the whole industry. Located in Tijuana, Mexico, right? Now, we advertised our product as an all-American product. Most of the skateboards today are made in China. Only the top brand boards are made in the Americas, using the best wood. Not to get off subject, the best wood for skateboards is Great Lakes maple, and Canadian maple falls like second to that. I believe it grows in Wisconsin, is where this certain maple tree is known to be from. And they have to transport these logs from there all the way across the border into Mexico to be processed into skateboards, right? Now, my selling point was so good, like I would sell these products. I would go call all these skate shops and be like, hey, we got an all-American product. These boards are made in America, not China. And these shops know that most of these boards are made in China. But now we got an all-American product. And the skateboarders know that the best wood is from America, right? Now, the consumer that's buying the stuff from me, when I say all-American, made in America, they think in the United States. America is a continent. You get what I'm saying? So I would use that all day and be getting sales like you wouldn't believe. because they don't realize that America is a continent. Now, for the United States, that would be what they was looking for. Made in United States of America. That's what they be looking for. But I say made in America. And say it like you get the understanding that's from the United States. That's the technology. That's the you know what I'm saying? The fuckery. As you can say. But I made a lot of sales with that. And you see here, other companies use it also. It says the Satanic scandal has left Coke nursing $25 million euro loss from canceled production contracts and advertising deals. The Guardian reported in 2004 the damage of the firm's reputation is 20 times that figure, analysis says. Now, the Satanic, see, y'all need to be sending me some money. Now, the Satanic has become a popular subject of memes. Consumers take to TikTok, YouTube, Instagram to make fun of his takes and discuss conspiracy theories about his additives. The latest addition to the discourse came from Sean Dawson, the YouTuber known for his conspiracy theory investigations and minor documentaries on other influencers. In a video published on Saturday, April 4th, Dawson explored claims that the product tastes strange, making a fizz sound upon opening. It includes additives like salt that could make drinkers more thirsty. In this video, Dawson tries the water on camera, at first upset by the bottle's infamous fizz sound upon opening. Why does the Satanic have a fizz when you open it? That's a soda thing, Dawson said in the video. That doesn't make sense. That means there's something else in it. Dawson did acknowledge the video that some theories he discussed were really stupid. Coca-Cola representatives said that the safety and quality of our products have been our top priority for more than 130 years in a statement provided by Business Insider. We require strict adherence to all applicable regulations as well as our own set of safety and quality requirements. As a result, we produce some of the safe and highest quality products in the world, the company said. Like you see here, when they said they adhere to all applicable regulations. Now, working in a food industry, especially a manufacturer, you're allowed to have some contaminants in your product to a certain degree. For example, even on a smaller scale, a restaurant, majority of all the restaurants you go and buy your food at have roaches or mice or both. Believe it or not. Now, your store can have, your restaurant can have roaches, but it's regulated by how much roaches you got or how much of a concentration of rodents you have. They will put down these little traps and there's a monitor. It can tell you how many, like, really, like how bad is the problem. You know what I'm saying? If it's too bad, you can't be in operation. In manufacturing, your canned food that you buy, sometimes it contains mouse poop. You got mouse and rat poop. That's in there. Mouse and rat urine. It's in that food. And it's lawful for them to sell it to you because they know anybody that has a large manufacturing plant is not going to get rid of all these things and keep everything from being. So there's regulations on how much is in there. I learned this at like early 80s. But I'm going to tell you something next after I read this that horrified me as a young kid in the early 80s. Let's see what I say. I'm hating the keyboard right now. Stuff. Hey, Ivory, how you doing? You come on up in here if you want. Drop the link for you. I hope you're still watching. I only got 2 people watching. Oh, that's the wrong link. Well, that's the link to the article. You guys will check out that link. This next topic is gonna be woo. All right. And after the show and stuff, then we can start all the fuckery and people can come on here and start yelling at each other and shit, right? That's going to be something that we need to do. Do the show, and after that, we get into the fuckery. So I'm here listening and baking bread at the same time. That's what's up. Thank you, Brainstorm. Making some bread. That's what's up. Ivory Scales. You see up top. Magnos. I don't know. I saw somebody try to pronounce that this morning. The family show. Yeah, she has like her own restaurant and stuff. She like bakes things. The first time I met Ivory, she was baking some cakes, pies, and stuff. I was sitting up there, I was looking at her. I was like, man, I want some of them pies. I want some of the cakes. I don't know if Ivory, if you remember that or not. That was the first time I ever seen you. Making pies and cakes. Good, too. All right. Search for Dasani on Twitter reveals a weak community of Dasani haters. Their influencer, Corina Koff, writing that the beverage is cancer and memes about how the company manufactures the product. Man, this, like, she that crazy on it? She like shot me on this shit. Shout out to shot me on. Dasani, bitch, you cancer. You been cancer. Yo, Dasani. A meme culture for years, especially in the Reddit community. Now, they're even a private subreddit for fans of the drink. Posting about when coronavirus induced panic shoppers being hoarded. Coronavirus induced panic shoppers began hoarding water bottles, with the exception of the sign. Coronavirus is starting a panic, and people still aren't buying the sign water. Now, you see how this thing here too can cause these issues. These people lose a lot of money over some jerk on the internet. Despite viral pictures online, the Coca-Cola representative added in a statement that the company has recently had an increase in demand. We've experienced increased demand during this unprecedented time, and our bottling partners have stepped up production and distribution to do all possible to remain supply of Dasani at retailers across the country. Company said in a statement. Moderator for the Hydro Homies subreddit, we had told Insider in the email that it's Dasani's association with Coca-Cola that contributes to the vitriol. People are easily convinced to hate it, the moderator said. Martin Rees, the world-leading water sommelier, explained his own dislike for Dasani water in an interview with Mail Magazine. I'm really not interested in the taste of highly processed, designed by Focus group factory water, which is what Dasani is. I'm gonna admit I'm not a fan of it either. Like the first time I tried it, I was like, this shit tastes crazy. And like he described it like a highly processed water. Reese told Mel, so it makes me happy that Americans are finally realizing that they shouldn't spend their money on filter. Dasani is purified water by using reverse osmosis filtration. Now, I know there's people that buy these contraptions for their tap water at home. You know what I'm saying? But that's Dasani water. Reverse osmosis filtration. Technically, that's tap water. Any bottled water made with reverse osmosis filtration comes from municipal sources. So it already coming out the tap water like that. Okay, I get it. All right. Comes from municipal sources, which means the tap, according to the Food and Drug Administration. While the company has faced some backlash for using tap water in its bottled products, that uproar can be attributed to social perceptions toward drinking water in the U.S., according to 2011 research paper published in the International Journal of Environmental Research. The public health bottled water has been used in place of tap water for its convenience, better taste, perceived purity, and the articles say. Perceptions of bottled water being a higher quality, however, are challenged by the increasing number of water quality incidents with bottled water. Peter Galick, the author of Bottled and Sold, the story behind obsession with bottled water. People are obsessed with bottled water. Like, people buy bottled water like you wouldn't believe. Like, they be buying too much bottled water. Like, I drink out the tap. I ain't be going out there buying water. I feel stupid buying water. Shit, I pay the water that come out of my tap. Estimates that around 50% of brands are mostly tap water in their bottles. It's hard and harder to produce what called spring water, which is really the other category. After the process, to filter municipal tap water, Dasani adds certain minerals and salts to the mixture. Listen now, all water has minerals. And the different types of minerals sort of determine the taste of the water. And they want Dasani everywhere to taste the same. Magnesium sulfate, potassium chloride, salt are added to water, according to the Dasani nutritional label. Dasani's ingredients aren't too different from other bottled waters like Aquafina, its Pepsi-run competitor, and Nestle Pure Life. There are all sorts of low mineral, low salt, and would even argue bland tasting waters would even argue bland tasting waters. Well, drink me some water out the top. David Sedlak, the director of the Berkeley Water Center, said that these factors can contribute to a person's like or dislikes of the water. There have been a number of scientific studies on the aesthetic properties of water, and the people tend to prefer certain mixtures of salts: sodium, potassium, chloride, and carbonate. Sedlak told Business Insider in an email, people also tend to dislike the taste of water with very high or very low salt levels. So when YouTube videos like Dawson's allege Dasani water makes them more thirsty, this is likely just psychosomatic. It seems like one of these urban myths, Galick said. The salt content in Dasani is very low. Though Dawson and others on YouTube claim that Dasani other bottles don't make. Galick said that doesn't really add up, but it's probably just the sound of the bottle, relieving pressure. As for whether or not there's some mysterious secret ingredient added and to cause the fizz sound, Galick doesn't think it's possible that there's any added carbonation. I've been to bottling plants. They put the water in the bottle and the machine seals the bottle, and that's it. It's hard for me to even think anything other than the pressure differential. I got something else on that. Now, I have water that fizzes. Say the water I'm drinking now, right? Now, all the occult heads that watch me, Orange Box Sneakers, if you're watching, you're familiar with this. With bubbles being in the bottled water. Like the bottled water I'm drinking out of right now has bubbles in it. You shake it, it fizzes. Now, in with Spiritual Bovedas, when they have water bottle, I gotta do a show on that. There's bubbles that form in water, and in the occult world or that world, the bubbles are interpreted. It's almost like a divination or something like that. You see this gas come inside of the water. And I'm sure all of you can get a glass of water, sit it out overnight. When you wake up in the morning, there's going to be bubbles. There's other things too. There's something else with the, I forgot what it was. I think it got it in a note. It slipped my mind. Beautiful. Might have lost the note. Move on to the next thing. Mel, you ain't coming in here? All right. That's right. And once you start, he said, then once you start eating fresh homemade bread, you will never buy another store-bought loaf again. Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. So hit that like. Cheers, subscribe. Let's get to some crazy issues. There was something else I wanted to say about. You have mineral water that has salt in it. Also, there was something else that slipped my mind. I thought I had the note up, but I believe I erased the note. So slipped my mind. You know, my attention span is crazy. Ratchet Craig. Out the Ratchet Craig. Procter and Gamble. I don't know how old some of y'all is, right? Or as old as me. Do y'all remember back in the day that there was a rumor outside of this rumor that Dougie Fresh works with the devil? Y'all remember that? You know the rapper Dougie Fresh? That this came out around the same time as Dougie Fresh song came out, 6 minutes. Y'all remember 6 minutes? 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh on. On. I don't know if y'all remember that, but there was a big thing. I don't know. It could have been just a Northeast thing. The rest of the world didn't hear hip hop. But they were saying that Dougie Fresh worships the devil because the song 6 minutes, he said 6 3 times in the hook. So they were saying he worshipped the devil. There was one thing where there was actually a response to it. I gotta look it up. If anything, nobody know about that. But at that same time, if I know you guys are probably familiar with Procter and Gamble. If not the company Procter and Gamble, you're familiar with their products. Some of their products, back in the 80s and stuff that were going strong was Tide laundry detergent, Crest toothpaste, Ivory soap, and there's other products. I believe what with the potato chip that come in the tube, Pringles. I think Pringles is, I don't know if it's still, it might have been sold or something, but back in the day, Pringles was a Procter and Gamble product. And during the 80s, this early 80s, the rumor came out. I learned it in school. And it spread like wildfire. And my mother and parents, they ain't pay no attention to that. I would hear about it in school. And my parents would buy Procter and Gamble products, right? And they said that Procter and Gamble is a satanic company, and that their money goes to the Church of Satan. It's satanic. They all worship the devil. And it was said that they admitted to worshiping the devil. So what that did is created some type of barrier, I guess we could say, between like this regular everyday life and your religious belief, and in your fear of evil and stuff played a large role. It is genius for the people that start these things, these rumors and stuff, because what it does, it grabs your mind, or whatever, lack of a better way to say it. It's your, for example, at that time too, like I said, the Dougie Fresh thing, right? There was a lot of other things that Satanism was a no-no. Like now, people are like, oh, Satanism. Oh, niggas can worship the devil if they want. Like, so what? Back then, people were more Christian based. There wasn't other religions to be observed or respected. The school system didn't have people of other religion. We didn't have Indian kids in there. We didn't even really have Hispanics. It was black and white. And if there was a Hispanic, there was like one or two of them. And if there was an Asian, there was like one. Any other ethnicity, there'd be one. And so Christianity reigned supreme. There wasn't nobody kicking no Hebrew Israelite Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam was down here. We had like maybe I'd be one kid that parents might be in the Nation of Islam, but that's rare. You see that in an inner city, and the kid be wearing suits and stuff like the class. But you let me go see the chat. You remember that brainstorm with the Procter and Gamble? The worshiping Satan and stuff. It's Procter and Gamble, and then you had, it was Procter and Gamble. Then you had all the products that's by them. Somebody brung to school a list of all the products that's made by Procter and Gamble. So now you going home, the little kid is looking to see if your house got any of them products. And now I'm scared. I'm scared to wear the damn clothes my mom just washed. I'm like, shit, that's devil clothes and shit. The devil gonna get my ass and shit. I'm a little kid. Like, I'm in what? Like 4th grade, probably, something like that. 3rd, 4th grade. Shit, 4th, 3rd. I was scared of the devil, nigga. I was scared of that shit, nigga. Like, going to sleep at night, you being bad. You keep being bad, the devil gonna get you. You sitting in the room, you like, oh shit, the lights is on. you see your little house coat and stuff on the chair, and you see the shadow from it on the wall. That shit look like a damn demon. Yeah, it was huge out here. It was a huge thing. And the Crest toothpaste. Parents used to buy Crest toothpaste. I'm scared to brush my damn teeth. I'm faking brushing my teeth because I don't want to put that damn devil toothpaste. So when we go shopping, I'm like, Ma, let's get this one. Let's get this time. Let's get this toothpaste. You know what I mean? So there was a symbol on the back of the toothpaste. Oh, shit, I remember that too. Cabbage Patch Dolls having demons. I remember that. I remember that. Cabbage Patch Dolls got demons in them. Siberia sent me a picture today of the demonic Slurpee machines in 7-Eleven. I don't know if y'all remember the stream we did the other day. We were talking about electricity, how negative power and stuff. If it's evil, that means we got demons inside the Slurpee machines in 7-Eleven because they run by electricity. But yeah, so it was a huge thing, and like all the kids is like watching, like what you eating. Don't let you come there with some Procter and Gamble stuff. You like they had the soap for us to wash their hands. Teacher might have some Ivory soap. Ain't nobody touching that soap. Ain't nobody touching that. Any truth proved, people were just brushing the truth too hard. The truth proved, people were just brushing the truth too hard. We're blaming fluoride. Yeah. Remember the fluoride thing? Fluoride makes your brain stop working, so the white man can control you. That was something I learned. That came later though. Ramel with me, that came later. That the fluoride thing came in like late '90s for me. That's what I started learning about the fluoride. That it's a mind suppressor. Suppresses your mind. But you know what? From like I said, the '90s, you know how that information have created new industries with that information. Look at the fluoride-less toothpaste market out there. What you got? I forgot the name of the brand. It's a popular brand. I think it's called Dr. Something. Might be damn Dr. Tooth. Dr. Something is called. It's an organic toothpaste. And it makes some other products like mouthwash and stuff. And they don't have no fluoride in it. They have like some kind of herbs or whatever up there in the toothpaste. They make the deodorant too, without certain like chemicals and stuff they put in deodorant. It's like natural. Today, right? And today, you know how many people? I ain't using no goddamn fluoride and shit. Mad people. It created a whole industry. And Dr. Tom's, it might be called. That might be the name of the brand. Dr. Tom's, something like that. And they sell a lot of product just based off of that rumor. A lot of product. Y'all niggas is shit. I go with the fuck with y'all niggas be right here. Half of these motherfuckers believe this shit. So that would be great. Right. Make sure y'all hit that like button. You guys here. Try. Not already. In the 1980s, satanic panic targeted Procter and Gamble. Like I said, it's satanic panic. At that time too, this is when the Halloween people was putting razor blades and needles inside of Halloween candy. So people didn't do Halloween like they normally do. Like the Halloween was only like kids only went on their street. They didn't like people they knew. You know what I'm saying? You didn't go. That's where a lot of the Halloween party thing really jumped off, and where churches got hit to it. And the churches the one probably put that shit out. I don't even know if that was a rumor or not. It might have been one thing where somebody put like a razor or something in a candy bar or something. I don't know. I gotta look that up. If that's true or not. But I remember when the rumor or that thing started, that information started, and churches jumped on board on that too, and started holding Halloween parties at the church. Now you think church shit, that's satanic. You know, Halloween parties, they would call it like a harvest party. They would give it another name, right? And you go there, bob for apples, they give out candy and stuff like that. And you know, the church shit not some church shit, young. But and also kidnapping, child kidnapping was big. I was almost abducted, believe it or not, in the 80s when I was a little kid. Man went right in my pulled up right in front of my house. I was outside playing, and the man pulled up the van. I remember the van today. Exactly the way the van looked. I can describe that van. And the man pulled up. Man pulled up in front of the house in a white Dodge Caravan when the Caravans first dropped, and it had the wood grain on the side, the sliding door with the wood grain on the side. And he said, "Come on, come here, come on." He opened up the back side door. He's like, "Come on, come here." I looked at him. I was like, "This white man crazy, the motherfucker." I took off running and shit. And then my neighbor, she almost got abducted like not too long after that. It might have been the next year or something. Going behind a building that we was told not to be playing behind. You know what I'm saying? We go over there, ride our bikes and stuff like that, and there be people back there doing drugs, you know what I'm saying, having sex and all types of crazy stuff. Like it was like an abandoned building. And you know, we go down there to this little park, we can ride around. See the graffiti on the wall and all that stuff. So somebody tried to get her in the car back then. She took off running. So this type of crazy stuff was going on. Kids getting kidnapped, satanic sacrifices. I know there's a big case, or there's a big documentary on a girl that was, they said, I think she was born into a satanic cult, she claimed. And like, there was like doing rituals and all types of crazy stuff on it, right? But I think that the stuff is questionable. People look at it today as very questionable. All right, now this symbol you see here on the screen, this is the symbol that was on the back of Crest toothpaste. I don't know if they've ever brought the symbol back. They stopped using it. Because I remember when I was a little older, I was checking for it, and I couldn't find it. But this is the symbol. Man on the moon and 13 stars. The Procter & Gamble logo on the flag. If you were alive in 1982, you might remember a very special episode of Donahue talk show. On that day, the president of Procter & Gamble went on the program and admitted that the company supported the Church of Satan and that its logo contained satanic symbols. Oh, it happened. It happened in 1985. Actually, others remember the episodes airing in 1989. The truth is, this never occurred. Now, somebody was telling me the other day, there's some movie, is it The King and I? Or I think it is The King and I or something. The movie never existed. But everybody act like they saw the movie or remember the movie. But the movie was never put out. A boy told me about that the other day. Like, I got to look into it. But it's something like where just a mention of something and it creates a vision in your head. And this is exactly what Judah Nazareth does that people don't understand. Y'all going to get that shit, but it's going to be way later. Y'all going to be looking back at these videos 20 years from now. Y'all going to be like, damn, this motherfucker was on the shit. We didn't even see this shit. We didn't understand what fucking Killer B was telling us. It's a way, the narcissist doctor dude that I had that on my screen the other day, he mentions that too. How he could be, like, for example, I use Judah. He could be talking, like, yeah, man, that's a good brother, man. He could come on down here, and you know, I'd love to have him come on down here, and you know, and shit, and do, you know, and you know, yeah, you know. Now, what did I just say? I didn't say fucking nothing. I talked about some dude coming down here, and we're going to, right? Now, when I say we're going to, you should be waiting for what we gonna do. What we going to do? Like, what follows after that? We gonna come down here and go fishing? You gonna come on down here and we gonna go to the club or something? But he'll say, you know, he'll come on down here, you know, and you know, man, you know, man, yeah. So now what that does to the booger eaters, they start developing what they want. They fill it in. You remember the thing ad lib when y'all was little kids? It's like a little book, and you just add the nouns or something like that. You just put nouns in there. You can put any word you want, and it's gonna fit the story. It's the same thing. It's like an ad lib on your brain or whatever. So he speaks, and your mind automatically makes a conclusion of what the person talking about or what he's saying, but he's not saying it. Your mind is adding all the extra stuff in there. It's like someone's talking and you cut it out, a couple of words out of each sentence. You know what I mean? And your mind fills the rest. I spoke about this last night. The how those niggas was trying to tell people that mountains, when you look at mountains are really fossils of giants. Me and Shamian, shout out to Shamian, we did a killer video on this. We smoked they boots on that, and we showed it's a certain mind thing. The name of it slips my mind, but your eyes make up for what you can't see. Say, for example, y'all walking down the street. Let me put my thing outside. I can see you guys in the chat. You're walking down the street, and at night, it's garbage night, maybe, right? And the people garbage is on the curb, and there might be a car parked there.
It's me every single day, bro. How far I could come in such a short amount of time. But I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and bro, the nation, bro, like I ain't letting none of these brothers marry my dog. I'm gonna take care of them for the rest of my life, bro.
Right,
That's it, bro.
Right, bro.
Weird ass niggas. Okay, get rid of them. That's crazy how this started. But I did it when I switched tabs. Where I was at here. Where I was at. With your mind. So you're walking down the street, you see a garbage can, or a bag of garbage next to a car. Down the block, it could look like a man changing his tire. You down the street, it's dark, it's at night, right? You can barely see. You can see how to walk and stuff, like, you know what I mean? It's not really lit, but you can see the silhouette of something kneeling. Look like it's somebody kneeling by a car, and your mind will already make the conclusion, oh, that's a man changing his tire. But as you get closer, you notice that, and you get closer, and you still thinking that's the man. And you waiting for him to move or something like that, but he doesn't. And when you get closer, you know it's just a bag of garbage. It's a word for it. If I can find the video tonight, I'll put the video up so you guys can see. I forgot what they call the term. But when you look at these mountains, they resemble people. Like you look at it, you can see the head, you can see the mouth, and all that stuff. Your mind make up for it. Oh, it's the same thing as looking at clouds. When people look at clouds and see dragons or see people's faces or demons or whatever. It's your mind that's doing that. It's trying to make out what it is. Like your brain and eyes see all this stuff on the earth every day. And when you see something that the mind can't make out what it is, it's trying to tell you what it is, but it can't make it out. Is it a cherry? Is it a raspberry? Is it a strawberry? You know what I mean? You can't tell yet, but the shape and the color, your mind knows everything that's that color is usually a raspberry or a strawberry. And anything that shape, you know what I'm saying, or shape or size, what it could be. So your mind starts giving you hints on what it is until you actually see it. So you can do that with words and stuff also. All right. Go back to this thing here. I have forgot all about this to this day. This is like a crazy memory. I got over this. Like this Procter and Gamble satanic thing was in my head for a long time. Like I would say, well out of high school. Well out of high school. It probably led into when I was in the Hebrew Israelites. I thought these things. I wouldn't buy these certain products because of that. That's I do that. Hold on. I messed up something. Shit. Hey. All right, hold on. All right, here we go. All right, let's go. Yeah. Why the hell is this going on? It's crazy, bro. Oh, okay. It's still supposed like the X. That works. That's weird. That's weird as hell. All right. It never happened. The truth is, so they said that this man, the president of Procter and Gamble, went on Phil Donahue's show and said that they support the Church of Satan and that his logo contains satanic symbols. Right? It never happened. The truth is, this never occurred. Procter and Gamble has never had any connection to the Church of Satan. The church itself describes the claim as completely false, but the truth has never stopped a good rumor from catching on. Let's look at this. Church of Satan. Most frequently asked questions. I heard that Procter and Gamble supports the Church of Satan. Isn't that true? The story that there is a link between Procter and Gamble and the Church of Satan is an old urban legend, long proven to be completely false. It seems to have been spread again more recently by Christian evangelists. But everything they say about this is a total fabrication. The Procter and Gamble logo may look spooky to someone, but it's not a symbol of Satan. Now, you see who they said rehash the information again. The Christian evangelists. So all y'all Christians out here that watch me, y'all got to listen up too. I'm not getting on Christian. I'm getting on these so-called Christian people that are out there fooling y'all, right? Teaching y'all the gospel and all this stuff, right? But then they're going to put in your head, Procter & Gamble works of Satan. You better not have no Crest toothpaste in your house. You better not have no Tide in your house. Washing your clothes with Tide. So when the brothers and sisters from the church come to your house and they go in your bathroom, they see that tube of Crest toothpaste. You know, Sister Johnson got that Crest up in there. She got demons on her. Don't nobody go in the house. She got demons on her. That's the kind of shit goes on. And y'all know from me talking about cults, what that do. Me and Sister Jerry told y'all the other night. What that does, that creates the control. Nobody else teaching about Procter and Gamble and Satanism, except this church that you belong to. So your pastor is from the Lord. He's showing us Satanism in our daily lives and how we must avoid it to get the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? They'll fool your ass just like the Hebrew Israelites. Real quick, let's look at a couple more of these. The Church of Satan part of the Illuminati. No. There was a occult society in Germany many years ago called the Bavarian Illuminati, founded in 1776. It was modeled after Freemasonry, and members considered themselves free thinkers. It was not part of Satanism. It is long gone, having lasted about a decade. Freemason Satanists. No, Freemasonry has a long history and is no longer the secret society it once was. It has never had anything to do with Satanism. It's the Bohemian Grove part of Satanism. No, it's just a men's club founded in 1872 whose members are primarily rich and powerful. The rituals are typical to similar societies such as Skull and Bones. That's all. Go back and visit us after the show. We can go back to it. Shit. I screwed up like that. Damn. All right. People will fall right into this shit. Read again. All right. Better understand Procter & Gamble rumor, it's important to grasp its broader context. During the late 1970s through the late 1990s, a potent fear of satanic cults, known as Satanic Panic, gripped the United States. Years of news and cultural touchstones like the Manson family trial and The Exorcist had primed the country for his paranoia. In his seminal 1972 study, Folk Devils and Moral Panics, British sociologist Stanley Cohen coined the phrase moral panic in reference to events like this, which appear suddenly to threaten societal norms. These events are misrepresented in sensationalistic fashion in the media, and eventually reporting on the subject comes to define it for the public. The first article on Procter & Gamble rumor giving company a devil of a time, appeared in the Minneapolis Tribune in March 1980. Satanic Panic was hitting its peak. The story detailed an accusation of satanic imagery hidden in the company's logo, a man in the moon looking out of 13 stars. But as a spokesperson from Procter & Gamble, Tracy Rose explains this claim was without merit. It was first developed by Wharf Hands and Mark Star candle crate boxes. Hands to Mark Star candle crate boxes. Rose writes in an email. When we then decided to formalize it, created the graphics, 13 stars for the 13 original American colonies. It was officially trademarked in 1882, but the incorporation of a face in the moon happened before that. It was the logo created in 1930 that created the rumor, but not until the 1980s, 50 years after its creation. To most people, design would appear insignificant, but most people aren't Jen Peters. And listen to this, y'all. In 1980s, Peters was the music director at the Lion Christian Life Center. The Zion Christian Life Center in St. Paul, Minnesota. And the members of a family of campaign in 1978. Music is Satanism. Like I talked about, what was the other group? Like they said, you could play the record backwards and it's talking about Satan and all this crazy stuff. Star candles, created in 1865. Who could not be located in research for this article. Was just ambitious and had been delivering seminars of his own. When interviewed by the Tribune for the article, Peters claimed to have found a copy of Procter & Gamble logo in a book by British Egyptologist E.A. Wallace Budge called Amulets and Superstitions. The member of this is the kind of rumor we can't do. People will believe what they want to. To its credit, Procter & Gamble was right, and the story disappeared for almost 2 years into January 9. Ali, this version of the rumor. The Phil Donahue the seems to have come out of this era, appearing on in June. In July 1982, the company also employed an aggressive media on the West Coast, where it was believed the new version of the rumor originated. Again, Procter & Gamble seemed to have some success, and the story quietly disappeared at the end of '82. Unfortunately, it again found life in '85 when the New York Times reported on leaflets being circulated around New York City claiming Procter & Gamble was in a league with the devil. See, this is how the logo started. Started as an X or a cross or whatever. 1853, the star with the circle. Then 13 stars with a moon, with another man, the moon, another one. And then you see the 1931. You see the curls at the end of the beard. There's 3 curls looking like 6s. You got another 3 curls like at the bottom, like underneath his mouth, like on the beard. Another 3 curls. Then you got another 3 at the top of his head. And those are supposedly 6s. Now, I see people do this also with them being like, you know what I mean, 666 and stuff. But I know the artist, he's not a Satanist, not that I know of, right? He's the one that did the logo. And none of them booger eaters over there didn't have no type of talent or whatever to tell him how to design it. It is a coincidence. It seems to matter what Procter & Gamble did. It seems no matter what Procter & Gamble did, the rumor will not die. Then again, it's hard to kill a rumor when you have opponents actively working to promote it. In a 1991 retrospective by the Washington Post, Paul Martin, a former Minnesotan, recounted a meeting with the Peters family in '85. These 3 brothers from the Zion Christian Life Center, Dan, Steve, and Jim Peters, came to speak to my boys to tell them to burn their rock music albums. They showed a slide of Procter & Gamble symbol and said it was the same as the Church of Satan in Minnesota. In a last-ditch effort to exorcise the company of its demons, Procter & Gamble announced in '85 it will be dropping the logo indefinitely. But the Gamble Group blew up in the company's face in spectacular fashion. Concerns became so widespread that public officials were even drawn into the firestorm. In April '86, an exasperated attorney general from South Dakota issued a press release to state media reminding them that no executives at Procter & Gamble had sold their souls to the devil. However, ridiculous this may seem, moral panic like the Satanic panic are sustained on strange conspiracies like the Procter & Gamble rumor because these kinds of stories are almost impossible to debunk. In his 2003 book, A Culture of Conspiracy, political scientist Michael Barkun observed that these kinds of ideas survive because they, promise a world that is meaningful rather than arbitrary. Not only are events non-random, but the clear identification of evil gives the conspiracist a definable enemy against which to struggle. And down life with purpose. Now, y'all go check out Sister Cherry's show she did the other day. She speaks on that. I'm almost done here, y'all. In the case of Jim Peters, that enemy was clear. And Procter & Gamble, he saw Satan. But as the 1980s faded into 1990s, the specter of religious paranoia slowly gave way to material concerns. Right? Just like I said. I said that. And in the 80s, people were more Christian and everything. By the 90s and stuff, people were loose with everything. And like now, like people don't care what kind of religion you got or whatever, right? You notice it's the Christian man. He's making a controversy because when he makes the controversy, it puts attention on him. He can say anything, whether it's right or wrong. is going to get him looked at. And the booger eaters are going to go his way and fall right under him. In 1990, Procter & Gamble announced the first of a number of lawsuits against Amway distributors, a pioneer in the field of multi-level marketing. Amway farmed out sales of its products to third-party distributors who would occasionally engage in aggressive sales tactics to boost sales. 1990, and then again in 95, Amway distributors were caught using Amway's voicemail system to send messages to consumers stating that Procter & Gamble profits supported the Church of Satan. Procter & Gamble sued in both cases, but a series of twists in the 95 lawsuit will cause the case to take over a decade to finish. In 2007, however, Procter & Gamble won the civil suit against the Amway distributors and seemingly put an end to the rumor for good. Now, you see here, this company would put that information on their voicemail. So imagine, you know, y'all call customer service or company or something like that. You sick of you're buying your honey buns and half the honey buns is dried up and hard, and you call the company and see if they'll send you some new fucking honey buns or some extra ones or whatever, right? When they close, you know, they got the little thing. You can leave a message and all that stuff. They would throw in, well, you know, our competitor Procter & Gamble gives all their money to shit right there. Push the lie. Keep pushing the lie. Keep pushing the lie. Know what I'm saying? Eventually, at least 30% of those motherfuckers gonna believe that shit. Like we see now, they come over here believing that nigga and shit, and then they get their boots smoked. Then they go back over there, and he just looking at them and shit. Walked right into a wall because he didn't like him in the first place. And the people will still fall on their line because now he looks like the master. The case to take over a decade to finish. In 2007, however, Procter & Gamble won the civil. 2013, Procter & Gamble announced the return of the moon-like design to its corporate logo. Whether this inspires a new wave of satanic rumors, only time will tell, especially in an environment in which a pizza shop can be accused of being a front for Satan-worshiping pedophiles. Jim Peters lives in the spirit of Pizzagate. Psychologist Rob Brotherson, authors of Suspicious Minds, Why We Believe Conspiracy Theories, suggests that such salacious rumors are likely to continue finding receptive ears. A lot of our beliefs, conspiracy theories included, are based on how well they fit with our intuition. Brotherson writes in an email noting that research into the subject is in its nascent stages. So one strategy for making people a little more resistant to conspiracy theories would be to get them to slow down and process the claims more analytically and to realize that their brain might be being biased. Of course, Brothers adds, that's easier said than done. Absolutely. Absolutely. They got added a correction to there. When they talked about E. Wallace Budge, that's where they got the symbol from or whatever. This story originally identified E. A. Wallace Budge as an occultist. He was an Egyptologist who studied amulets and superstitions throughout history. Okay, that's great. Right. All right. That's what. Now I understand why I didn't know anything about the whole Procter & Gamble situation. I was living overseas. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it was a big thing. Like people was like, it was the teachers. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was the teachers that brought that information to us. And I had a lot of teachers that were kind of conspiracy theorists. I had one that would tell us that the peace symbol was a satanic symbol for the crow's foot. And there was like a satanic symbol to it. What else that teacher taught us? I remember one day he laid out a whole line of stuff, showing how these things are all these products and companies out there are connected to Satan. He was a cool teacher. Like he was a pretty liberal teacher. And he embraced that cult shit. And guess what he did? He brought it to his job and started putting it into the heads of the kids. You see that? So y'all send your kids to school, you can have one of these nuts up in there teaching your kids some crazy shit on the DL in the classroom. Y'all know when y'all was in school, y'all basically did all y'all work for the day, and the teacher let y'all chill. Y'all might talk about something the whole day. Like somebody might, the teacher be teaching the class. This is me. This is me all day in school. Like a class I didn't like, and I know the teacher's interest. I'll ask a question and throw her interest up in it to get her talking, so she won't shut up. So next thing you know, the bell ringing. Like, we out. You just fucked up your whole class, lady. You didn't teach us nothing but a bunch of coach shit. Like, that was me all day. That's how I really learned about Haile Selassie and stuff when I was young. Like the Black figures, like stuff I would mention, and that's not in our books, like especially in history class. But we had a math teacher that was into all types of crazy, like speedboats and stuff. So I'll get this nigga talking about boats. This motherfucker gonna burn the whole class talking about some boats, and we supposed to be teaching us like some kind of fractions or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So you guys gotta watch this. Now, there's Hebrew Israelites out there that are educated. What do you think they might be teaching your kids? Now, I gotta keep it funky. No shots for them. But we have to think about that in the school system. Who are these people teaching our kids? You might have, and I know you can't discriminate against somebody's religion and say you can't teach here because of that. But you can stop them from teaching or mentioning their religion or beliefs and stuff like that from the school system, because they're there to teach the children. That's their job. They're there to teach the children the basics of whatever it is education they're getting, and they take their ass home. Of course, like you can give kids support. Oh, you did a great job today. Oh, Ramel is such a bright kid. You know what I mean? I give him extra work and stuff to do. I want to push him and stuff like that. That's different. Teacher may not be favoring the kid a little bit. That's different. I'm talking about somebody not teaching you. Okay, doing history, right? Now, instead of teaching about the guy that the history lesson is on, you give him the lesson, but you added in your opinion of the person. Oh, he's the worst person on earth because because he owned cattle ranches and killing innocent animals is evil. So she up in the classroom teaching that this man is evil off the basis that he got a cattle ranch. You get what I'm saying? Like stuff like that, I believe should be like stop. It goes on. I know it goes on. Like I said, I used to be that dude in the class Spark that teacher up. Especially in some shit I don't understand. I don't want to do no homework for that shit. So I'll get that nigga running his mouth until the bell ring, and then I dip out the class. I'm like, all right, yo, peace. You know what I'm saying? We out. He looking crazy. Like, damn, I done wasted my whole class talking about speed. So, stuff that's going on. But these people out there, we had a tour night, lost his whole damn family over this shit. Woman had to go out and get a whole new man because of this shit. No smoke at him and shit. I'm just telling you what the shit was. You telling the kids they can't celebrate this. You better not eat them Procter & Gamble Pringles. You washing your hands with ivory soap. That's Satan. God gonna kill you. Terrifying the kid. Now the kid can't sleep at night because he think the devil gonna come in there and kill him, or Jesus is gonna come in the room and kill him. That shit crazy. But American people don't think nothing about that stuff. They will choose this conspiracy shit over the truth because it makes them feel good and it makes them feel like a soldier. Like, you know, a soldier going to battle and stuff, do what they gotta do and all this stuff. Then you got the civilians. The civilians don't do shit. Half the time they don't even respect the motherfucking soldiers. You know what I'm saying? So, but they want their own agenda. They got their own agenda in their head, their little punk little agenda that they would never pick up a gun. They too, like, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna be too loud. To pick up a gun and do like what this soldier would do. So you had these little militaries for civilians, like Pizzagate, and QAnon. You got those are little militaries, Hebrew Israelites. They're not gonna bust a grape, but it makes them feel hard. You know what I'm saying? It makes them feel like they accomplished something. Even though they live in their mama's basement, don't do nothing. It makes them feel like they're accomplishing something by telling people, oh, don't use ivory soap. Procter & Gamble make ivory. They Satanists. They sold their souls to the devil. They said it. Mothers not, daughters not talking to mothers because the mothers are still buying the product. Like, shit, I was raised off of ivory soap. You know what I'm saying? Well, y'all shit, I'm gonna tell you. You know, I don't know anybody will come up in. I know I already know where Ramel at. Ramel gonna fuck around and end up with a video. Ramel gonna fuck around and end up with a video and shit. I'll give him something to yell and scream about. That you heard that, Ramel? You gonna fuck around, wake up, and have a video, nigga. Need something to cry and scream about. I remember I told one of the dudes that left the cult with me. He was like, what would you say if I went back? What would you do? Yeah. I said, I was going back to Judah. I said, nigga, I'll do you worse than I did you. That motherfucker looked at me. He was like, oh, shit. I said, yeah, nigga, I'll make an example out of your ass, nigga. I said, I'll fix you good, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'll fix your ass good, nigga. I said, I'll do you worse than that, nigga. Oh. Well, for the whole facial expression change. He He was just playing his shit, but like, you know what I'm saying? I kept it real with him, nigga. I was like, shit, nigga, I'll do you dirty, nigga. I'll do you dirty. I do you 10 times worse than you do now. He's like, oh shit. I know I don't want to fuck with that. Punk ass Ramel and shit. Why you ain't talking tonight, nigga? Talk that shit. Disrespectful. 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 Don't give a fuck. Oh yeah, this the new rules and stuff. I gotta make the new rules. Y'all niggas ain't gonna be on here cussing. The only one on here gonna be cussing is me. And you damn be cussing. That's the new rules. And rule number 2, supporters, the supporters rule. So if somebody talking on there and they throw bread in that Cash App, you know what I'm saying? Like Brainstorm in Siberius, y'all ain't got no saying shit. I'll bit bop boop your ass up out of there. Talk over one of them again and see what happened to your ass. Try me. Get bit bop boop right the fuck up off this motherfucker. So that's the new shit. That's what's popping right now and shit. You know what I'm saying? They come out here, they say what they won't say. When they want to say it, you gotta shut the fuck up. Until they finish. Negi too, I said that about Negi. That old African and shit, the old musty African, came up out here last night and think she gonna sit here and disrespect Negi and shit. I'll put Negi on your ass. That's for one. I do it myself. I like to be funny and shit. I like the comedy. I'll put Negi on your motherfucking ass. See what happens. You will never want to come to this motherfucker. Trust me. Negi do you dirty too. Shit, you see, y'all sleep, fuck around, sleep on Negi if you want. Negi sit up there and don't be cussing niggas out and yelling and all that shit. Fine. So nigga, call herself talking about some Negi and shit. She said, what? She said that to Negi. I was like, okay, watch this. She was out of there. You know what I'm saying? Send her ass to the shower. You out of here. Game over. Game over. Fuck out of here. Fuck around with me. Fuck your ass up. You do dirty. I do the worst than doing now. Like I told this other real talk. First. And I gotta put the names of all the contributors too up on this. So that shit on the screen all the damn time. I gotta do that. I should add it to the donate thing here. I don't know how I gotta write it. So I'm gonna put all the names up on it. All the contributors. So if y'all booger eating niggas, what's our name up on here? Y'all can put your YouTube handle or whatever. Put your name, your YouTube channel, and your ass contribute to the channel. Your ass go at the bottom of the screen or however I'm gonna do that, motherfucker. I could do it with my icon and have the names going through the logo. You know what I'm saying? Like over the top of the logo. I'll do that too. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that too. Yeah, so I gotta do that. So. Y'all niggas ain't shit. Been on here and shit. And you people coming out here contributing and shit. Been on here. That shit crazy. I don't know. I be trying hard and shit. Sometimes I be trying. Sometimes I just be mad. But tonight, I felt this was a good show tonight. Came up with this. Felt this was good. There ain't nobody in here listening. They had 2 people up here. Holy shit. Yeah, so that's gonna be new rules, new things going on. I think that. What else? Besides Bob Hooper? Yeah, Right up out of here. I don't even know how Ramel would stay around this motherfucker. He's like the longest reigning motherfucker. He ain't really got no props yet, but he be over here chilling. He ain't got no seniority. He got seniority, but he don't this shit. He be getting demoted all the time. You build it up, and then you get demoted again. So I don't know what's wrong with it. Link up in the chat. Come up here if I fuck off here. What else? What that ass up? I forgot to get up those two. Oh damn! I didn't even send the message to him. Mel cleared the air and shit. Tell niggas what's going on. But what else I was talking about? Nah, I see that for a little show. I might do a show beating up that Nazarite motherfucker. You people dumb as hell. Dumb as all hell. Still like I'm about to get off. I hang out for a little bit longer. Yeah, we go over that church of Satan. You eat spaghetti and meatballs, nigga. You an Arab. Right? And you ain't got nothing for nobody. I ain't got no spaghetti and meatball. You know what I'm saying? Arab eating spaghetti. Oh, Osama bin Laden and shit. Sit up there eating spaghetti. Well, you ain't out on the block and shit. What happened, nigga? The motherfuckers ran you inside. You supposed to be out there. Nigga, I don't care nothing about that shit. I ain't mentioned nothing about the motherfucking mafia. I said you an Arab nigga eating spaghetti. Nigga. That's what I said. So why you ain't outside, nigga? Why you inside? The niggas ran you in, huh? So it happened to your ass this morning. Maybe that's why you was driving. You was trying to get out of Dodge this morning when we was going live. Or this afternoon. You was in the car. You was just driving and shit. I was like, look at this nigga. He's not even going nowhere. This nigga just driving around the block. Shit. That nigga's in a straight up residential area. He didn't get on no highway or nothing. And shit. He wasn't going nowhere. He didn't even get out. He was just driving. Oh, it's a thunderstorm there? Actually, nah, it was raining here. I'm broke. It's not raining that hard. It's not a thunderstorm. Nigga, you got to go that far to get some weed? Shit, nigga, you could came out here. You were driving like an hour. You could have came out this motherfucker the way you was driving. Shit. All that way to get some weed. What's wrong with you? You spent more money on weed than on gas than weed. Whole lot town. You got to weed from whole lot. Whole lot town. That shit sounds crazy. Yeah, where it looked like when you were driving, $30 a week on gas. Nigga, what you driving? Driving there. The hell you got go-kart? Scooter and some shit. A scooter engine in there. $30 you can drive the whole week. Gas cheap out there or something? Because I remember one time we go to New Jersey, gas is under $1. That was in the 90s and shit, I think. Gas is under $1. I ain't never seen gas under $1. I used to always see cheap gas in New Jersey. Go to New Jersey, where I go and get lost and shit. Damn, that shit that good on gas? Damn. Wow. New cars and new technology. Wow. Police nigga want to know, nigga. How much of the Oh, 292. That's a week. 30 a week got gas, nigga. You don't go nowhere, nigga. That's like $5. Less than $5 a day. A nigga, you go to the gas station, give a nigga $5 and shit, the gas station attendant insult your ass. Like, nigga, what the fuck you going on $5? I don't know, I'm gonna tell my boy that shit one day, dude. I was falling out, yo. I fucking with him all the time about that. I'm like, nigga, you go to put $5 of gas in there, nigga. Okay, what the fuck you going on $5 worth of gas? That's it. I don't know how many square tires. I would tell y'all, but niggas who knows me and shit, I can't do this. Yeah, yo, Camden looked like Boston. Not Boston, it looked like Baltimore. I swear, anything outside of New York City is country. Even Connecticut ain't country and shit, but Massachusetts kind of ain't country. But yeah, I would say, yeah, the northern states ain't really country unless you like in Vermont, New Hampshire, and shit like that. Massachusetts is pretty developed, but it's just like the look and the vibe. As soon as you get out of like, I see some hood like type shit in New Jersey before. Where the fuck you at, nigga? That shit look like Baltimore. Like Baltimore niggas country. Like they might as well be down south somewhere. Like, it's like a different world. Yeah, like the way those houses looked at, I was like, yo, those houses look crazy. It's like a house, and the motherfucker got like 6 apartments on that motherfucker. So it looked just like looking in Baltimore, where it was set up. Oh, you was born in Massachusetts? Wow. I didn't know that. Massachusetts got a lot of Cape Verdeans. A lot of Cape Verdeans live in Boston. Like all the black people I know in Boston, actually I had an account. That's Boston you talking about, right? Chicopee, Boston. I think I heard of that before. I think I had an account. One of my clients was in Chicopee. I think that sounds real familiar. Yeah, bad Cape Verde. Bad Cape Verde. Like you get regular black people and shit. Cape Verde. And ghetto white people. I think Massachusetts holds the most ghettoest white people in the whole nation. Hell yeah. I don't need the snow for nothing. But let's go to the Air Force. Wow. What was you flying airplanes in the Air Force? I don't know if that's true or not, but you know, like people just be thinking like the Air Force, everybody flying airplanes. So, was you a pilot? That'd be ill if you was a pilot. That'd be dope. Yeah, Rebel, we ain't got no red brick out here. We got that shit. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. We ain't got no red brick houses out here. Like if there is, they're like this an old like colonial type thing. Like it's got somebody rich got a hold of some brick to make the house. So, other than that, like how you look at the brownstones and like the big brick like houses and stuff. Like they're brick houses, but they're not like it's not like a thing. Like you got an area with a bunch of brick houses. Like you don't got that. Like you might have 2 blocks or something. And one brick house might be on those 2 blocks. Like 2 streets or something like that. It might be one brick house. Yeah, we don't got that out here like that. Unless it's some type of like apartment kind of thing. Like they got some old low income neighborhood like things. They're like projects, but they ain't for ghetto people. But they're a housing project, but they're not for ghetto people. Like you won't see people like hanging out on the corner or on the street or nothing like that. It's mostly like old people. Or they're like kind of like I don't know what you call that. It's like all the houses are built the same, but the people own the houses. But the houses are like duplexes. You got one family on one side, another family on the other. They're like connected, but they own one. Each one owns one side of the building. I don't know what they call that. Yeah, but we got a lot of colonial like style houses. Like how if you watch what's the name of the show? With Alyssa Milano from back in the day. Um, damn, what's the name of that show? It was based on it in Fairfield, Connecticut. That's where the show was based. Like, if you get in the show, it shows the house. That's exactly what like Connecticut house is. All right. Um, yeah, about the houses. Like when people talk about the house with the picket fence, like that's what like Connecticut house is. Like the old houses, like in the hood be living in mansions. Like they don't even know it. Like a lot of the hoods out here, um, like Wrigley Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus, that's from Connecticut. They started in Bridgeport, Connecticut. They started. Circus with Tom Thumb, like the little midget dude from the circus. Like he's from Connecticut. We got his house. Like I remember we went on school trips and stuff back in the day. Just like, see some of these like houses. But some of those houses are like the Tom Thumb house is like a drug like rehab, like a drug halfway house. It was his house, and like you look at it, like those houses like that are usually like maybe like 2 to 3 family houses now. But at one time, that was a 1 family house. They're like mansions. So like the hood out here, they be living in mansions. The houses got high ceilings, rooms for no reason. Like you walk in the door have a room. It's like a little room you could like say like you waiting for somebody to pull up outside. Like you can stand there. You're not in your house and you're not on the porch. It's like a room between your house and the porch. And then you might have the stairs, and at the top of the stairs, you got another room. And then you from there, you go in the house, and now you got another room that's like separate from the hallway or whatever. That's where you hang your coat up at, or you have your little desk there when you put your mail down. You get to bring your mail in, you put your mail there. Then you walk in, you got a big living room, then a big dining room. Then you might have 2 or 3 bedrooms, like big kitchen. And some of them got where they had fish tanks, I believe, like in between the kitchen and the dining room. So it's like another room where you put the fish tank at, and the wall be cut out so you can see it look like an aquarium basically. Like what it is an aquarium, but like the wall's cut out and the fish tank is like in the wall. That have a room for that to go back, and like there's a lot of houses like that in the hood. But they all fucked up. Like if somebody drop a cigarette in the house is going up like in minutes. This is a wrap. It's like made out of toothpicks. Wow. Yep, we got some Underground Railroad stuff out here too. Yeah, the history is crazy. Like the colonial history, that's what's most popular. Like the Revolutionary War era. Like where I'm at, I showed Siberia some pictures of some gravestones and stuff from like 1600s, 1700. A lot of the towns out here, I think, were started in 1500. I think early 1600s. Some of those houses are still standing. And they're historical houses. So like, you know what I mean? You can't change the house at all. Like you have to keep the house the way it is. Like if something get screwed up, you have to go get the exact kind of wood that they used and everything. And you can't just go to Home Depot and buy some stuff and start nailing stuff in your walls and stuff like that. I think your zip code, don't your zip code go by when your city or town was established, I think? I don't know. Yeah, a lot of these houses and stuff. Mansions. Shit's crazy. A lot of entertainers and stuff used to come to Connecticut, like out when they driving through, they going towards Boston or something like that. And they drive through from New York City. Connecticut is like a popular spot that they would stop to hang out and stuff like that. Nah, I'm bugging on the 1600s. I'm tripping. Let's see something. 1600s. Yeah, some of these towns established 1600s. That's way before the Revolutionary War. Oh, way before the Revolutionary War. And I believe some 1500s. I know a lot is established in the 1600s. That whole witch trial stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna reset my thing. All right. Yeah, so Atlantic City. Atlantic City is like what? Atlantic City far from here. That shit a long ass ride. Oh, you said it's 50 minutes for you? And you in New Jersey? Shit. I never been to Wildwood. Like my best friend used to go to Wildwood like every year. I never went one. Cause you know they wasn't fucking with niggas like that in like New Jersey at beaches. 50 minutes. Damn. That's far. I go 50 minutes either direction. I'm up out of the state, niggas. I'm up out of the state. Yeah, you can get the yeah, like any end of the state in less than 50 minutes. They were around an hour or something like that. North might be maybe an hour and a half or some shit like that. Maybe. It definitely shouldn't be over an hour. Definitely would be over an hour. Yeah, y'all, I'm gonna get up out of here. Talk later tomorrow. Yeah, stay tuned for those videos that's gonna drop tomorrow. The good ones. One's a re-upload from Ivory. Ivy's Scales channel. Go subscribe to her. Yeah, because I gotta put that up because that's some old shit that I did. Y'all gonna see what it is when I put it up. Y'all see what it is. But yep, thanks all for tuning in. Brainstorm, Ramel. Yep, that was it. And whoever that third person is, peep in. Thanks for coming by. But yep, late. You're late. I'm getting up out of here. You guys, a question. My bad. Off topic. I have a question. That question that Ramel answered last night. What is your view on that same question? What question was it? Remember, I was up. That was 11-hour stream. I didn't even remember what we talked about in the beginning of the stream. By the time I ended it, I was like, "Oh yeah, you were talking about bike week." What was the question? Or Mel, if you know. The challenging anger. Is that it? Oh man. It's, yeah, which one was it, Brainstorm? For challenge and anger, like I highly finding a positive outlet to change the channel one's anger. That's easy. Like I can tell people you find a hobby. Like that shit was easy. Like you find something to do. Shit. Ride a bike or something. is like the way Ramel put it was like it's totally ass backwards. Like the way he put it, like that shit was ass backwards. It was just like and Cube. He let Cube walk him around the block on that. Yo, what up, Malachi? Ain't see you up here in a while. That's what's up. Oh, crimes. How the question went? I totally forgot. And I never got that nap later, like I was telling you about. So like you can imagine how my mind is right now. So that definitely like let me more about that. Malachi, you come up with me here. Drop the link for you. Malachi from the UK. Or Ireland. About the crimes. What was it, Brainstorm? I remember we was talking, like if you I don't remember specifically about the crimes. I'm trying to remember. Oh, you just got up? I hear that. Hear that one. Shit, I ain't get up yet. Like I got 2 hours of sleep. I did an 11-hour live stream. I got 2 hours of sleep, and I was right back up. I had to do things. And I'll try to get another nap, but this didn't happen. Crimes. Oh, right. I remember, like the crimes you were talking about, the statistics that I put up. Was it the statistics that I put up? Because I don't know if Ramel was on there. Ramel might have been in the chat talking, but I don't remember what he said. Oh, she already put it, and I didn't even see the thing. All right, my bad. I thought that was the other comment. No sleep for the wicked. What else saying? No sleep for the wicked, nigga. God curse your soul, nigga. No sleep. Oh, what do you think? Yo, I need you as a heckler. I need you as a heckler, Sam Miguel. Whatever I'm doing shit, you just do the Hebrew Israelite shit to me and shit. Because you're wicked, motherfucker. You're wicked, because you're wicked. See, the Most High turned this internet off. Blasphemy, nigga. Wicked, It's wicked. Most High will kill it. What do you think the reason why we as black people are in? My bad. I was looking at the thing, and I thought it was your old comment. What do you think the reason why we as black people are in the situation we are in today with an increase of crime? Shit. Like what I said, like it sounds kind of crazy, but I don't think people get it. They don't get it how I'm saying it. Is Afrocentric ideology. I think, man, look, that was good. Oh, Becky. You eat that whole bag tonight. Damn, from the Afrocentric ideology, it created a mindset on this. And I'm not saying everybody was involved with that, but you can closely associate the people that have been influenced by it. What I mean by the ideology, so say look at Malcolm X. There are people. It was a split. If I'm telling this right, any older people that's from that era, y'all got to be correct. So I'm just saying it from the way I look at it. There was a split back then between black people supporting. You had the people that support the nonviolent protests, And then you had by any means necessary niggas like with Malcolm X. And I know growing up young, they put a split, and it was almost you had to choose within there whether the be what Martin Luther King was talking about or be what Malcolm X was talking. Now, in the early years, we was taught Martin Luther King. Malcolm X wasn't spoke of in our elementary school curriculum or even in our middle school. I don't even think it was in our middle school. High school, he was spoke about. And we saw this, but we also saw the split in elementary school with our music that we listened to. So you listen to what some people will call today conscious rap and stuff like that. And what you see on TV, movies, Mississippi Burning, right? And I'm not calling Mississippi Burning an Afrocentric movie, but those things like that. Hey, what's up, Miguel?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Chilling. Trying to burn them down.
All right. I'm just a fly on the wall here tonight.
All right, that's right. You hang out. Somebody hang it out.
No doubt.
Yeah, so like, not calling it Mississippi Burning Afrocentric movie, but it creates something in the kid's mind. Damn, white people did that shit. So it make you look at white people different, right? You looking at white people funny. You might be friends with white people, but after that movie, you looking at their asses funny. And our parents, or like my parents, are from the deep south. They were racist, but they taught to be aware of white people. Be aware of what's going on. Don't get caught lacking. And those things instilled with me to protect me from situations and stuff. For instance, you go in the store and buy something, get a bag and a receipt. A little kid, I was taught that I'll get my ass whooped if I leave a store and I don't got no bag and a receipt. Why? Because that proves that you brought what you have in your possession. So with that, ain't nobody can call the cops on your ass or say you stole something because you got the receipt and you have a bag proving your purchase. You know what I'm saying? And with the music, you start to get a lot of political rap, like KRS-One. KRS-One molded me as a young teen. Beef song and stuff. We're talking about vegetarianism, why we eat animals and stuff. You are what you eat. You know what I'm saying? Chickens eat shit. So why are you gonna eat something that eats its own shit? Then you get some of the stuff from the Nation of Islam. And you get all these ideas in your head, but it goes back farther too, back to the civil rights era with like Malcolm X and all that stuff. You got the parents that say was with Malcolm X. That it was like the hell with Martin Luther King. Now we got to start doing something to these crackers, right? Now they have children. Those children grow up under that type of doctrine. Now kids gets into hip hop music or Jane. Oh, I don't know about far back. James Brown go with "I'm Black, I'm Proud." You know what I'm saying? Actually, no, that's not that long ago. Because the old dude I know, that song came out when he was in school, and it said it caused a riot. It said "Black and I'm Proud" came out, and then the white song, I think it was like the Beatles, somebody had a song called "I'm White and I'm Proud," and it caused a riot at the school. Where a big motorcycle gang had to show up to make sure all the white kids got home safe. Niggas beating their ass. So those kids, like he older, he in the 60s. So his kids grew up hearing that story, right? And not saying the story's not true, but you get attached to a society or whatever through music or even social amongst people. Um, Say you join the Hebrew Israelites, right? Now, you demonize all these people. So you're growing up and everybody's an enemy to you. So with that, I'm trying to make it shorter so I don't drag this shit out. I'm sounding like you, but
I mean, it's trending. It's like virtuous. Think about it in a way. If I could just say this, to like fight the powers that be. That's like a virtuous thing, right? Now you're looked at like, yo, you're doing what's right, you know. So I think that's like, I mean, you look at the culture in the black community, and there's a lot of issues that I could point out. But
now
a lot of the good shit that came out of that in hip hop was that they were speaking out for people that you really wouldn't hear their voice if it wasn't for hip hop. You know what I mean? Because if we're the minorities. You know, this was a way of minorities expressing themselves through, you know, music and hip hop and battling. You know, all that shit was fun. It was distracting. We need a distraction out here in these streets, you know? That's what these kids need out here. We need to be distracted by something positive, you
but
know?
I'm saying I kind of went off a little bit,
Yeah.
like off of like where I wanted to go, but that stuff would lead to a a no respect for the law, no respect for anybody other than yourself. And
Mm,
now you have this macho, I guess for lack of a better word, like a macho attitude with
right.
yourself, like a swag to yourself, where you're the greatest thing on this planet, and you get this tough guy complex or whatever.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that can lead into, now you don't want to go get a job because the white man holding us down, he's gonna never allow me to get no money. And it was easily believable because a lot of black kids don't know how to go apply for a job. They'll apply for a job where the applications say how much you want to make, they leave it blank.
Oh, so a lot of our problems come from our ignorance.
Right.
Yeah. I agree with that for sure. I was thinking about that, like how they always, one of the things that you always hear the intellectuals complain about is access. We don't have any access to this. We don't have any access to that. And it's like, yo, we have more access than some of these white people that live out all the way in the fucking suburbs in these towns, all the way outside of the cities where all the federal buildings are at, where you have access to all types of shit. What are you talking about? You don't have no access.
All
At least down south, that's how it is. We live in the cities. All the white people or the country people, they live out in the suburbs. They don't even, some of these people don't even have like universities in their towns. You know, they don't have these like DMVs. They always say, "Yo, we're gonna drive into town." That's how they talk down south. You know, when they live out in the suburbs, in
all
the
the time.
rural areas, you know.
Town,
But that's one
now,
of the things that they always say that they complain about. There's no access. But growing up in New York City, we had access to mad fucking assistance. Mad shit. What? CUNY. Yo,
job,
the CUNY schools helped elevate the black community, Hispanics, and just people living in the inner city to the middle class. Like you really got to look at what the CUNY and education could do if they could bring something like that to like fucking Milwaukee or Chicago. I mean, I'm sure Chicago has that, man, but Chicago's a whole nother beast. I don't know what's going on out there, but yeah, there's a certain culture that's like fuck the police, bro. That's a black anthem. That's a hip hop anthem. Is fuck the police.
if,
You
if,
don't see that. You don't see that within any other culture besides the black hip hop. You know that culture in America. There's an issue out here for sure, bro. With the I don't know, with the influence. It's
if
just
what it
yeah,
leads to, like I said with the jobs, you get the minimum wage, and now the white dude coming in, whose parents taught him how to negotiate and stuff at a job, and he gets hired doing easier work than you and making $5 more. But they get mad. I've done it plenty of times to quit jobs. They racist. How they hire that white boy? I know more than him, and he getting paid more than you. No, nigga, you didn't put down how much you worth. You didn't put your down on that paper.
Yeah, I was reading into all that because that's another big thing that you'll hear amongst the intellectuals that want to debate with the whole critical race theory, because everything is racism to them. They'll look at the wealth gap, but you know, oh, there's a wealth gap. See, white people get paid more because of black, you know, than a black person when they get out of college, but they don't look at like there's a lot of things that could affect that. First of all, we live in a white majority country. So usually when it comes to jobs and hiring, people get referred and you're going to hire somebody that you know or some shit, you know? And if this is a white majority world, then you got to look at, okay, well, they're probably going to know more white people than black people. And if they're interviewing a whole bunch of motherfuckers, you know, for a position and you have people referring them, that's their friends. And they might be like, okay, well, I know this person. I might hire this person. So it's not always racism. It might be something like, you know, I don't know, classism, you know? Sometimes class, nobody wants to talk about that. Class, they always want to muddy the waters with race. But sometimes you see that even poor white people get dragged under the mud right along with black people. Irish, you know, Italians when they first came into New York City. You know, you got to know the history of them. They were getting they might have got you know, paid a little bit more than black people though, you know? So, but they were still looked at like these ain't like white people. These ain't you know, they ain't on my level or whatever, like the Dutch or whoever the fuck was already in New York City at the time, you know. You know, like there's disenfranchised people in all communities, even in Nigeria right now. Like the cops in Nigeria are actually committing mad social injustices against people. They're shooting down protesters, peaceful protesters in Nigeria, in Africa, you know, and nobody's making a big deal out of that, bro. But this is because it's that race thing, you know, that history of slavery. It's like that unwashable sin, that unforgivable sin that white people, you know, you could always throw that in their face. The Black Hebrew Israelites, black nationalists, they know how to play that card really well, bro.
And when you can't get that job or you're upset because everybody is excelling in the job except you, what you do? You quit, you mad, you say, F these crackers, and you go to the block. Pick up a pack and go to the block.
Yeah.
And you get your money on the street. So when you get your money on the street, beef's going to be created. Because you got other people that got minimum wage at the job too. And they want all the money.
I mean, that's why they have those quotas right now in the jobs and the universities. They have quotas that you have to meet a certain requirement. You have to hire and you have to, you know, enroll a certain amount of black students. You have to hire a certain amount of black employees. You know, now what that could cause other problems, other issues where a more qualified applicant could have had that job, but because they needed to meet a quota, they might have hired somebody that's not as qualified for that position. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck if you're black. That doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck? I want somebody that can do the job. Right?
The only people you will find racism on the job is the low end of the job. The man at the top, he want to get that work done so he can get that money. He don't care who working in it, as long as that machine keeps running. You know what I'm saying? But you got the people on the low end, they want to keep it a certain way. And you know, like when the boss needs the job, all the people that's gonna be doing any old thing, like trying to act like they run it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Boss start looking in. But a lot of this stuff, it all starts moving the grind. And Brainstorm said, you ever notice that in comparison, the black community was not like this up to the time get into the civil rights movement. Absolutely. I think we took a deep dive after that. We did. That's what I was saying. Like the stuff after that civil rights movement is when you get all this Afrocentric stuff. People coming out with Kwanzaa.
Yeah, that's a really good point that I wanted to highlight when I had you on my channel, because you said that Afrocentrism, is it Afrocentricism or Afrocentrism? My bad. That's how you pronounce it.
That's a good question. If I could be, I don't know.
No. It's Afrocentrism. I don't know. I might be fucking it up, but either way, you know what I'm talking about. And you mentioned that point, and I think I understand what you're saying by that, because I always thought about that. I remember when I moved on from that Israelite shit, and it's like one thing they like to do, religious people and Israelites and these nationalist people, they like to carry dead men's baggage, right? Like, you carrying old traditions is just carrying a dead man's baggage. You don't have to do something that was popular unless it's useful, then okay. But there's a lot of superstitious bullshit that people just carry on because, oh, it's a beautiful tradition. It's like, no, this shit is stupid. Like, there's some dumbass shit that people just want to carry on because it's a history, and it's like, it's still, so what if it's historic? It might be something historic that we could still talk about, but you're practicing it as if it's true, like it's going to bring you closer to some, supernatural dimension, like all this crazy shit that people talk about nowadays, bro. Like, I follow a lot of different, people all around the world, even in Africa. There's a lot of spiritual talk. There's a lot of, that conscious community, like Sonetta and all that shit. All that crap is just as bad as this Hebrew Israelite shit, because they're not stuck on their religious in the Bible itself, but there's still a lot of that pseudo science shit that they love to attribute to, oh, because I'm black, or this, it's the same shit. It's the same kind of thing that Black Hebrew Israelites saw. Instead of thinking of yourself as an individual, you want to put on that, oh, I'm black, and you now you want to put on all that history of a black man on yourself. And the history of a white person, you put it on whoever the fuck you want to tear down at the time. If you want to get the advantage, it's just, oh, I didn't get this job because it was a white person that interviewed me. And you want to assume that it was racism. It had to do with racism. But you don't think about, damn, maybe I didn't prepare good enough for this. And maybe I assumed that I should have just got it because I'm black or some shit like that. I don't know. I see more hatred and more racism coming from black people nowadays than white people, to tell you the truth, from my experience. From my experience, I'm sure that people have other experiences where they could. It's the opposite. There's little pockets of this country right here in Florida, where I live, where you can go, and there's some people that are stuck in a certain time frame where, yeah, they might overgeneralize a black person to be a certain way. Things are changing, though. Times are changing.
Actually, that was this morning after we was talking about the Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi. Right? You heard of that before, right?
No.
Devil's Punch Bowl.
I mean, I don't know. Talk to me.
Union soldiers led 20,000 freed slaves. They was in battle. They rounded up 20,000 slaves and set them free. And they marched them, right? I guess through the woods, wherever. And I guess they made camp at a place. And it says it's legend. And the point was, I was showing how this information might not be exactly the way it's explained. No one has any records of it. The people that was telling the story was on some Black Power type thing. So you see how they was directing the story was according to their ideology, right? And I posed the question. I said, I don't know what happened. From what we just read, nobody really know what happened. But these dudes over here is talking like their grandmama was there. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of stuff could be added in and taken out. But I was like, just look at the big picture. 20,000 slaves that an army regiment or whatever marched somewhere. What would that look like? 20,000 people. 20,000 people in one place marching. That's like the Exodus.
Right.
And I was like, how did they feed all those people? Did they die of starvation because they can't feed 20,000 people in one spot? Now, they would say they knew how to grow crops and all this stuff. I was like, how long was they out there? If you need food, you don't got time to grow no crops. What you can grow? Micro spinach and eat it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And by the time that even come up out the ground, you could be dead.
Yeah, it takes like 2 years, 5 years to grow a pineapple or some shit like that.
Now, a deer really ain't that big. Like, a deer really ain't that big. Now, if you're gonna hunt, 20,000 people supposed to hunt? You know how much area distance you need in between each other to even hunt anything. Deers being herds and stuff like that. But shit, you only gonna pop off on like one of them motherfuckers or two, and that ain't gonna feed no 20,000 people. So if you were somewhere that had plants and stuff you could eat, you won't have that many plants left after 20,000 people eat. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you gotta look and you gotta see the trick that people have an agenda behind the story. So
yeah,
I'm not saying that's the way it went down. But it went maybe there was a way to feed all these people. Maybe there was. I don't know. But they said that a wall was built around the place. And they separated the children on one side. They separated the men on the other, the women, the children on one side, the men on the other side. And they walled the place in. But they said it was 690 something acres. I gotta find out exactly how that is compared with 20,000 people. Because I know they didn't build no wall around those 600 and some acres.
Right.
And these niggas decided to stay up in there, not leave. I don't care. The wall was 50 feet tall. They ain't build that and got 20,000 people sitting there. Oh, they building the wall around us. And not saying that, oh, wait a minute. We can't get it out. They sealed the wall. Fuck. We can't get out of here. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, it don't seem right. It's a brokenness to infiltrate another generation. Yeah, brokenness to infiltrate another generation. I think if we all did that, the children would not have to seek validation in the streets. That's right. Like my parents was a lot older than people my age parents. Like they was a lot older. And they came, a lot of my friends, their parents was born up here in Connecticut. So they had the taste of the city life and always had all these things around. Where my parents was from the deep south. They taught me that when you have summer vacation was only for black kids. White kids didn't get summer vacation. They got to go to school all year round. Blacks got vacation because they had to help their parents sharecropping. Dropped off. I'll put the link back in there for you. They had to help sharecropping. So it was a huge gap. And they wasn't concerned with any of that black power stuff. Like they was already like over that or above that, you could say. Even civil rights. I asked my father, "You ever march?" Like I was just joking. I was just talking shit, like joking. You ever watch them? You ever march with Martin Luther King, nigga? I know what I'm saying. Father looked at me. He said, "No," and he said it so plain. Like he said it so plain, and I'm looking at him like, "You ain't saying," like, know what I'm saying? Like, no. He said, "I had to go to work," and it hit me, and I was like, "Damn." Niggas did have to go to work. They didn't have time for all that marching shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers that had people paying for them to be out here. You know what I'm saying? Martin Luther King gonna get a offering at the Ebenezer Baptist Church every Sunday. His word. They got a special pot for him at the church where they give out the offering. Oh, we got the Civil Rights Fund. You know, people putting money in the Civil Rights basket. Then you got the Preachers Fund. Then you got the Buildings Fund. So yes,
People think Martin Luther King was a prophet.
Yeah.
I remember we was doing unit work out in one of the oldest black towns, historic black towns. It's called Eatonville, Florida. It's a famous book called "Their Eyes Were Watching God" or something like that. I forget the name of that shit. By a famous black author named Zora Lee Hurston, I think her name was. And she's from out here, from Eatonville, Florida, and they have a Zora Fest every year. Look her up. Yeah. Look her up. It's called. There was a movie that came out that Oprah Winfrey actually produced with Halle Berry in it. It's called "Their Eyes Were Watching God." You never seen that? Nah. Okay. Well, one of the oldest black towns, Eatonville, Florida, right out here. We used to go out there and hand out flyers. You know, there's a lot of Israelites, black people out there. There's a lot of black people. You know, that's where what's his Brian McKnight is from over there. There's a bunch of like famous like black people from that town. It's and they still keep it. You know, they still keep it all black, bro. Like I go there. You know, you could find like certain restaurants, soul food. You know, certain shit over there. But I remember it was one church out there called the First Baptist Church of whatever the fuck. And we went out there to hand out flyers. And there was like all these old black women out there with, talking their church Christian shit. And they was talking about Martin Luther King and how he was a prophet. He was prophesied in the Bible. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. They're actually teaching this shit. Actually teaching that Martin Luther King was prophesied even in the Bible.
Wow. I'm looking at
But yeah, but I mean that whole Christianity and how it just overtook like a certain part of black culture, really. You look at like the gospel music and all that. It's like really dominated by like Baptist black Christians that are influenced by that. It's crazy.
That was the hub for getting anything done. That was the hub for getting anything done. The church. If you needed help with something, you go to the church. Church supplies all. They had counseling. They got to. Even now, black churches are like that.
Right.
You go to a black church, you got all the programs. You're a drug addict. They got Narcotics Anonymous. They got Alcoholic Anonymous. They got clothes drives. You go get some clothes. You got to help you pay your bills. You got ones that do all types of things. You having a baby, they teach you how to be a mother.
Yeah.
You need a job. They'll got somebody there that make resumes for you. The church have a whole bunch of functions. That the Coke didn't, but they'll tell you the church wicked and all this stuff. But church, that what kept black people together. And that was black people out of trouble.
That's
you go
true.
to church at that time, you need to be in the street.
Yeah, that's true. Even like right now with my family, like my family is predominantly Catholic. And you ever heard of the Catholic charity groups?
Yeah.
They're, they're out there, and out here in Orlando, you could find them where all the Hispanic neighborhoods are at. And my grandmother, that's actually how she found her apartment where she stays at right now. She pays like $200 a month with electricity included. That's her rent. That's She found that through the Catholic charity. It's a Catholic, owned property. Catholic Church owns it. It's right behind the Catholic Church.
You know
So
what? They had the
yeah,
same thing out here
yeah,
called Five Penny Village. I
nice.
mentioned it last night. I mentioned
Hmm?
it last night too. Um,
Yeah, and a lot of the people that like that come in there, they be fronting like, oh yeah, they're not even really Catholic. Some of them are Protestants in there.
yeah.
Catholics and Protestants got beef and shit. So I remember my grandmother, one of her friends that lives up in there, she thought she had to hide that she wasn't a Catholic. And she was like trying to talk to me like about the Protestant shit. And she was like, had to stop herself because she thought like, oh, I can't talk about this because, she thought it was like a Catholic thing, but they don't really care, bro. They don't care. They don't ask you, are you Catholic? They
Yeah.
offer that to anybody that comes, and ask for help. Your religion doesn't matter. They have programs like in the ICGJC. There are programs to help people. Supposedly, what they had to help people out, the Hebrew House or whatever the hell they had. You
Mhm.
couldn't cut. You couldn't benefit from that if you wasn't a believer.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So at least religion, it's gotten to a point right now in 2021 in the Catholic Church where they're not like so fucking cult like how the Hebrew Israelites are. So yeah, man, we got to give it up to the good that they do, but I think that what the bad that they do is that false hope where they try to make it seem like this is some, like there's some supernatural thing behind this where God is looking after you, after all. And it's like, no, man, you got to look for these charities. You have to look for these opportunities. You have to look for these benefits, and then you'll be able to take advantage of that. But if you don't look, what are you going to attribute every little thing to a God? What if you live in a country that's predominantly Muslim? They have all types of benefits for homeless and poor people. Does that mean that it's because of Allah? No. This is because of the good that people want to do. That has nothing to do with religion. But, so I don't attribute that good to religion, but that's just some
That's
of the
just
good,
some of the good.
that can come from these religions. Yeah.
I'm gonna read a little bit of this. I'm gonna read the Wikipedia thing first. I'm shocked because I'm Wikipedia. That's crazy. But you definitely deserve a spot on Wikipedia. That's for sure. Place is crazy. I'll get some people that was from there, to come on my show one day and speak out. It says Father Penny Village was a housing project located in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Ground was broken in 1939, and it opened as Yellow Mill Village, the first public housing project in the state. The village was renamed in honor of Father Stephen Panic in 1955, a Catholic priest from St. Cyril in Method ACP, and local citizens rallied for this project to be built in 1939. Partial land a St. Methodist Church to the northwest, the Crescent Avenue and Metro North train tracks as its northern border, directly south from the Remington Arms ammunition plant. The arms to be out there manufactured. East of the development stopped at the Yellow Mill River, and the western end stopped at Pembroke Street. Um, since being torn down, the property was essentially split into three areas. All right, let me move on to the opening. Okay, the opening. The 1939 groundbreaking was attended by Congressman Albert E. Austin, Governor Wilbur Cross, both who gave speeches to mark the occasion. The village opened in 1940 with 778 apartments and 47 brick buildings set on a 40 acres site in the east side of Bridgeport. Originally, the population was 5,400 people, which would have made it the 51st largest town in the state at the time, and was the 6th largest housing complex in the country. Life in the village. In the 1940, rent prices were $17 to $26 a month, was approximately 20% of the average man's pay, where the family included 2 parents and 3 children. In 1997, the rent was $516, or approximately 30% of the family of 3 incomes. While that family being a single parent with 2 children. Progressives for 1940, the development included bathrooms inside the apartments, hot and cold running water, gas stoves, a park and community center with the library, including 600 children books. 1963, a fight at a baptismal party located in Father Panic Village led to the death of Pablo Gonzalez, a father of 4 children. His attacker, Lorenzo Cora, was charged with murder as a result. The village slowly degraded into a slum and became a centralized point for crime and drug dealing in the 1980s, averaging 4 to 5 of the yearly 150 gun homicides in the state per year. In 1986, the city razed all but 15 of the housing units, completed demolition. 87, the population of the remaining village was 2,500 people, including 816 families. Okay, Father Panic Village was one of the worst managed housing complexes in the nation. Let me see if I got it. Dust. Spear. It was a. Let me see if I can find a video. It was a YouTube video that some young kids did on it. They did a real good job on it. Let's see if I can. Still with me? Y'all can still hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, nah, it might have been this lady. I don't know. Those kids, they might have been kids.
Throughout its 50-year existence, the Father Panic Village, known previously as the Yellow Mill Village, provided a home and community for upwards of 50,000 people. When the construction for the village was completed in 1939, the complex allowed for a solution to slum concerns and crime in Bridgeport's east side. For a quarter of a century, the village fulfilled its goal of providing affordable and modern housing for the people of Bridgeport.
However, the village is more widely known for its decline and nightmarish events that took place in the 70s throughout the 80s.
Located in the east side of Bridgeport, the Father Panic Village was a 40-acre public housing facility made up of 42 flat-roof, high-rise buildings. It was the first public housing complex in New England and the sixth largest facility in the U.S. In total, the buildings had enough space for around 1,128 families. The Father Panic Village was a place of hope for the lower class who couldn't afford to live in any other housing. This was all thanks to Father Panic himself. In 1916, he immigrated to the U.S. After living and working as a Roman Catholic priest in Bridgeport, he became involved in public housing. After seeing firsthand the plight of those dwelling in substandard houses around his church, he sought only to improve the living conditions by giving them a decent place to live.
Hear that shit? Just like you was talking about the Catholic charity thing. This man did his whole thing for the whole community.
While working at the Bridgeport Housing Authority, he was famously quoted by saying, "No sermon is more effective than to take the poor people out of the dirt and filth and place them into the sunshine."
So I would say, what attracted people to Bridgeport, back in the 1940s when Father Panic was built, and you had a huge migration from the South of African Americans that were coming to Bridgeport because there was a lot of industry here. So there were jobs. And so partly Father Panic was built to get rid of the slums and to attract working class families to come here to work in the factories. And that worked well for the 40s and the 50s. And then what happened was that migration kept coming in the 60s and 70s, and all of a sudden the manufacturing jobs were drying up.
The industrial work was huge in Connecticut, Fairfield County. They had Carpenter Steel. They had a steel mill. They had the gun manufacturer, Colt, Remington Arms. What's the other gun? There's another gun manufacturer. You had Sikorsky, where they make the helicopters. They had another place where they made tank engines. The jobs, tool and die, like the tool and die working and stuff, like how they use CNC machines now. That was a huge industry. There was no lack in the job, right? And now the timeline this lady talking about is when black people started migrating from the South to the North, and a lot of people from New York too, and taking advantage of the benefit of living at this place, because you paid according to how much your income was, and if you didn't have income, you didn't pay any rent.
So they would get here, they may have gotten a job, and then they would get laid off. And so the housing was here, and the housing at that point in time was maybe 10.
I just said that. You get laid off, now you're there for free.
Wow.
10, 20 years old, so it was still in very good shape. And it was a wonderful place to live.
Notice you said it was pretty good shape.
Because you had working families, people with jobs who could live, walk to their place of employment. There was retail along the retail strips. And so I think at that point in time, it was a very viable place and a happy place to live. And a lot of our residents have told us, I lived at Father Panic back in 1955. It was a safe place. You could leave your doors unlocked. Everybody knew everybody else.
Now, I have spoke to old white people, and they have told me the same words, word for word, what that lady said. That was a nice place back then. They made it basically. It's until the niggas showed up.
Right.
Basically saying till the niggas showed up.
For village's first 30 years, it was a place where middle-class families wanted to live. It was a place that was walking distance to the industrial factories for the parents, and the spaces between the buildings were covered in grass, with playgrounds and safe places for the children.
Now, don't get me wrong. Like when I said that, black working people was living there. But it came a time where there were black people coming in that had no intentions of bettering themselves, getting jobs and stuff like that. So they were taking advantage of the benefits. Know what I'm saying? So these are people with a mindset already to get over, not actually improve, and just have somebody pave their way. So the mentality of the person, those people had children and instilled the same type of values that they had for themselves into the kids. Brainstorm said that in the chat a little while ago.
To play outside. To many families, it was the closest thing to a white picket fence house that they've dreamed.
By the way, the white kids, those are typical white kids in Connecticut. Little button ups. The name is probably Hunter and Austin.
No. The $19 rent per month was enough to pay for heat and electricity and also included plumbing. The farm panic village provided an affordable.
Look at Poppy. Look at Poppy with the truck. Got the vegetables on the back. You know what I'm saying? Tony Esper was on here. He was telling me in Miami, they got spots. You can take a wrong turn somewhere, and it'll be some people. They got a whole economic thing going on with like clothing that you can't get in the mall and all types of coconuts and all types of mangoes and all types of stuff.
Right off the side of the road, they be having their own little shit. Yeah.
Affordable home where middle-class families could stay and get back on their feet. Tenants that lived in the village before the 1960s raved about the community feel that was present. The man pictured here was simply known as the Vegetable Man, who drove his truck around delivering fresh vegetables to the community. However, in the beginning of the 1960s,
my boy was telling me the other day, I was talking about getting an icy cart, right? So he was talking about some Spanish dude that was from the village, and he would say, was it Pinky Agua or something like that? Is that the right word? Is it Pinky Agua? Or like the icy?
Pichagua.
Pichagua. That's what it was. He was saying it like how the dude would be walking around saying it and shit. It was
60s, life in the village started to change. The people in charge of the village decided that they needed to modernize the village, so they started replacing grass with asphalt, removing doors and door frames to main entrances so that doors could not be installed, removing parapet walls from roofs, and improperly installing roofs so that cracks were caused. These were the cheaper options. However, they did not work out in the long run. Also, the way the buildings were set.
That white kid right there, that's from the 80s. That kid, they was the only white family that lived in that housing project at that time. At this time of this picture, it was all Hispanic and black. There was only one white family that lived there. That dude actually shot a cop in his chest.
Setup allowed for people to.
The cop, his vest saved his life. They said the cop brought a brand new vest, and he was leaving for work, and his wife made him he wasn't gonna wear the vest that day. The wife made him put his vest on. And he went out there, and some shit happened where this dude ended up popping that dude in.
To run in and out the villages with ease, making the land a very hard place for the police to control.
And the second thing that hit back in the 60s was this concern by the federal government that we weren't serving the most neediest of people. So people were losing their jobs. There was something called a flat rent or a ceiling rent, which was the amount of funds that it cost to operate that unit. So let's hypothetically say it was $200 back in 1965 for a 2-bedroom unit. That was fine if you were a working class family, but what if you just lost your job? Now you're going to lose your place of where you live because you're not going to be able to afford that. And so the government said, not to worry, we're going to change the rules of public housing, and they did so under the Brooke Amendment. Brooke Amendment Act of 1968 said nobody has to pay more than 25% of their income. And so if your income was zero, you paid zero. And if your income was $100 a month, then you paid $25 a month. But what that did to public housing was it created an unequal balance sheet. all of a sudden it cost $250 to operate that unit on a monthly basis. But now the amount of money coming in from rent was all over the place. Some of it was $250, some of it was $0, some of it was $50. And so all of a sudden you have a gap in terms of keeping those and maintaining those units and keeping them in good repair. People who had the ability to move out moved. And so what happened behind them, there was a vacuum in public housing and vacant units. And people coming in again from the South who perhaps didn't have a job came in, found out that there was housing available for them, and they settled.
Lady, why did you just say the niggas came up from South? Lady, why don't you just tell it like it is and shit?
But they couldn't find a job. And so now you have that imbalance again of not enough people with a real
unskilled labor. Unskilled labor. Most of the jobs were skilled labor here. So you had people that worked within machining and stuff like that. People had trades.
Working salary to be able to support the project, and a huge influx of people that couldn't find employment when they came here and ended up staying in the project because it was the housing of last resort. You don't have to have an income. I can stay here and pay zero rent. And then the policies were, you have to declare your rent, but you can earn money under the table. There's an underground economy that you don't have to show how much money that you're making. You're just being paid cash. And I would say probably 50% of the public housing residents who have shown no income when they go in to get what's called certified every year, obviously aren't living on no income. You've got to buy food, you've got to buy clothing.
You hear that? So she said about 50% of the residents of the housing project that declared no income, that they was working under the table. Bullshit. Right.
You already know. Of course.
Yep. And of course, the drug trade. The drugs that was coming in there was being sold. Father Panic, they said an average dude out there on the street level could pull in $50,000 in a night. That's how much work he turning in. That's how much money he turning in at the end of the night. 50 grand. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Kids is buying brand new BMWs. I'll have these motherfuckers on here one night. They were brand new BMWs. One of my boys told me, yo, you work like 3-4 nights, yo, you can go buy a brand new Beamer. They were getting BMWs before they came out on the street.
And the criminals are getting richer than the hard-working motherfuckers. Yeah. I was watching a video that not too long ago. It was like 3 motherfuckers hopped out of a BMW in Jamaica, Queens, in the Coliseum, and they robbed the dude in a Toyota, and they were in a BMW. I'm like, what the fuck? How you got a BMW? These criminals are making more money than the hard-working motherfuckers.
Yep, we're in the hard-working people. You got that.
You have expenses. There is an underground economy. The 60s and the 70s come. You've got this huge influx still coming up from the South, thinking that there are jobs here, and they're no longer jobs, but their families are up here. No jobs, no way to employ themselves. So a lot of people turn to crime to support themselves. Yeah. And with that came the drug and the gangs. And that's what really destroyed Father Panic.
A group of 4 buildings were known as the Hole. They became
the Hole. That the people I'm gonna have on here from the Hole.
Wow.
That's what it looked like in the 80s. That's early 80s right there.
Wow.
Became a center for the drug trade. Father Panic Village had hit rock bottom. At this time, 4 or 5 homicides occurred each year. For these reasons, neighbors barricaded themselves in their apartments, and some even wore bulletproof vests. The sound of gunshots became a regular occurrence in the village. During its final years, people didn't respect the village as much as they did before. The people living here were on welfare, and they did not care as much for the buildings because most of them were barely paying anything for rent. They did not see it as their own property, but rather the property of the state that they didn't need to worry about.
Hear that?
Yeah. That's a good point.
They don't care. It's not fair This that white man shit. Fuck this shit.
That's why you see that the neighborhoods where people own their own property, you see that their lawns are mowed. You know,
Yep.
all the nice neighborhoods out here. Like there's a little town called Winter Park, Florida, right outside of Orlando. The, these motherfuckers got all their front lawns mowed. They care about the community. If
Yep.
there's something going on in the area, they notify. There's a neighborhood watch. You know, like they're ready. They know this is abnormal behavior. Somebody's parked over here. Somebody's doing something, you know. But there's other parts of the city that I noticed that shit just goes. You know, it's just shit just gets excused.
Yep. And you look at the ground, all the trash on the ground. They don't.
There's no care. I mean, yeah, like you don't have any responsibility. You don't have any accountability or ownership. So what the fuck do you care about the property, about the land? Yeah. I see the issue, man. I understand it very well.
I said this last night. Brainstorms. I don't know. You can tell me if I'm right or not. I'm not sure. I'm just saying what I think. Police cater to homeowners. When a policeman comes to an apartment in a house, it's on a different type of thing. The police officer is more inclined to service the homeowner than the that lives in an apartment.
Well, that's a good point. Let me, because now that's your property. See, in Florida, that's very important. If that's your property, there's something called stand your ground, the law. And it comes back to being ignorant, man. It always comes back to being ignorant of the law and what you can and cannot do out here. You know, and like, you remember the shooting of Ma'Khia Bryant and that shit. You know, how people were so amazed, like, why is everybody so complacent and just agreeing that was okay? And it's like, it's because you don't know the law, you know. And there was another issue where it was like a young black male that was on some white dude's property, you know, and he was literally like trying to step into the property. You know, this dude was like a military guy, and you know, because you don't understand that this is somebody's property, this is private property, it's not public property. You can't just come over here and just flex on me. You know, this is my crib.
Yeah.
That's why I like Florida. That's why I like certain laws. Like New York is crazy with the gun shit. At least out here in Florida, you know, you could have that as a protection. They understand. They don't make it easier for criminals to get away with shit, you know? Like you got to really see what's going on out here. Like there's new laws being changed, like in Chicago, where it would make it easier, or it's more beneficial for criminals now, you know, to get away with petty crimes, where now cops don't have to chase a criminal if he takes a woman's purse in the streets, because it's probably not $1,000 worth of damage. So, you know, now I don't have to chase that criminal. You got to look at the laws that they're changing every day. This just happened recently, just the other day. Cops can't chase a criminal in Chicago anymore if it's a petty crime. They can't. So now they can't, you know, because now they're trying to limit the deaths by suicide. You know, you know what that is, right? Where you know, they're trying to limit that, but that's not the issue in the black community. That's not the biggest issue. In any community, the people that kill you more is your own people. In the white community, white people kill each other more. But it's just happening more. It's happening more rampant in the black community. That's what people don't want to talk about. It's happening more often in the black community. It happens in every community that black people, white people, Hispanic people, they all kill each other more often than, you know, the interracial homicides don't overlap over the actual homicides that are happening within the racial groups. We know that. But even still, the a ratio of the rate that is happening in the black community in cities like Chicago, in New York City. It's just it's out of control, bro. It's out of control.
Yo, you with us, Nagy?
Oh yeah. I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if you catch the beginning of the video and stuff where I was talking about all the conspiracy theories.
I didn't catch it, but I will.
I think you enjoyed it.
Yeah. That's my favorite stuff. I'll catch the very beginning.
But this is interesting. I watched this video once, and I remember some of the stuff out of it, but now I'm picking up other things out of it. This is in Connecticut, Maggie, and this picture is from like the 80s. This is like one of the worst places. This is the first place that crack was sold in Connecticut. It was brought to this housing project. I heard stories of having shopping bags full of the drugs, full of crack bottles, like paper shopping bags, full of them, like the old school paper shopping bag, filled to the top with crack bottles. At the end of the night, they all be gone. And the money, they would cut holes in their pockets and tie up the bottom of their sweatpants. So there was so much money, the money can't fit in their pocket. It would go through a hole in the pocket and fall in the legs of the sweatpants. And it would fill up. You look like a big, excuse me. You look like a big snowman at the end of the night with so much money. And a lot of people died. There'll be shootouts there. The police wouldn't arrive. The police wouldn't even come in. So it's a sad thing. And that lifestyle or way of living, and I'm not saying all the people here were just fucking scumbags and shit, but a lot of people, they was caught out on some shit. I've been on drugs and shit. You gotta live somewhere. You gotta eat or whatever, have somewhere to live. So this was the place for that. You know what I'm saying? You still be all right. You could be an alcoholic, dope fiend, a crackhead, and you still have a roof over your head. Not the best conditions, but at least you have a roof over your head. So, like, I don't know. I didn't live there, but it's crazy. Like, I had, like, family members.
But those drug dealers and dudes like that make the most money in the neighborhood, they get glorified now. You know.
Right. Now, is everybody want to be like that?
Yeah.
Yup, and that creates jealousy and a whole bunch of other stuff. And here comes the crime. And just how they didn't give a damn about the community and who those buildings belong to, who owns those buildings they live in. I later this said they didn't care. Now you see them showing that same disrespect or whatever to other individuals the same way. So how the trash in the yard, piss in the hallway, blunt stuffing in the hallway, that they care for that. They care for a human being the same way how they care for their house that they live in. So that's where you get the crime and all that stuff. I know I dragged that question out like a motherfucker, but that's basically like what I was getting at. Like that, this is what it leads to. And you talk about the white man ain't shit. He laid me off and shit, and it's really because your production was low. And like, you know, and now you're mad, and you see white people in there getting paid more than you. They negotiate and shit. But it's not your fault. Well, it's your fault, but it is a disadvantage because you don't have the education to know that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? You have the education and know-how coming from a place where you didn't need those type of skills to survive. Coming from the South, you can have a farm and you don't have to talk to nobody. You got pigs, you got chickens, you got collard greens, you got everything you need right on your property. And you don't have to leave. So kids could drop out of school in 3rd, 4th grade. Back in the day, like in the 80s, there was kids down south dropping out of school in 5th grade.
Yeah.
They ain't going back to school. They ain't thinking about it. And they go work in the tobacco field. They get a job. The man will hire them to work in the tobacco field. They call it cropping tobacco. They sit on a little tractor, like a little trailer behind the tractor, and go down the rows of tobacco. And they go crop off leaves and stuff. And that was their job. That was a big summer job thing for kids. But it's so crazy.
The building started to deteriorate. More and more, the building started to look like a slum. According to many residents, living conditions became very poor. During this time, some policemen were afraid to go into the village.
Look, it looked like the people that do the baiting is afraid to go in there. Look at the grass. That's all weeds. And what's funny? Those same weeds growing right there is what's growing now where that used to be at.
In 1986, the city leveled all but 15 buildings. This extreme decision-making was the only option to find the end of a very corrupt...
This is probably late 90s. This picture, late 90s, early 2000s.
...drug and dangerous stuff. The majority of the residents were forced to leave. In 1990, the demolition process was complete and the final 9 buildings came down. The Father Panic Village was no more. Today, these elementary school students walk by the village every day after school. Public housing is a tough thing to figure out, but we need to prevent events similar to what happened in the Father Panic Village from happening again. From when its doors opened to the time the village saw its last days, the Father Panic Village has left a lasting impression on those who live there. There is always a strong sense of community and pride, no matter what race.
The little white boys and shit, they look like some Westport white boys and shit. They was hitting the bowl and shit before they started doing it.
So religion. The people who lived here looked out for each other in good times, and others were bound by a spirit of survival during the village's more notorious.
But it's crazy. It's crazy, and people idolize the place. Like it's a badge. If you're from there, it's a badge.
My issue always with these religious organizations is that they claim to have, the power of God behind them. So you shouldn't have a lot of the issues that these other people should have when they're trying to get together an organization or a group. These religious groups that always claim to be backed by God. It's like, well, you seem to be having the same issues that every normal human being has. What claim or what proof do you have that God is in agreement with what you're saying or any of this crap? That's what I always have a problem with religious people, is that they always claim that they're better than, that they have some special information or some superior knowledge. Like, bro, you ain't shit. We ain't shit. We barely know what the fuck we know now.
Miguel, this is Nagy Springfield. Springfield, that's San Miguel. Nagy Springfield, this is a dude you should get on your channel, do the interview.
Okay.
Nagy Springfield left the cult. Nagy Springfield was the only Caucasian Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, and I firmly believe that I was the last of the the people to ever do that, because I don't think anyone after me will ever be able to come in and say they were also a white Hebrew Israelite.
Wow.
I kind of made that a guarantee.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about your history, but I've definitely heard you on the channel before.
Yes.
He was in Torah Nights with me. Nagy,
oh.
You know the do not abhor Edomite scripture and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so he came in on that as a cleaner. Not a scripture said that what was it, strangers
Right.
and stuff. So that's what Navy Springfield was. Navy Springfield believed the scripture and embraced it, and he believed in it so much that he was willing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all on the street teaching, and everybody's like, "Yo, you right. They want to learn from you and serve your house." That's what Navy Springfield was.
But don't you think that some of these Hispanics or these European, I mean,
Yeah, them
Latinos
niggas,
are fucking. They have white. We're
but
like, you ever heard of a spicy white person? You ever hear this shit? Call them a spicy. You're spicy white. An Italian is a spicy white, or a Greek, or a
but they
Spanish.
consider themselves Israelites. Yeah, like they
Hmm.
consider themselves Israelites though. Like GMS, they accept white people in their group. You can be a
Right.
GMS if you white, but you white in appearance only. But
Yeah.
you will say, "Oh, I'm Sicilian." So the Moors was in Sicily, so that means you were Israelite because the Moors is Israelite. So they'll
Mm.
let you know. Navy Springfield, like, nah, I ain't none of that. I'm white. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference between Navy and all the other white Hispanics that was in the Hebrew Israelite.
Right.
That's where Navy is separate from all of them. That's why I say he's the only white Hebrew Israelite in history. Like, if they make another history book on Hebrew Israelites, he'd be right up in that motherfucker.
Right.
He have his own chapter. No.
Yeah,
And
that
Navy
that's
was
an
in it for
interesting
what, 6
thing
years,
because
Navy?
I mean I took a DNA test after I already accepted the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, and I rejected it, and then I started realizing I have to do better research. So I took a DNA test, and I realized that what I always knew is that I'm a majority, of my DNA is white, is European,
Yeah.
you know. So, yeah, I mean, the whole doctrine, and I've been wanting to challenge the 12, this whole 12 tribes breakdown, and anybody that's still preaching this 12 tribe sign as some type of historical truth, like that shit is crazy because now you're including the same people that you're saying are the devil. You're including these white people with Spaniards, Dominicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, they have a lot of that shit in their DNA. Colombians, Argentinians. Like, come on, man. Argentinians?
Yeah.
Like that Argentinians have less Native American DNA than any other Hispanic people out there. So
Yeah.
how the fuck are the Argentinians supposed to be the tribe of Naphtali? You know? They came from Italy. A lot of them are Italians. So this whole Israelite shit is based on just, faith, bro. Whatever the fuck they want to say.
Have you ever witnessed a Hebrew Israelite that was in the group with you that they said, here's the proof. That brother ain't an Israelite.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a dude that lived out in Tampa. He would come to Orlando every now and then. I forget his name, man. Everybody knew him. He was there. He was in the church. He actually used to be up in the church in Miami, I think, or something like that, before I even came into the cult. So he was in the cult before I was in there. And he looked white as fuck, man. He was Colombian. He had blonde hair. He had like fucking brown, like these light ass eyes. And
Yeah.
but he was one of those brothers that used to come around every now and then, and but I used to look at him and I'm like, man, this guy looks straight white. There's nothing about him that even said anything, Native American, or he looks straight white. and we would treat him, you know, differently. But if we saw a white person or a homeless person in the street that even looked like him, we don't know what this guy's ethnicity is, you know. But just because he looks white, you know, Hebrew Israelites treat homeless white person like shit, bro. I don't know if you ever seen that shit. They treat him like shit.
We call them two-time losers because they lose it in this kingdom and they damn sure going to lose it in the next.
They call them like a waste, like you're a waste of white skin. They tell them.
Yep. That's what we used to do. That is crazy. The way, like, what was there any connotation? So like, y'all would let them be around, and like you said, though, like people questioning it, so everybody just like kind of weird around them. Like, yeah, this man Edomite trying to be a Jake, but like nobody really saying nothing. Have you ever seen where maybe mostly I would probably say that they won't approach that member unless he says something a little off from the gospel. Like he asks a question, they don't want to answer it. Then all of a sudden, you know what? The Most High telling me that you ain't no Israelite.
Well, that's how they treated me. That's how they treated me. As soon as I started speaking against the doctrine, they were like, "Well, you're probably fucking white anyways. Look at you," you know. So that's how they muddy the waters. I could get away with being black sometimes, but then if I'm not black enough, oh, I'm white. You know, if I'm not talking like how they talk, oh, I must be white or some shit like that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like being white is like, if that shit gets thrown at you, like, oh, you acting white, oh, that's very white of you to say. They'll say some shit like that where it's like supposed to be a negative thing, you know, like anything white is negative, bro. You know, whiteness. You're speaking from whiteness. You know, like you ever hear that term? But if you say, oh, you're speaking out from blackness, that's a racist term. But you could overgeneralize white people anytime, bro. That's what they do. That's critical race theory.
Maggie, did you know he was a member of Comfy's group, the ICJC? ICD higher the thing.
So wait, what group was he in?
And the
ICGJC.
Oh yeah, there's like Church of God in Jesus Christ. Okay,
yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
that's crazy though. So when did you join? Did you join when Tazadakia was still in the group?
Yeah, I joined in 2004. So he just started coming out as the comforter. You know, now God was dealing with him now. You know, as to where before God was kind of dealing with, you know, I guess, you know, I don't know. What would you say that that God was dealing with Ariyah, you know?
Yeah. The Alabamians, they put Alabamians, they don't get Rabbi Mac.
You know what? You know what's so funny? I actually got in touch with Arya over Twitter, and what he didn't do is he didn't come on my show to talk about any of the stuff because I basically said, "Come on and we can talk about this," and he didn't want to. So he did the right thing in a way.
Right.
Because I would have ripped him to pieces in the most polite way possible.
Right. Well, he is, you know, an elder, and he's the guy that supposedly came up with this 12 tribes chart. You know, so he's at least he's given most of the credit for that 12 tribes chart. But I think if anybody wants to debate that 12 tribes chart, I think I'm one of the best people that can go up against that and rebuttal that, because I used to believe in that like hardcore, and I know everything that they pull. I know all the books, you know. I know the origins of the American Indians. They talk about how Native Americans had fringes, and these fringes that the Native Americans wore, this is supposed to be some type of connection to the Hebrew Israelites. That's one of the main things. And then there's a lot of like pseudo shit that like a lot of these religious people that were coming to America, Mormons, they would do it was all for political reasons. They would try to use the idea, the theory that Native Americans are descendants of the lost tribes as a way to take some piece of their land and to come in as a religious person, and to come in as a savior or as a spiritual leader to guide these Native Americans to Christianity. So a lot of the shit that the Black Hebrew Israelites are using as evidence for the 12 tribes breakdown, what Ariyah used, I think a lot of what Ariyah used was, all this political shit, this religious political shit that was being used, against Native Americans, lies being told to Native Americans that they're descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's ridiculous. There's no way,
Have you ever heard of the Lashawan Carvel being informed that Ariyah came up with the Lashawan Kodesh by studying the way babies speak? Like, how baby first words, this is how they put it. That Adam, how they say the Lashawan Kodesh started with Adam. It was the Tower of Babel. Peleg was separated because his name meant divided.
Right.
So he was the Tower of Babel. So God, everybody else's language except Peleg. And then the line went from Peleg all the way to Abraham and stuff. And that's where we get the Lashawan Kodesh. Because it came Peleg, the language that everybody had, like going all the way back to Adam. So Ariyah said that the first words are Hebrew letters. Ma, da, ma. Like, you know what I mean? The way of the feet. And that's the way the Lashawan was created in the sounds. Like how you pronounce the sounds. Because, like, they got some people that'll say, all right, this ancient Hebrew letter has this sound and stuff. But he made his all the same. Like, it'll have the letter, then the A at the end of it. You know what I'm saying? All the letters have the A at the end except the I. The I. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah. I mean, they do have some type of historic truth behind that, what they're talking about, as far as the pronunciation of that, because I've heard that outside of the cult, but the first time I ever heard that was in the cult, and whenever we would question how do we know that this language is authentic, I mean, the answers that I remember was that just because of the fact that we are in the cult, which is supposed to be the truth, everything that comes out of this cult is truth. So there wasn't any real evidence to back up why we're speaking this language and why, we're pronouncing it this way. But when I started doubting and questioning my belief, I actually did come across that language, which I looked into it briefly, and there is some actual truth behind that. How vowels were very, basic back then, so everything did sound the same. You would start off with a ah or a ba, ka, ta, za, ka, ra, sha, tha. That's like a real basic phonetic way of speaking, certain characters, I guess, certain letters, what they call the characters. But the thing is that the Hebrew language is not is actually comes out of Phoenician. The Phoenician alphabet is actually where the Hebrew comes out of, and even Canaanites came before the Hebrew Israelites. So the Hebrew Israelites, according to history that we found, goes against biblical history, which talks about this whole exodus out of Egypt and then a conquest of Canaan. That's not historical at all. I didn't know that when I was an Israelite, when I called myself a Hebrew Israelite. I didn't know that that wasn't accurate. Now I know that the history of the Israelites actually all comes out of Canaan, and the majority of what they believed goes back to the Sumerians, and the Chaldeans, and then out of that came, the Canaanites and the Israelites. But the way that the Bible describes it is not as accurate as as it really happened.
Right.
So I don't know.
They have facts with Yahweh on it, or Yahweh, or whoever you want to call him, on it. And the man got a wife. You know what I'm saying? The man got a wife too. So like, it's something crazy. And I see people really like try to post that artifact too, and I'm like, do you not see his wife right there in that artifact, or that sketch of the artifact, or wherever they get that? Yeah, these people are absolutely crazy. But they be trying to get on Nagy. The Nagy be whipping their ass though. The Nagy know all this stuff about language. Like, Nagy know all types of stuff. Like, you ask him like, some shit you don't even think you know. He'll just come out with that shit. Like, yeah, I know that comes from this and that. And started this date. I was like, damn. Yeah, they sleep on that.
Well, one of the first artifacts that I came across that actually is not, it doesn't agree with the biblical story, the biblical narrative, is when you read about Nebuchadnezzar, and the Assyrians, and more specifically the conquest of Judah by what's his name, Sennacherib of Assyria. And Sennacherib is historical. That's a real historical figure that is written about in the Bible, and you can read about it in Assyrian history. And there's a story in the Bible that tells you that angels came and helped fight against Sennacherib's army. And the story, as it's written in Sennacherib's prism, which is an historical artifact that you can look up. Sennacherib's prism doesn't speak about any angels coming to defend the Hebrews. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't speak about any of those supernatural occurrences that the Jews wrote about in their historical account of the conquest of when Sennacherib came and tried to come against Judah. That history and that conquest, as it's recorded in the book of Kings, Second Kings, and all of that, it's not as accurate as Christians and people that want to believe in the Bible want to make it seem. It's not as accurate. So, things like that like help me reaffirm that the Bible and these historical accounts need to be uh you need to be more skeptical about them, and just don't accept them as oh, it's a historical account, it's inspired by God. Like, how do we know what the fuck is inspired by God? You know what I mean? That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah, it's hard crazy stuff out there. I know I think you like to talk with. You familiar with Cherry Love?
Yeah, Cherry Love, Christian.
Yup. Yeah, she no joke, yo. She did a lot of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? She got a lot of information. Like, out of all the Christians, you the only one I be trying to listen to. Like, everybody else have
Yeah.
right off. Like, she's a good teacher.
I mean, Christians Christians have had a lot of time to construct a very good argument for their belief. You know, so I give that to Christians. You know, because um, a Christian apologist is a professional excuse maker for Christianity. You know, so they have to find things that confirm their beliefs constantly, and there's a lot of things that could confirm the existence of a man named Jesus. You know, but as I had a Christian on my channel before, and I told him that I don't even that arguing the existence of Jesus is not even the problem. It's arguing the divinity of Jesus and what you try to say that Jesus was sent here for me and for my sins. It's like now that's like an extraordinary claim now. So you better have some good fucking evidence to prove that other than it just is fucking it's a feel good story, you know. So as a former Hebrew Israelite, man, it's really difficult for me to go into the Christian belief and just be like, oh yeah, I'm a Christian now. I'd never even thought that that could even be possible, bro. I don't know,
Yeah.
you know. It's so many. It's just like I know too much. I don't know.
Speaking of that, when you left the cult, how did you start doing non-cult stuff? Like stuff that you're not supposed to do with the cult. Like say like with me, I was eating pork rinds, yo. I would have got ate some pork rinds. I was eating the pork rinds like I always was eating them.
Yeah. No, my thing wasn't really the diet. The diet wasn't a problem with me at all. It was more of the smoking weed actually was the main thing. It was weed. It was like smoking weed and drinking. You know, even though drinking is allowed,
Yeah.
you know, I still thought after a while I started thinking like, damn, drinking is actually worse than smoking.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah, so you know, it was just how I would see that a lot of the members also they were like alcoholics. Some, well, not a lot of them, but there were some members that were like, I guess because they couldn't do anything else, they would overdo the alcohol.
Right. Yep. That's how I
Yeah.
started drinking. That's how I
Yeah.
started drinking. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I
Me,
started.
me too. Me too. You know, and after a while, I was like, "Fuck that shit." You know, I don't even want to drink. You know, and I started smoking. I remember I had weed in my bag, and I brought it into class one time,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Fuck," because I had to make a sale, and I couldn't make it, and I had to go to class after work, and I was like, "Fuck," I'm stuck with an eighth. I had an eighth in my bag, and I'm in class, and you know, once you're already in there, they don't search you, but I was still.
Yeah.
I know, I had a smell coming off of my
Yep.
bag. And there was a few brothers. I definitely knew one brother, Jamaican brother, definitely caught a whiff of that. He looked at me. You know, that was towards the end of me being in the cult, where
Yeah.
I was like, I don't give a fuck. You know, there were certain things I saw that they were telling me that, oh, this is off, and you're off, and this is off. And I'm like, well, Tazadaki is doing all types. Tazadaki is doing whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Yeah.
So you know, I realized that that's the thing. What humans create an excuse for anything, bro.
Yep. Now you have that little cloud that pop up. You about to do some shit. Like the Most High gonna kill you, nigga. You got Ariana's face pop up with a little cloud over your head.
It was definitely a lot of scriptures. Like I was a dude that studied scriptures a lot. So scriptures would come to mind. You know, a lot of there's descriptions about anything, and then you can interpret a scripture in any way sometimes to mean something that it's not even talking about.
Yep. Yep. That's one thing about that book. That book you can easily switch some stuff up on somebody. Easy.
Yeah, yo, your body is a temple, so that means that you can't smoke weed.
Yep.
Or you know, but okay, but your body is a temple, but you could drink, but you can't smoke weed, you know? So it was things like that that I started seeing that I'm like, I don't think that we're really logically looking at everything the way it's supposed to be. Like there's situations in the Bible, there's stories in the Bible where we, you know, happy shall he be that taketh the children and dasheth them against the stones. Um, there are scriptures in Isaiah chapter 14 that say that prepare a slaughter for the children for the sins of their fathers.
Yep.
So now we're punishing people for the sins of in the past, and you're
Yep.
grouping, and you're not looking at individuals. You're not looking at people as individuals, and the Bible pushes that fucking group thinking, that herd mentality, that is dangerous as fuck, bro. It's just dangerous as fuck, I think.
Even with the like witchcraft, you see, like what people will call witchcraft today. You can open up the Bible and see that shit. Them doing that shit. Divination, when they casting lots, that's divination.
Right. Yeah.
Even when you go eaty meeny miny mo, catch the tiger by the toe. Let them go eaty meeny miny mo. Mighty mo. All right, put the link back in, nigga.
Mhm.
It's the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? It's the same thing. What was that? Somebody, was it David's divining club? Divination club. They even mentioned it. Somebody stole his cup. And David was looking for his cup. And the nigga done stole it. And that was the cup that he used for divination.
Yeah,
So, like,
that's right.
it's like, why did niggas do it?
There's a story where Saul was brought back from the dead or some shit, or Saul brought back somebody from the dead. Remember, he went to go visit whatever. I forgot. That's, you know, that story is crazy right there in itself, because how does Saul have the power to bring somebody back from the dead? You know, like, how does that happen? And he went to go visit like a witch doctor or some shit. It was like a woman, right? You remember that story? I forgot who he brought back from the dead. Was it Jonathan?
I can't think of who it was. I know.
There's so many crazy stories like that, though. Where
I know what you're talking about. He went to a medium, and she called up Samuel.
Samuel, there you go.
She called up Samuel, and when she instantly saw Samuel, she knew that it was Saul in front of her, because she freaked out. If you remember, she freaked out and said, "You are Saul. Why are you trying to trap me? You're trying to." It's like when they trap people with drugs, when
Mm-hmm.
they pretend to sell them crack.
Hmm.
She thought that's what he was doing. She thought he was trying to trap her,
Right.
because he had gone after all the mediums and sorcerers in the land before that. So that's literally one of my favorite stories. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the book of Samuel's. Yeah, you just
Yes.
reminded me now.
Yes.
It's the book of Second Samuel's. You know, I know the Bible pretty good, man. Like, I really used to sit there and believe in it, and I used to read it as if these are historical accounts, and
Yep.
every letter is accurate. I used to read it just like that.
Donkey talking. I was talking donkeys. Yup.
Yeah.
And in Apocrypha, what was that, Ezra? When the dude was blind, and they said, go take the fish, take the gall of the fish, and put it on his eye and stuff.
Yeah.
Eye was healed, and he was able to see again.
I think that's
Like,
the book of Tobit.
yup.
The
Yeah,
book of Tobit. Remember, Tobit was doing all types of magic. You know, like he was getting all types of herbs, and I forgot what the fuck Tobit was doing. You know, there's a lot of that in the Bible. Like Jesus Christ even supposedly healed somebody's blindness by putting his saliva on their eyelids. You know,
yeah.
like That's a story in the New Testament. He took his saliva and put it on somebody's eyelids, and that cured their blindness. And it's like, why couldn't you just tell us the fucking scientific method or the remedy to cure blindness and leave that as a tool in the Bible, so that way when we cure blindness today, we could literally thank Jesus and say, yo, how do we know how to cure blindness? Oh, it was Jesus. That's God's son. You know? But we don't have that. Jesus left us with nothing but a fucking religion that people just gotta have faith in and just believe. Like, why couldn't you cure blindness? Or why couldn't you give us the germ theory of disease? Or give us the method of how to perform an open heart surgery? Jesus didn't have that. But if you're the son of God, you should have that knowledge. That's why I always have a gripe with religious people. They claim to have like the ultimate knowledge, but then every time we ask them, well, why didn't Jesus do this? Well, why are you questioning how Jesus works in mysterious ways? Well, what the fuck? Well, why didn't he tell us how to cure cancer if he's the son of God? Why didn't he leave us with something relevant other than a fucking religion that we have to have faith in? Why can't he couldn't give us the method of how to build a car or an airplane, anything, any fucking thing that'd give us a clue that you're a special person. No, you wanted to say that you're a fucking sent by God and you're born of a virgin. We can't prove that you're born of a virgin. Fuck. All that bullshit, man. That religious mumbo jumbo. It doesn't help anybody.
Well, I can say it can help, but I wouldn't say it's a false help. But under somebody that has faith, like I said one time, I got an argument with a dude on my channel one day. I was like, he was talking about some type of magical thing. It's fake. No, he was talking about Santa Muerte. Santa Muerte was like some fake cult shit or whatever, right? And I'm like, that shit works for them though. It's like it might not work for you, but it works for them. Like that religion is for like the lowest of the lowest people that got spit out by society and stuff like that. But I was like, yo, if you put enough faith in it, a can of Pepsi can save your ass and shit. And you just look at that can of Pepsi and be like, shit, put that can of Pepsi in shit. And you're gonna keep that can of Pepsi on your man. You know what I mean? But like some things like I don't know what they call that. When what's the word? Now, almost like the placebo thing, like when they talk about drugs, like they'll give you a pill.
The placebo effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So it's like it's a tool. I look at it as a tool to tap into whatever your ass needs to tap into to do what you got to do. So it's like you're tricking on like you said, you get the pill that's supposed to help you with this or whatever, supposed to stop your headaches, and they just gave you some damn sugar, and all of a sudden your headaches stop. You know what I'm saying? And you can put God on that. You can put a can of Pepsi on that. Like this can of Pepsi cured my headaches. The Pepsi guy cured my headaches.
Yeah, but nothing is gonna stop my battery from dying, so I'm gonna probably have to jump off. So
have faith.
yeah, that'll work. But yeah, I literally am. My phone's about to die, so.
All right. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate you coming out.
Yeah, it was good to be on. I'll see you next time.
Yep, no doubt. Romero, why you ain't come up in here? You always be running your damn mouth.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to, go live and holler at you, man. I've been, appreciating your videos. I've been watching your joints. I haven't been going live myself.
Yeah, you gotta go live more often, bro.
I know. there's a lot of issues that I be wanting to talk about, and I just kind of put it out on my Instagram sometimes. But I don't know. I just haven't had the same urge to do videos and do shit that I had in the past. To tell you the truth, I'm like focused on other things right now.
Yeah, I get on that too. Like I get like that too. I just don't.
But I definitely want to get back to it. There's a lot that I still have to say, and a lot of what I believe in is really like I think me and you agree on a lot of the issues. What's really going on, man. Like I think we understand it a lot better than these other cats out here that are former members of cults that some of these guys still want to be Hebrew Israelites, or some of them still want to believe in the same type of ideology. And we actually see outside of that shit. We can analyze all of that, how they think. We understand that shit, and it's all very easy to pick apart, and sometimes it's like too easy for me, and I'm just like, I don't even want to deal with it sometimes, man. But it's very necessary, bro, and I appreciate it.
Two, us having the time, not buying in the cult, can help a lot of people that have more resources. Say like, all right, like the Christians, right? Like I don't be fucking with the Christians except Sherry Love. Sherry Love, the only Christian I be fucking with. And even her friends that she fuck with really don't fuck with me. Like I be trying to fuck with them, like, yeah, what up? Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can give them this information and stuff. Like they don't mess with me. You know what I mean? It's like they in the cult. And Sherry Love said the other day, like before she started the show about how like I might not be a Christian. And she supports me. Like, that's real. Where most of the other Christians, they turn it in head. Brainstorm said, you still believe in God. I still believe in the creator. I wouldn't necessarily say maybe God in the Bible or like I wouldn't put God or anything.
Yeah.
I might use a word that's for God or whatever. I might say Yahweh, I might say God, I might say whatever, like whatever else it could
be. Yeah. Do you ever think that maybe humans are an experiment gone wrong by a higher being, some more intelligent being? I've been thinking about that since everybody's been talking about UFOs lately and shit.
I don't be trying to go down that road. I be leaving that road alone. I just be observing from the outside on that road. Like,
yeah,
it's like I know that there's something. What it is, I don't know. Is it like us? I don't know. But, like there's something that designed this, or the something that made all this stuff happen. Like, you know what I mean? Something that made all this stuff happen. What it is, I don't know. I'm not going to say that I know, or this certain religion is saying what it is. And the religions are too similar to pick one. They're too similar. Like there's some that were in close proximity to each other, and there's some that was on the other side of the damn world, and they basically saying the same thing. So I leave it at that as like, yeah, there's something out there or whatever. What it is, I don't know. And I'd be stupid to try to call it and be wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? And be wrong. Like, nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? Nah, it was just like, shit. Yup.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy. I just like people that, you know what I mean, stay good motherfuckers. Like I was talking about Cherry Love and stuff. She cool. Like, she's out of all them Christians. Like if the Christians will watch me, they can beat up on them all day long, every day. Like, you know what I'm saying? They love me over. You know, get the information I sent her, she get so on it. And like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I fuck with her. I fuck with her hard body. And she like the only one really, like outside of like ex Hebrew Israelites and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? But So I be supporting her thing. If anybody like a real Christian, I point my ass to the ceiling. Anybody deserves to get whatever that religion say you're supposed to get. I hope Church will get 1,000% of that shit.
Yeah, it's a few cats. It's a few people out there that are at least aware and familiar with the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, because Christians are starting to, feel that they're starting to hear back from their members, like, oh, what is this? Who are these people? What I met these people the other day. They're talking about the 12 tribes of Israel, and this I read it in the Bible. What's this talking about? So Christians have to respond to Hebrew Israelites, and Cherry Love is one of those people that do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like, all the questions, but a lot of these Christians are taking in this information and using it to their advantage to get ahead. So if you the man shutting down all the Hebrew Israelites, what that mean? All the niggas gonna be following your ass. And you just as wicked as those motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of motherfuckers that just as wicked as REI and Comfy and all them. Nate Satan and whoever. Johanna, Tahar. Them niggas could be 10, 15 times worse. And they'll use the stuff that we're using. They'll use it as their own. And they know they got it from us. Like, know what I'm saying? And they'll use it on their own. Like, they just came up with it. God told me last night, Israelites is wrong. Give your head go right here. And they get all the money.
Right.
They get all the money. Like, it's not sincere. Like I keep it funky. Even vocab. Like, I like what vocab do, and I'll tell a nigga quick that vocab doing what you niggas is scared to do. You know what I mean? Like, but I kind of question like why he doing what he doing. You know what I mean? I kind of question. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He going hard. Like, he going hard. I be watching him. Like, those videos and stuff. Like, but the way it's going, it seemed like that shit for profit. That shit. He found his niche in a way to get that bread. Like, you know what I mean? Get that bread. Bread.
I mean, the thing is, I understand that too. Yeah, with with certain people, definitely with vocab more than anybody else, because like I look at somebody like Abu, and I know that he's been coming at the doctrine as a believer of whatever his thing. And vocab does that too, and he had some really good rebuttals, but that doesn't mean that he's ingenuous to me. I think that he really sees an issue with the Black Hebrew Israelites as a Christian, and then he chose to exploit that through the channel. Which is kind of like what I did, to tell you the truth. I saw an issue with what Tazadaki was doing, and I saw that this is just a very unique story that it's bigger than just the ICGJC. When I started learning about the other groups, I was like, damn, this shit is bigger than what I thought. So I could see why somebody like vocab could get caught up in it. I mean, I guess as a Christian, I'm a former Hebrew Israelite, so my thing was like, I understand the tricks, and vocab had to learn it, not because he was a believer, because he wanted to debate them. So the only reason why I learned their beliefs was because I thought it was true, So later on, I realized this is bullshit. So I mean, vocab could be coming from a good place, just to clear it up, clear the air on the bullshit, because he just sees that how they manipulate scriptures. Him as an actual student of the Bible, a student of these different languages, he actually really wants to understand, what these ancient people that believed in Jesus, whatever, he wants to understand why. I've heard his arguments. They're pretty good arguments. They're better than what I've heard from Hebrew Israelites. You know, so but yeah, you know, but I feel you, bro. I feel you. I see. This we have to do what we're doing, bro.
And like Abu, like I was on Twitter and Abu posted something and I like corrected him on it. I think I corrected him on it. It was something, but I added my damn 2 cents. He was like, nah, it was like this and shit. I'm like, nigga, I was in this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? You learn this shit like third, fourth hand. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah. I did this. Like, I did what you're talking about. Like, I know what you're talking about. Like, I was in it. So, like, I'm the authority. Like, I'm the primary source on that motherfucker.
Right.
And I was like, I pushed far away. Like, you telling me, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Well, vocab is similar to Abu because he's learning it from from third, first, second hand, second person, third person. He didn't experience it himself. Vocab and Abu and Cherry Love and Faithful to God. Well, Faithful to God actually is a little different, but these Christians, they didn't really experience what we experienced. They didn't believe it at once and then realized like, oh shit, this is bullshit. I was tricked. So we coming at it from a different angle. Like we know the tricks, we know the ins and outs.
Yep. I wonder though if any of them might notice some of these same behaviors in their own congregations. Like if they're a member of a church or something like that, does any of that stuff pop out for that? Because it's real easy. Just how we was trapped up in it, they can get trapped up in it too. And I've seen plenty of Israelites that sit right up here on this panel with me and talk about the Hebrew Israelites and things they do and how the things they do is wrong. And they go fuck with some shit that's either the same thing or even worse. Right after. And get wrapped up in it, give the same energy to it that they gave the Hebrew Israelite cult. Like they'll get out the cult and join another cult. Like I got one dude and stuff that left with us. He into the conspiracy thing heavy. And it's like that shit runs his life. You know what I'm saying? Like it runs his life. Like his decisions he make in his everyday like walk.
Yeah. The breeder for Tazadakia, the Puerto Rican cat.
Yeah.
Kazakia Matanya. He's out. He's out now. He's exposing Tazadakia on his channel. I thought my issue with him was that what the fuck took you so long? That's what I told him from the beginning. I was like, yo, you're mad late. Why am I ahead of you? I don't have all these stories. I don't have the information like he had. He should have been the first one. Yeah. So my issue with him was like, yo, I was really like just a dude that was on the side that wasn't really well known. A few people knew me here in New York and Baltimore, but I was really more known in Florida. But still, people looked at me when I left and was like, oh, he was just a captain. He was just a captain. It's like, Tazadakia trusted, this cat with being his reader and being his right-hand man. And he took way, way too long, in my opinion, to come out and speak against it. But that type of mentality that he had before, it's still similar to what he has now. Because they still believe in all those conspiracies. They don't trust the government. They don't trust anything. Like everything is a conspiracy, any science, and Christians like Vocab Malone. I saw a video where Vocab Malone was debating a flat earther, Hebrew Israelite who's a flat earther. Now, in the Bible, according to what his history shows, the Israelites did believe that the earth was flat. Even the Bible shows you certain things like the corners of the earth, the ends of the earth. If you believe the earth is a sphere, you wouldn't be talking like that. There is no ends. You know, the Earth is a sphere. It's a perfect circle. There's no ends. And now, Vocab Malone was debating this Hebrew Israelite about that, and he said, "Well, why does in the New Testament it says that when Jesus Christ comes back, you know, in some places, some people are going to have sunlight, some people are going to have darkness, you know, showing you the southern hemisphere, northern, you know, it shows you that they understood that the Earth was a sphere." And my answer to that, and I definitely want to address that to vocab, my answer to that is that in the Old Testament, that was more of a Hebrew Israelite. That was like an Israelite thing. They believed the Earth was flat. The New Testament was more influenced by Greeks. The Greeks already knew that the Earth wasn't flat way before the Hebrew Israelites caught on.
Right. They had all
You
that
know?
stuff.
Yeah. So there's things that, you know, a conspiracy theorist like Saint Ivan and people that still want to follow that fucking Hebrew Israelite mentality, I think he believes the Earth is flat. So like even right now, you know, so you have people like that, and it's like that's the actual problem. That's the issue right there, is that you're not going by objective reality. You're going by your own little personal belief, you know, that you constructed within your little Bible and your little hood fucking religion, this Hebrew Israelite shit. It's like that's some hood shit, you know, like just a nation of Islam. It's like that's some shit that we created in the hood to pacify us, you know. It's like there's no.
I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show when I was talking about the Procter and Gamble being Satan worship. I don't know if you remember that back in the day. It was like in the 80s. When I was going to school, somebody they was talking about, oh, Procter and Gamble, like Tide, Ivy Soap, um, Crest toothpaste, they all worship the devil. Like the company, the known Satan worship. So as a little kid, that shit made me scared to use that shit. I see my mother bought some pies from the grocery store to do laundry, and I'm scared to wear the clothes. These the devil clothes. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And it creates that fear. And at that time too, they was putting they said people was putting razor blades in the trick or treat candy.
Yeah.
Like it was a whole like thing. They called it the satanic panic. Like a whole era of people just all broke down our stuff. But when you looked at it, it was a Christian evangelist that made all that shit up. And like about the Procter and Gamble worshiping Satan and stuff. He put the rumor out there, and I was saying on the show earlier that you have to pay attention. Like I tell people, the hell with what they saying is why they saying what they say. You know what I mean? He was saying what he was saying. He knew he was lying, but he could get the attention. And he picked the innocent vessel to attack. And that's what a cult leader do too. They'll find the weakest link. You know what I mean? The person that they feel got the least power, and they'll rage on them. Like when we use Pope, we call him all types of shit. Oh, he was an Edomite anyway. Like Nagy. They got on Nagy, called Nagy all types of shit. They called me all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? And to demonize you. So when you try to defend yourself, like they don't even want to hear it because they done heard all these lies and bullshit from this motherfucker. And this Christian evangelist was doing the same thing. When I did the show on the pot, when she was trying to tell people that they put black baby kidneys in Pepsi. I said, bitch, if you don't sit your fucking stupid ass down somewhere, I don't care how big your boobs is, how big your ass is and shit, you dumb as fuck. Like, you need to shut the fuck up. You don't need to say nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I did the show, I showed the research of what it really was. Like, ain't no goddamn baby kidneys in no motherfucking soda. They used, where it came from a Christian group that was anti-abortion. So they got anything and everything to get your mind to demonize their target. And said at the end of the show tonight, I had read something that was at the bottom. How did it do? But it's like these people set this stuff up for their own gain, and it shows like the human how. Yeah, this is what it was. Is that when the conspiracy theory, what makes conspiracy theory work, it's interactive. It's interactive, like the whole Pizzagate thing, the QAnon thing. It's
Yeah.
interactive.
Well,
So,
you ever heard this before the internet? It was, oh, you got the 25-cent sperm killers, tropical fantasies.
oh yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
Yup. It's sperm killer. You drink corn juice.
50-cent sodas in the hood, they going crazy.
The what was the other one? I spoke about this tonight too. There's another one. 50-cent sodas. Something that was on the tip of my tongue, yo. That they used to have. The fluoride. Remember the fluoride? The fluoride. Press
Yeah.
your brain so you can't think. That fluoride toothpaste, that natural toothpaste, that do
Yeah.
billions of dollars off of that. Oh, I get fluoride and nickel, so the white man can take you over. So your brain.
But see, there's Israelites. There was brothers that even had left the ICGJC. You know, after that, they were like, "Yo, I need a non-fluoride toothpaste." I remember brothers posting shit, like literally talking about that. Like, that's a thing in the hood. Like, people that don't know, that are not in the hood, they don't know about that. The fluoridation, like you used to hear about all this shit just like as a conspiracy, like, or they trying to stop the black population by whatever, any means. And that was one of the ways that they would use.
Brainstorm asked, "Do you believe in God?" Now, Brainstorm in the chat, she had asked, like, "Do you have a belief in God of any kind?"
In
Like,
God, in a God?
yeah,
Nah, I don't. I'm not convinced that we were created with any intent. Like, I don't think that. I really don't think that we were intended to be the way that we are today. So that's why I don't believe that there's a creator. That, I mean, it could we have been created? It's possible. But I don't. It doesn't seem that way to me by the fact that 99% of the species that have existed are already extinct. So if a person, if some entity created it to be this way, why are 99%? Why is 99% of life being extinct? I look at things like larva and locust. How they evolve, and how they are born and metamorphosis, and all these stages of what people call life. And it doesn't seem to be an intent. It seems to be evolution. It's just a means of survival.
yeah.
That's what it looks like to me. So no, I don't think that there's any mastermind or puppet master or any intention. If anything, like I hypothesized, or I said before, maybe there is a greater, more intelligent being out there, and we came out of that as an accident or some shit. That could be a theory, but there isn't any evidence to support any of that, even a creator. So it's like I just throw that out there to just as to play with, because I really don't think that there's anybody that can prove or convince, at least me and the way that I think, that this was intended by a more intelligent creator. I don't think so. If anything, this shit is an accident, or it's a means of evolution, how life just evolves and just has to survive under whatever circumstances. And today we're the example of that, on Earth, on this fucking rock. But yeah, you know, intent is one of the hardest things to prove in the court of law. Is intent. So I think that that's the main issue. Is the people that are saying that there is a creator, they have a burden of proof to you know, bring any type of evidence. And some of the evidence that I've heard, it's just not sufficient. You know, like there's so many different things. Like there's a moral argument for God. There's the argument from design, and then, you know, there's different arguments for why people think a God exists. And I've heard all of them, bro. I don't think that any of them are good enough for me.
But what I was just saying with the whole God thing too. Man, where I was, man, fucking, I didn't remember shit.
This came up early. I was just like studying, you know, how locusts and certain animals, certain species of life, even come to life. And do you remember how in the scriptures it tells you that John the Baptist ate locusts and wild honey?
Yeah.
Well, locust is a larva, you know. So how is that in the dietary law? How can you eat larva, but you can't fucking eat, you know, shrimp or you know, things like that? They always like to say, well, shrimp looks like a cockroach and it has an exoskeleton and all this bullshit. But it's like, well, fucking John the Baptist ate larva. He ate locust, which is a larva that has to go through metamorphosis. You know, just just to throw that out there, just to shit on the Hebrew Israelites, which I always love to do.
A locust is just I thought a locust was like a grasshopper.
It's like a beetle. You know, there's different types of larvae. So a locust comes from larva. Beetle is a different type of larva. There's larva that comes from, you know, old meat, all types of shit. That's life.
Okay, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
And they like to say, and Hebrew Israelites and Christians all like to say that life has a spirit. Every form of life has a spirit. But does larva have a spirit? The things, there's life that can grow out of old meat, you know, rotten meat. You want to call that life? These things are moving, you know, but do they have a spirit? You know? And so all that shit is really confusing when it comes to you talking about a spirit that it is, you know, embodied in this flesh that we have. You know, that's like really the issue that I have with people that claim to know that there's a creator and there's a God, is that there's so much more that comes with that. There's so many like beliefs that have to come with you saying that there's a creator and there's a God. They say that there's a spirit, and you know, there's so much more that they say, you know. So I don't really have an issue with people saying that this seems like we could be created. It's like, I can see why people think that way, why we could have been formed and created to be on this earth. But there's a lot of issues when you start bringing up Yahweh or the Christian God or a specific God. You know, like when people start talking about, well, maybe there is a God, but I don't know, I can't tell you any characteristics, then I'm like, well, I can't tell you why it's wrong then, because you can't even tell me anything about the God, you know. So it's only when you start talking to Christians or Hebrew Israelites, when they start to really tell you, well, God is like this and God is like that, that it's like, no, that's when I call bullshit on that.
I remember what I was talking about now. We were talking the other night about like evolution with humans coming from apes. And brother on here was like, nah, I ain't come from no goddamn. I was like, well, look at all the other animals, they come from a original source, like, you know what I mean? Like a dog. There was like one dog. Well, this science came out of one type of dog, breed or whatever, and the shit changed over time. And like people now, they're a different breed of a dog. So like,
I was thinking about that earlier. There were no poodles during the time of Jesus Christ. There were no German shepherds.
Nope.
These are all breeds of dogs that came later on. It mostly happened during the 1500s, I think, is when people started looking at dogs and was like, oh shit, this is a very useful, thing for us to have. Like, we keep it in our backyards now. We keep it as a defense from thieves and intruders. So dogs can be very useful. So people chose to breed them. I've been doing a lot of research into that. I'm glad you brought that up, man. That's one thing right there, that I look at and I'm like, yeah, there's nothing, there's nothing wrong with saying that we evolved from an animal, that because we are animals,
Yeah.
so I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, that's like a negative thing, but I don't see anything. I think that's something like miraculous. It's something that's very odd and amazing that we were able to evolve from that. So I think that's a great thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all.
Yeah. And I was just trying to be funny and shit too. And I'm like, okay, so black people, the original man and shit.
Mm-hmm.
The man came from goddamn monkeys.
Exactly. Yeah. I say that a lot. I bring that up a lot to religious people where I'm like, wait, but if the I mean, you won't hear a Hebrew Israelite really talk like that.
Yeah.
But you hear that in the conscious community. We're talking about the original man. Black man is the original man, but it's like, okay, but they evolved from apes. So it's like, I mean, it's amazing, but they don't acknowledge the fact that we evolved from apes. They don't acknowledge that at all. They just make it seem like it was some type of, I don't know, some type of creation in a way. They have a creation story themselves, just like a Christian, and I think that whole the story of man is still, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of things that we just don't know yet. There's a lot of gaps. People want to fill those gaps in with supernatural shit.
Yep. Yeah, I was like, that's like, okay, that's the original man. You want to be the original man. I said, look at that like PlayStation. What about the original PlayStation? Do you want to play the original PlayStation or you want the PlayStation 5?
Right, right.
You want the PlayStation 5, nigga. Like, motherfuckers evolved. Motherfuckers, like, shit. These niggas trying to take us back into the Stone Age and shit. Like, these motherfuckers is crazy.
Right, right. Yeah, and then civilization, or our species civilized over time in different ways all throughout the earth too, man. In Egypt, in Acadia, in Asia, like, the Japanese and the Asian culture period is just completely different from anything, bro. Like, what during the time of when Jesus Christ supposedly existed, um which was like what, 4 BC or some shit, there were very like little uh amount of like intelligent literate people that can read and write. It was like 2 or 4% of the population, or maybe even less at that time in the Middle East and in that area. It was very little amount of people that can read and write. In Asia at that time, there was like 40% of people that were literate, that were able to read and write. So like they were, different parts of the world was already more advanced than the parts of the world where the Messiah supposedly came out of and all this shit. Which goes to show you that the places where the people were most ignorant, was where supposedly all this superstitious and supernatural shit happened at. And that just shows me that these people just were just more ignorant. They didn't understand how to give a good answer for, whatever the fuck was going on at that time. There were probably magicians, doing all types of tricks that couldn't be explained, and people probably was just like, well, this person is supernatural. This person has powers.
Yep.
Like David Blaine.
I'm about to say that. But,
Hmm.
and people fall for it. They believe it.
Yeah, I mean, think about a person like David Blaine. existing in a time where there were no cameras, there were no videos, nothing. And he had his own little town to himself to fucking trick, and he can do certain things that are probably miraculous and probably a little extreme for a normal human, like freezing yourself, or being in a block of ice for 3 days, like he did. David Blaine actually literally did that in Manhattan in the 90s. I don't know if you remember that.
I remember.
Yeah. I remember my brother telling me, like, yo, he saw him, that there was cameras, there was videos, and something like that is like, how did you do that? How did you survive that? You were in a ice cave for 3 days, you know. So things like that. Anything that is not known and not regular, not normal, could be attributed or could be just looked at as, oh, this person has some type of supernatural ability, and the word starts to spread with no actual evidence, and a big following could start. I think that's what probably happened with Jesus. He was probably a slick type of person. I don't know, maybe he had certain type of knowledge that maybe the people in the town didn't have, and it was impressive to them, because they never seen anything like this. Like if you heard the story of Papa Doc in Haiti, this guy became the president. He was actually a doctor that he brought penicillin to the people in Haiti, but he didn't tell them that this was already a medicine that was being used in America, in Detroit. I think he studied in Detroit. Um, and then when he came back to Haiti, he brought penicillin to Haiti. They thought that he was curing them. They thought he had supernatural abilities. They thought it was some superpower, but it was just a medicine. It's penicillin, and he was curing people of all types of diseases, all types of shit. And he had them thinking that he has some type of fucking supernatural power, but because of their ignorance, is what had them thinking that they're very superstitious people in Haiti, so they went along with that shit, and they made that motherfucker the president. He stole the election, bro, twice, and it was all based off of just people thinking that he was like the comforter, like people looked at the comforter like he was, he had some supernatural ability. Tazadak, yeah, he was just a regular fucking dude from New York City, man, a slick ass talking dude.
Yep.
That's it.
All you need. That's all you need.
Yeah, and we were really ignorant to a lot of the things, like I came in there at 20 years old, man. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing at the time.
You know what the fuck going on at 20 and shit.
Yeah, bro. That shit sounded really good to me. At that time, in 2004, that shit sounded really good to me. The Israelite, yeah, I'm an Israelite, and yeah, we disenfranchised, and it all just kind of sounded really good to me. But now I look at it like, nah, this is some bullshit. This is a victimology doctrine that was mixed in with this religious fucking Hebrew Israelite shit. And especially when I started debunking and the doctrine, going into the breakdowns, that 12 tribes bullshit. I was like, wow, this is just bullshit, just from top to bottom.
Yeah, from top to bottom. And we put that shit in like that was a fact. That was a fact. You couldn't tell us nothing. You had everybody.
Yeah, man.
Dude lost his mind. You're like, no, I ain't losing my mind. You lost your mind. The Most High got you blind. You see, you don't say that, the Most High gonna kill you. Oh yeah, ask him some question too, because he might can answer you a little different than my answers. She has a friend that became a Hebrew Israelite, and she noticed like all the weird shit that she's doing. How she don't come around like she used to. The attitude is a little different, and there's always some kind of critique that she has to do when she's around. It's like the woman will be like, oh, you shouldn't wear that dress. The Most High don't want us wear. I mean, you shouldn't wear those pants. The Most High don't want us wearing pants. And it's to the point where the woman has her kids trained that way, and the kids are now talking to the other kids and telling them they wicked. The Most High don't want our hair like this, and all types of stuff like that. Like that shit's crazy. And,
Yeah.
and it reminds me of what I put people through. Like, you know what I mean? I put people through some crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I did the same thing too, like with family. I kind of pushed some of my family away because I was really intolerant to anything other than Hebrew Israelite shit, I was really like intolerant to that. That's the problem with a lot of Hebrew Israelites. They just they don't want to tolerate having to hear anybody break down the Bible, a Christian. They don't want to hear none of that. Anything that has to do with a God at all, really. They take offense. It's like they take offense to it,
And that's how people end up getting killed too.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you got
Yeah.
that just learned that, and now you take your son to a Halloween party and stuff for a school, and your husband come home like, you wicked as hell, woman, and next thing you know, he pulling out the gat, shooting you in the face. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy. Yeah, that happens. I mean, I used to see more of in the church was just a lot of women just being silenced and being treated like children and like little kids by the husband, especially if the husband was like a high rank. That put it in them to think like like they better than the next person. That rank shit used to divide people up in the church by like a class, like we divided by class. Like it's like the officers or the recruits are like the poor trailer trash, and then like a captain or a general, like we're like the more you know we're more, I don't know, I guess extinguished, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like we're more, yeah, we're more respected. Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's like in any society, you're gonna find that. You're gonna find people. You like even in America, you got the middle class, you got the lower class, and all of that. So it's kind of like separated. They kind of tried to do that, I guess, or with the ranks, it happened naturally, I guess. But yeah, with the men and the women, there were a lot of issues with the relationships. There was a lot of counsels constantly being written up, to go up to New York to go see an apostle because I can't get along with my wife. There's a lot of those issues which are still everyday issues between men and women, anyways. But my thing is like, okay, but we're supposed to be in the cult. Well, why do we still have those same issues? It seems like there's no difference between the people in the cult and the people in the world except for what they want to hold themselves to be, So I look at myself now as just, another human being just like everybody else. But in order for me to be convinced now, and I look at people that are convinced by things, and I talk to them as if like, well, why? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that? And they want to quote a scripture. Well, why do you believe that the Bible is the word of God? And it's like you got to question. Like questioning things is the best thing you can do. The bad thing about Catholicism, Christianity, and Hebrew Israelite, all this shit is because they don't promote questioning. They promote submission. You have to submit and just believe. You can't question what they teach. You have to just believe it. If you question what they teach, you're going against the grain. They don't really applaud that. So, that's the real issue right there. It's the complacency with just believing and just having faith in things that we can't tell, that are really true. We can't we compare it to Islam or any other religion. It's like you can't really tell the difference. It all seems Like they all make the same type of claims, and they can't prove anything to you. So I mean, that's why people in the hood, blacks and Hispanics, we take on all these different. We could take on any of these different religions. We could be a Muslim in Harlem. You could be a 5%er. You could be a Hebrew Israelite or Christian Baptist. You know, pick your poison. It's there in Harlem, bro.
Yep. Brainstorm said like they told the kids too that they trying to be white for having their hair straight.
Yeah, I was watching. One of the intellectuals in the black community named Lamont Hill. You ever heard of him, Lamont Hill?
Nah.
I forget where he's from exactly, but he's all over the place, man. And he'll talk about critical race theory. He'll talk about whiteness too. So he asked somebody, like, he was like,
What was
I
the
think
name?
he worked. I think he worked for ESPN or some shit. I forgot, BET or something. And he asked somebody. He asked a white dude. He was like, "Well, what's so great about being white?" And the dude, thought about it. He was like, "You know what? I'm not even gonna answer that question because the premise of that question is that because I'm white, I'm supposed to, benefit from past, white people or another white person that is, that lives in another country even. It don't even matter if you're Italian or you're just fucking white. No, I'm Swedish. No, you're fucking white. That white shit just gets grouped in as if, oh, you're white, and it's like it's looked down on. I notice that it's a thing that's looked down on in the hood. Like, oh, you just white. You got privilege or other shit. You know, Before all this white privilege talk started, even back when I was growing up, when I was a teenager, being white was kind of like corny or something, like Vanilla Ice. Like you were corny. You're not down. You trying to be down.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know. That's my opinion. But trying to be white. So like I would hear that a lot with like speaking a certain way, or you sound like a white person.
I used to get that all the time.
You're trying to talk white, or if a white person talks a certain way with slang, are you trying to talk black? And I don't think that that's a color or a race thing. I think it's a cultural thing where people speak a certain way. I think that you want to be down with a certain culture. You want to talk like a rapper or a hip hop head, or I don't know. But there's also your location and where you grew up at can sometimes play a big part in that.
Do a lot of things in your life too. Because you're going to places where people might speak different. But you got this whole thing over your head where you got to be aggressive in everything you say. People look like
Well, assuming that because a person talks proper, speaks proper, or you trying to be white, or you trying to fucking take part in America, you trying to be a part of the system, trying to act like them. So what that does is actually backfires, and it makes you be like a fucking criminal now. You don't want to get a job. You don't want to, because you think that's white. To get a job and talk proper and to be at a fucking interview, you got to use your quote unquote white voice when you're on the phone or you're doing an interview. And it's like, man, like it's deep. This is deep, bro. This shit gets really deep. It's a cultural thing. And it's like, I think that the blacks the black and Hispanic community, like, largely, at least like in New York City, growing up, from what I've seen, we've just accepted certain cultural norms, and it's like we just be like, well, that's a hood doctrine. This is like, the street justice or some shit. Shit that we would get on white people for doing. we see black people or Hispanics doing it, we'd be like, well, that's a street justice. That's a hood, you know. He shouldn't have said that about his mama. We're like, damn, you know, like this dude, this dude killed 3 people. Well, oh damn, well they spoke about his mama or some shit. It's like,
We were
what?
trying to tell Ramel that last night. That's Ramel. We were trying to put that in his head. Ramel won't come out here tonight. He'll get that work. And shit. Ramel stayed in the chat. He usually out here running his mouth. But Ramel, we were telling him about respect and stuff. We like, respect. Niggas gotta respect me and all this shit. Like, he go in the store and the nigga say something slick to him. He can't let that shit slide. Like, that shit could go to the gunplay and shit. Like, he don't give a fuck. Because ain't nobody gonna disrespect me. I said, nigga, fuck that shit. I told him last night. I said, I get book meetings and shit, be parked in front of my driveway. I'll go out there one time. Excuse me, buddy. Not parking my driveway. Parking in front of my driveway. And I might get different replies. One might be, fuck you, old head. One might be, you know what I'm saying? One might be like, all right, OG. All right, my bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? And one might not be no response. Like, fuck you. Right? So I'm not going to go out there a second time. I'm going to call the zookeepers. Then I had to explain to people who the zookeepers were. Zookeepers are the police. They the line. And they had a problem with that. I said, why should I go out there and risk my life so I can't take the kids to school, so I can't go to work to feed my family? All because of a dumbass nigga that want to park in front of somebody's motherfucking driveway and you ask them nicely to move and you end up getting stabbed and shot over there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I got a lot better things to do. That nigga don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I told this kid the other day on the stream, he told my kid, you know, all the dudes, they getting all the girls and all that stuff. I said, yeah, they getting all the girls, but you know what they doing with them? They don't even have a house to bring them. They got to drive around in their car or take it to a hotel or some shit. These niggas, they on the block making all this money, but they ain't got a place to go to. Because the girl, when they want to sleep, they got old girl house he got to go to. Or the girl that co-signed for his car that he's driving. You know what I mean? Or had to put her car, that car he's driving, in her name to get it. You know what I'm saying? These niggas really ain't independent as you think. Like, you know what I'm saying? They got a pocket full of money, yeah, but they ain't got a bank account to put it in. They can't take your ass to their house. You driving around in the car and shit. They got to park out in front of somebody's shit. I see that shit out here. They be grown niggas got these fancy cars and shit. They got girls, they ain't got a place to put them.
I want to talk about that real quick, just to talk about, because that came up earlier about the wealth gap. You hear that a lot, right? Talking about the wealth gap between blacks and whites. White people make more money than black people, and you know, blah blah blah. Okay, but also what I see amongst a lot of well, let's look at some black athletes. You know, they can get wealth, they have wealth, but they don't keep the wealth sometimes. So were you gonna blame that on white people? How is that a white person's fault? Because a black person that had money and had the opportunity to get more money, like Shaq is doing. If you look at what Shaquille O'Neal is doing, he's a fucking investor. He's actually like 10 times his growth, his wealth, since he was a basketball player, because you see him in every fucking advertisement. But what does he do with his money? You think he's going to go and spend it on something that's going to depreciate, like tires or rims or a car or some bullshit like that, or strippers or a strip club or some fucking, you know, party? That's the problem in the community, in the black and Hispanic community, is that we get money and we think we fucking balling out. And you look at a dude like Bill Gates who got bad money, have to show you that he's balling out. We spend a lot of our money on bullshit, and that wealth gap is not just because we don't get enough respect, we don't get paid enough. It's a lot of it is that we don't keep the money that we making. We don't know how to fucking invest that money and put it into something and stay wealthy. We act like fucking idiots and we act like little children when we get money. MC Hammer is a good example. Vin Baker, a basketball player who fucking made millions and he ain't worth shit now. Anton Walker, another basketball player from Boston, from the Celtics, make millions, bro. What the fuck happened? White supremacy or white privilege? Fucking, you spent your money, incorrectly. You didn't use your money wisely. Had nothing to do with because of your race, So there's a lot of issues like that with the money, with the wealth, that it's sometimes our own fault, but people like to use those numbers to show you that, you see how racist America is. Look how all the money white people are making compared to black people. It's like, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with, that might have nothing to do with racism. Racism might play a very small part in that, It might be a bigger issue that we're fucking ignoring just because we want to throw it on racism all the time.
It is education. You get somebody handing you a check for $60 million. The first thing you should buy is some books and some knowledge and how to use that $60 million.
Yeah.
That should be the first thing you do. You should already know you about to fuck that money up.
I read a book once called Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and it's completely changed my mentality on money.
Like if you go buy a car, like an old ass Mercedes and shit, and look clean, but the motherfucker got 300,000 miles on that shit. They'll buy that and ain't got the money to pay the second month of his car insurance.
Right. That's another thing. We got to get off that owing debt and leasing. I had just bought a car. I just bought a car recently, just cash. Before that, I was leasing a car, and my insurance payment was even higher because of the fact that I don't own that car. Now that I own my car and I paid cash off the lot, my insurance payment is less. Um, Even though a car right now, leasing a car or buying a car like off the damn lot, it's probably a new car. It's probably one of the worst things you could do. You're just throwing your money away. Yeah, I bought a used car that it'll hold me down. um and it's a Mercedes. It's actually, I bought my first Mercedes, but it's an old joint. It got like 99,000 miles. I got a good deal on it. I kind of talked to somebody online. I didn't want to do the payments. I didn't want to do the dealership because they're going to get you on a payment plan and they're going to charge you interest. So the car might be worth 14,000, and they're gonna you got to pay 14,000, and they're gonna take out a loan on. You're gonna take out a loan on that, but then you got to pay what, depending on your credit, you might be paying 10% or 7% interest on that. Now you're paying an extra 5 or 10,000 on a car. That
it's headlights, something like that. It costs you a lot of money.
Yeah. So those are just bad decisions that you can make out here. Like race might not have anything to do with that. It might be just because you're broke. A lot of people that are broke out here, they don't have enough money. They got to go fucking get a car off a loan, and they end up paying all this money that they don't even fucking have like that, man. And every month is a fucking struggle to pay rent. You got $1,000 rent, $1,500 rent, plus a $300 car payment. This is how you get fucked up. This is how you mess up your savings. You start, you don't. Most people don't fucking have savings. We live check to check, and that's the problem because we want to have a nice brand new ass fucking car. So we go to the dealership and we get fucked with a interest rate of like 10%. I had like a 12% interest rate one time, man, and I didn't know anything about money at that time. but they don't teach you that in school. Money management. That's something that you have to learn on your own. But if we complain and just say, "Well, the white man didn't teach me how to," what the fuck? Go learn this shit on your own. What do you mean? Oh, well, they don't teach us this in school. Yeah, they're not. They're not gonna teach you a lot of shit in school. Go learn that shit on your own. Stop bitching and making excuses that you didn't get taught or you're a fucking victim. There's ways out here to get over and make and just succeed and just be happy. Don't get played. But that's the thing, is that the ignorant, they're they're getting played and they don't even know it. So they're just ignorant of that and just go on with life.
Like I used to do importing, right, from China, like skateboarding products and stuff. So I was dealing with all the manufacturers. So it took me a year and a half to actually learn how to actually do it correctly. And I was put in the order, right?
Hmm.
And they're gonna ship it out. You think they make it? Now, what they're gonna do, they're not gonna ship out shit. They got a shipping carrier that they got a contract with that can come up and pick up the package and bring it to the airport and be mailed off. So I had to learn that that's the nigga trap. When you let them ship your product. Hear me? You still hear me?
Right. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So if you get your own shipping carrier, it's way cheaper. If they're getting this, they could be getting the same shipping carrier as you, but they got a contract with them, and they charging you like 3 times as much, just because they got to take time and call the people and give them all the box size, the weight, all that stuff.
Right.
So I learned about a shipping carrier, and I call the shipping carrier. I tell them how big the package is, the weight, and where it's located. They can tell me, okay, we can go over here and pick it up, and we can bring it here. And, you got anything else you need us to pick up? So they can go to another manufacturer and pick up something else for you. And it's at a fraction of a price. Fraction of a price. But if I don't look into that, I would have never known. I would have just been falling for the nigga trap, letting the manufacturer ship the stuff to me themselves.
Yeah.
And like, it's more work, but it saves a lot more money. And like, you have to educate yourself on that. You can't just like, people go shopping and get or go to a store or something to buy a product, and the salesman is trying to sell you that product. That salesman trying to sell you that product. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like he your boy, he can tell you everything. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, you need the insurance for this? Like, you know what I mean? Knowing like insurance is just a waste of time, and you're just gonna tie all that money up. And you get the insurance. So you can make you get the insurance, whatever kind of extras and stuff on that. You can talk to you every day and tell you the benefit of it. But you don't know you can buy this stuff you can do on your own. You don't need it. But they'll let a person manipulate them. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like another thing another thing I've been realizing is very important, besides learning the laws that we have to abide by, is also I mean, this is part of learning the laws, is learning what kind of system we live in, and as a capitalistic system, um, and learning how we could have our own product, we could start our own business in this country and be productive on our own. We don't have to be, you know, working for the man, as Hebrew Israelites. They want to just detach themselves from society because they feel like the only way out is to work for the man, for some other person. It's like, that's not the only way. There's other ways for you to contribute to society, create your own product, something that people want. This your channel is you know, this channel that we're on right now is something that people want to hear. You have consistent, you know, viewers, listeners. You know, you created your own product, so it's something like that. You know, that's the mentality. That's why I like. That's why we live in a in a great country. Really,
Yeah.
we gotta appreciate where we're at. People hate, you know, a lot of blacks and people that are the, you know, the minorities. They hate the country that they're in, which causes an adverse effect. Now you don't want to contribute to society, and now you're gonna be at the bottom of of society because you don't want to you don't want to even be a part of it. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy for a lot of these people that have that mentality, you know, like a Hebrew Israelite or like a, you know, a black nationalist, Nation of Islam. Any of these groups, they don't want to contribute to society. They want to actually tear down the system.
Yeah. I was telling people the other night that we used to pray for Islamic terrorists.
Islamic terrorists?
Yeah, we used to pray for them. We
Mm.
used to pray for them to blow up more stuff and cause more
Wow.
man. Because the
Yeah.
more stuff they do, that's the faster Yahweh Shai gonna come back.
Wow. That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I remember a brother that was a teacher in Orlando when I came in. He was up in New York in the 90s, and he lived through that 9/11. You know, he was in New York during 9/11. And yeah, he was talking about that as if, you know, that was like a good thing, you know, like that was payback. And that's exactly how people, you know, that you know, believe in Islam, they were celebrating that. They thought it was payback for a lot of the things that, you know, America or white man did in history. So yeah, they celebrate that stuff. They applaud it.
I remember my boy, he had his car with American flag and something on it. I spit on that motherfucker. Nah, my boy and shit, but I did goddamn flag. That nigga was looking at me crazy because I didn't think the World Trade Center was a horrible thing. I said, that's a beautiful thing. I said, all praise to the Most High your house. Now, what I used to say, I was like, there wasn't no niggas died in there. You know, they had this shit where they said, no black people died in there. No Jewish people died in there.
Right.
Yo, that's crazy. Out here at GMS, they was giving high fives. They was celebrating in the streets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, looking back at it now, I'm like, yeah, I realized that there were a lot of people that you know, that I knew in the neighborhood that they didn't give a shit about that.
Yep. I was sitting there smiling, laughing, thinking it was funny.
It was celebrating. There were certain parts of the world in the Middle East that, you know, was celebrating that. I remember that. I remember that really good. I used to follow all the conspiracies surrounding that, you know, because I know there's a lot of weird like shit that happened, you know, during 9/11 that people can't explain, you know, Tower 7 and all of that, whatever. Um, you know, but as far as the information that's out there, I mean, I don't know exactly what you know was the actual cause of that. I think it had to do with you know, exactly what, I don't know.
Look
That
at
whole
that.
9/11 shit is like, I don't even want to get into that. There's so many things.
I would like to look back into that though, because it's been a while.
Yeah.
So me, I'm out the cold and stuff. I can look at it at a clearer mind and stuff.
Yeah. You know, when I was talking to one of the members of the Injustice League, you know, the Tazadakia detoxification. Sometime last year, I think it was right around the time when COVID came out, and you know, one of the lead members of that group was
I know
pushing
what you're talking about. I was on his head too. I was standing on his head. I know exactly.
the.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, one of them cats was talking about that the coronavirus was some 5G radiation. He was pushing that. And I'm like, yo, I remember Tazadakia even coming out with a vaccine. He was trying to come out with the vaccine type of shit. And I'm like, bro, don't you realize what you're doing? You're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You're trying to cause fear because you don't understand. And at that time, nobody understood what the fuck the coronavirus was. So every time somebody made a misdiagnosis or there was just a lot of ignorance about it, so people were just putting out any type of theory about where it came from. And that's when I was like, man, listen, there's science. There is some real science out here, that the people during the time of Isaiah, they didn't know about certain things like the germ theory of disease, and they don't know about vaccinating, and your immune system. All that knowledge is built as we move on. It's like we build on top of what we knew before, and we keep on growing more and more. So the people that thought they knew some shit back during the time when Jesus was walking, and Jesus said that don't worry about what goes into your mouth. You don't got to wash your hands. It's about what comes out of your mouth. It's like, wait, hold on, but there's all types of diseases that you can't see in bacteria. So why did Jesus not say, you know you got to watch for that? What the fuck are you talking about? You don't have to worry about what goes into your mouth. Your disciples just ate without washing their hands. Like, don't you care about your health at all? So it's like certain things like that I notice in the Bible that I'm like, science just kind of debunks all of this shit. It kind of shits on the way that they used to think. You can see that the way they used to think back then, and just everything was all, it wasn't based on knowledge. It was based on superstitions. So like
Yeah.
the people that believe in the Bible, when it comes to like something like a virus that comes out of nowhere, they think that that's like a curse from God, or they don't look at it like this is just life, this is evolution, this is part of you know just life, pretty much. They look at it like it has to be something bigger, because the cause or the event is so big that the cause has to be also just as big. It can't be just just something small. So they put all that God shit. They put like, it's like this end of times type thing. Like you start getting scared. Like, whoa, there's a virus. Is Jesus gonna come soon? Is he, like, is this gonna take over? So religious people love to play on situations like this, what we got going on right now. They love to talk about shit like this.
Tell you their own lives and try just to get some more money from all this stuff. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I spoke. There's a brother that I had on that's an atheist, that was a Hebrew Israelite, and we spoke about why is it that people in the hood just don't agree with like certain sciences and certain things that are being brought out that are actually true, but because it's coming from the white man or the government, you just don't want to accept it as truth.
Right.
And it's just because of the from what I think is that it's just a history of uncertainty and just doubt, and just there's no trust for this government. And it's because you constantly hear shit like that in the hood, that, oh, because I'm black, I'm being this and that, and it's like, well, they don't give a fuck about me, so I'm not going to participate in society. I don't give a fuck about them.
Yep.
And it becomes a cycle, bro. Like, now we broke as fuck, and it's like, well, now you got to go to the government for a fucking stimulus and rely on the government for unemployment check, or just be a fucking drug dealer or a criminal and find another means of making money. And then when you get locked up, it's like, well, you're gonna blame the white man for that too.
we get locked up, that's the most high putting this in there to teach more brothers. The wake up 144,000.
Yeah. And listen, you know what's that song? Juicy, right? Biggie.
Yeah.
There's people that make excuses. I'm just trying to make money to feed my daughter. Calling the cops on me like, what? You ain't. Like the majority of these people that are hustling out here in the streets, they're not just trying to make money to feed their daughter, and they're just a good old drug dealer that doesn't, with a conscience. No, man, these motherfuckers are trying to get Jordans and drugs, and they're trying to get hoes, and that's that's the lifestyle. That's the lifestyle of a drug dealer. They're not an honest drug, like the honest thief, right? You ever read that book? The Honest Thief by Stoskievsky, I think. I forget the name of it. Yes, Stoskievsky, I think, wrote that. The Honest Thief. Like, that's a minority. I'm sure that exists. That's out there where people probably feel like, damn, man, I got to do this right now. But you making that a career. Now you're a career drug dealer. You can't do anything but sell drugs and be a criminal. It's like, now you're defeating yourself.
I only sell to white people. I don't be killing my people. I only sell to white people.
Yeah.
So it's lawful. They something else, man. They something else. They got an excuse, boy. They got an excuse every single time. They got an excuse.
That's the problem. There's too many excuses for dumb shit. That's the problem. It's just too many excuses. We make too many excuses for dumb shit instead of calling it for what it really is, and it's being excused. There's a lot of support from all races out here to tell you that it's okay. We understand that you have to be a drug dealer. We understand you got to be a criminal. We understand that you got to be racist. They understand Black Hebrew Israelites, but like, they're allowed to be out there in the streets. And yeah, I mean, that's your First Amendment right. You can, freedom of speech. But imagine if you had a group of white people out here in the streets talking like a Black Hebrew Israelites. They would get kicked out of the streets by people, by civilians. They would get thrown. They would have tomatoes thrown at them. They would get fucking into fights constantly if white people were on Times Square talking about how white people are the superior race and Black people ain't shit. If they talk just like how Black Hebrew Israelites talk, they wouldn't have the same reaction, because I think what has become the norm is that, oh, well, Black people just fucking hate white people because they can't get over slavery, or whatever the fuck. And it's like, that's just become excused. Like, you could just, be anti whatever. And there's so many doctrines out here, man. I mean, even
white taking all the Africans' resources. But wait, if they wasn't over there taking that shit out the ground, y'all niggas wouldn't be taking it out the ground either, because y'all ain't got nothing to take it out the ground with.
Yeah. And then even outside of all of that, there's this that I've heard. There's a doctrine or a way of thinking that goes like this. It's like, okay, there's 1% of the population that own the majority of the money out here, right? And we're the 99%. And we own like a little bit of the money. So because of that, because it's a big disparity in wealth, that it's okay for us to be criminals and to sidestep the system somehow. And to do this is because, like, we're being fucked over anyways. We're in a country where the poor are being fucked, and it's like that. There's truth behind that, and they use that truth to kind of like influence you to either be against be against the system, not participate in society. You don't even want to work now. You're defeating yourself. You don't think you could succeed even if you get a college education. They tell you out here that, oh, a Black man with a college education still can't get a job. That's what they're telling you.
Yeah.
Even though, there might be some truth to that, when it comes to all people with a college education. I think that's actually true, that even with a college education right now, no matter what your race is, it's still fucking hard for you to get a good paying job, you know. So the majority of people out here working for starvation wages, man. And
Yeah,
you know,
they're settling for the starvation wage.
right. So, you know, we all have our ways of making money outside of how we make money, maybe a little side or whatever the fuck, or getting over somehow, you know. And because of that, because Wall Street does it and these rich motherfuckers do it, they don't pay no taxes, you know, they get away with all this tax deductions and all this shit. Then shit, we could do whatever the fuck we want too, because you know, that's kind of the mentality that goes with it, you know. And I do see the logic behind that, but at the same time, it's not like I'm gonna be out here killing, murdering, robbing because of that. Like that
Right.
doesn't give me any urge to do that.
Right.
But it does make me want to work harder and make me want to find other ways for me to be successful and maybe not have to deal with the bullshit that's out there. But that don't mean I have to be a fucking Hebrew Israelite. That don't mean I have to hate white people, or that don't mean I have to be a criminal either. You know?
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely, man.
Yes, sir. Hey, but I'm gonna call it a night, my brother, man. It's getting late. I don't have to work tomorrow, but I gotta get up for the stock market. I gotta watch these damn these stocks.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into that. I had somebody talking to me about that. I want to have a show on that one day. Maybe
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting things going on with investors that are, you know, the everyday investors like me that are not hedge funds. You know, the hedge funds have the big money. And there's a lot going on with like the AMC movie theaters stock,
right.
GameStop, and things like that, where, you know, everyday investors like me are rushing to these companies and actually fucking over the hedge funds. And there's actually analytics and mathematics that actually is behind this. And you know, if you look into it, you can see that there's other ways to make money out here that doesn't involve any type of criminality, you know.
Right.
And we can fuck over the system and make money at the same time. That's why I want to learn this investment shit, because this is how we really get fucked. It's a class division. Fuck that race shit. This is the poor versus the rich, man. It's really what it is. Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, man. Thank you for coming by.
Yes, sir. Definitely, man. I'm gonna holler at you, my bro. I'll get you on my joint again.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, man. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate you coming up.
Yes, sir. All right. Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
All right.
Ramel, you want to come on now? Or are you still scared? Everybody I've been bringing on here, I noticed you played the back today. You don't know who coming up on here and shit to embarrass your ass. Cube got on your ass yesterday and shit. Made you self-destruct. And then Sister Cherry and shit lined you up and shit. Choked the shit out of you. And beat you with the belt and burned you with the iron. Like Penny from Good Time. You want to come on now, nigga? Really, I don't know if you scared or not. It's just me on here, nigga. It's just me. Hey, Ramel. It's me, Killer. You want the smoke or no? I'm here. Cube is atheist, dummy. Cube is the atheist. That nigga don't believe in no Jesus. You're atheist. Sister Cherry don't bust your ass on Egypt. And, I forgot to mention that thing to San Miguel. That Sister Cherry brought out that newspaper, that Roman newspaper. I meant to say it, I forgot about it. Shout out to Sister Cherry again. Yo, straight up, I'm hating on Brainstorm's refrigerator. Yo, Brainstorm got a refrigerator. I was like, I don't even know why you even need that for a refrigerator. That shit, you know, you ever go, I don't know, oh, Ramel, y'all got Wendy's out there, right? You know, you see the new Wendy's machines. I don't know. I don't really go into fast food places like that, but they got the thing that when you go get your soda, it's like a big ass touch screen, and they got like motherfucking 30 different types of sodas on that motherfucker. And you just pick which one, put your cup up in there and shit. The water soda come out. She got a refrigerator look like that. That shit crazy. I was like that. It's like a big ass tablet. Like that shit crazy. That shit don't even make no sense to me. You were just buying shit, brainstorm. You were just spending up money. That shit is hot, yo. That shit is crazy. I don't even know what the fuck you use that shit for. Like shit. But besides putting shit in the refrigerator, what you got? You got the thermostat in there. That's about it. And that little thing that you supposed to switch back when the season, like when it's cold outside and when it's warm outside. That's it. Like shit. That's all you need. And maybe the ice maker and shit. But goddamn, you got a whole. Oh, you got pictures on the screen. Yo, that shit is. I ain't gonna show people business and shit, but I'm looking at it. She showed it to me. That shit is dope. So you can put photos on the fridge, like how you stick stuff to the fridge with the magnet. She got the screen on that motherfucker. She got the screen and she can put pictures on the that's hot, yo. For real. That's big money right there, shit. Baking bread. Big money brainstorm. Yeah, that's nice. That bread look good. Like I said, I'll be in the bed eating that shit. If I was tired about to go to sleep, I just bake that shit. A loaf coming with me. I'm gonna be gnawing on that motherfucker in bed. Crumbs everywhere. Oh, now you coming. I knew you were scared, nigga. I knew you were scared of the company. Rebel, big mouth and shit. Fucking scared of the company.
I was around some folks down here. They was doing a lot of talking and shit.
Damn, Sears Clearance Center. Sears went out of business a minute ago, didn't they? Shit. They had technology like that. Shit.
I think Sears is
years.
I think they're still in business, ain't they?
Nah, I think Sears went out of business.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I know they had filed for bankruptcy
or something like that.
Yeah, but I think they held over though and just cut down. They just cut back on some departments.
That shit crazy, yo, Ramel. It's like half the goddamn refrigerator is a screen.
Oh yeah.
I ain't never seen no shit like that. I need to get out. I need to get out of this shit. I got an old ass Uncle Archie Bunker refrigerator.
Yeah, I got a stainless steel one, man. That's all you gotta do is get stuff a nice stainless steel one.
Old school refrigerator, like it looked like it's linoleum on that motherfucker and shit. Like those. I got that nigga. Like shit. I wouldn't even show my refrigerator. Shit. That thing damn. I just make that for me and shit. Y'all just got screens on your shit. Oh, yeah, that bankruptcy. Okay.
Check your shit out, bro. Get some marble, some granite. Hook your shit up, baby.
I know, right? I start gluing some granite to my refrigerator and shit.
Yeah, hook it up, man. Granite countertops, the glass tile floors. Put some motherfucking marble down.
Oh.
Hook your shit up.
That's just expensive as fuck. There's a lot of marble places out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's expensive as hell.
We were poor, but we always looked good. We was poor, but we always looked good, bro.
Yeah, that's it. God damn.
I'm not to squeeze a fucking penny, man.
That's Jetson shit right there. I feel shame. I feel shame about old ass refrigerator. I need to go sit my ass down somewhere and shit.
Yeah.
Nobody can even come in my house now. Shit, so
yeah. I'm gonna clean my shit today from head to toe. From top to bottom.
My shit don't even work right either. My shit don't even work right either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my motherfucking washer just went. I gotta get a new wash machine, man.
I know my dryers. I got another dryer. Actually, I had a reserve dryer. I had a dryer that I broke. Then I just broke it. And I got Willie Grits when he moved out of here. I took his old dryer and shit. So I got that, but I got to switch the outlet thing on it.
Yeah.
It's different prong than mine. So I got to unscrew.
Fuck.
That cable and take the cable off of the one that broke and put it up on this. And then plug that motherfucker. But I'm scared of that shit. I fucked around, the knob came off. Y'all niggas probably got fucking washing machines. I still got regular ass washing machines. I got a motherfucking goddamn giving me a break. Fucking TV show, fucking washing machine, Cosby show washing machine. Y'all niggas all the future and shit. I'm old school. I'm in the 80s.
Yeah.
Four loaves of bread today. That would have been me. I would have ate all them shits too. Like I said, I was laying up in the bed and shit. Gnawing on that motherfucker. Take little pits by pits. I sleep and shit. I'm all waiting on it.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Crumbs and shit.
And you know what it is? With a lot of people, they don't understand that poverty is the norm and being rich is the exception.
Yeah.
Poverty and poor is the norm through every country in the world. Being rich is the exception. You're not promised to be rich. You got to get to that. And no man owes you that. See, our problem is we think somebody owes us this. Nobody owes us that. And it all goes back to entitlement. And that entitlement dumbs you down because you don't want to do it for yourself because you feel as though you're just entitled. And that's why I also don't like the Bible, because it makes people feel like they're entitled to something. You ain't entitled to nothing but your goddamn opinion. That's it. And I know mysticism is just mysticism. You know, if you study history, well, you just mysticism when you see it. A people's religion don't define who they are. You know, their religion is not going to define who they are. The way they govern, the innovations they made. You know, how far their empire stretched, shit like that is going to define who these people are. Their education level, that defines who people are, not their religion and who they believe in, some old hocus pocus shit. Everybody in the world knows that's hocus pocus. Scholars is not going to argue with a person that's into religion because that's their belief. There's no way to prove a belief. So it's like they don't even make it to the fucking table because it's mysticism. There's nothing to go off of. Just like I said, there's no contemporary writing on the records of Jesus' life. There's no writing on him. There's nothing that they could draw the conclusion from. There's nothing that scholars can draw the conclusion.
Sister Sherry showed the newspaper thing, Roman newspaper that had it. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that first source before.
Yeah. Whenever you're dealing with Jesus, it's through the eyes of a Hellenistic state, a Greek. That's how you see him. That's how you viewing Jesus. Everything that they give you on the life of Jesus, or whatever religion he created. Well, I wouldn't say he created religion, or whatever his followers created after his death, is basically coming through the eyes of Hellenism, a Greek culture. But they have no written records on his life. There is no written records to where scholars can sit down and draw the conclusion of his life. There's no evidence nowhere. And whatever evidence they did have in Septuagint, that was burnt down in Alexandria. That was destroyed and lost forever. And then they found something in Egypt, in Coptic, but they said that's not reliable as well. That's like he say, she say right there. That's an argument that will never end because there's nothing to base it off of but a belief. It's just based off of beliefs. We know they killed this man at this year, and that's basically all they got. Is his crucifixion and what his followers said about him. And everything that you know about him is written sometimes 70 years after his death. 70 to 100 years after his death, they wrote about this. And this is where we get the Jesus. But it's nothing contemporary. Bang. But the way I view Jesus was, you know, they feared him. You know what I mean? He basically threw back to them. He was just getting at the priests, like, you know, y'all some wicked dudes. Y'all demand this and y'all demanding that, and y'all all sitting back getting fat off the people. But yet deeply, y'all in there, y'all some little serpents, y'all some snakes. Y'all not really doing what y'all prescribe for everybody. So he was just putting them on blast, and they killed him because he put them on blast. And he wouldn't be quiet, and they put him on blast. So the way they shut him up, they executed him. And the Jews did that. People blame the Romans. The Romans didn't kill him. Pontius Pilate wiped his hands clean, and they gave him to the Jews. They wanted him dead. The Jews did that. But it all stemmed back to, you know, taxes and shit. Paying the overlords, which were the Romans, and they had a problem with doing that. Yeah. Many Jews took up the Greek ways. They loved it. They loved the art of it. They loved the politics that they brought, the new innovations that the Greeks brought into Judea. And many Greeks and Jews actually married one another. And a lot of Jews actually took up Greek names. And some of them actually went into Greek islands, migrated willingly, not by force or fear. They actually just left. And they settled all in the Greek islands, Rome and Greece. And then later on into Spain and everywhere else. And people always talk about the Israelis today, the Israelis in Israel, and say, oh, they're all Ashkenazi. They're not all Ashkenazi Jews. They're not all Ashkenazi. You got Arab Jews over there, African Jews over there, Yemenite Jews. You got them all there. And their number one language is not Yiddish. It's actually Arab. It's actually Hebrew. So people be just be throwing shit out there because it's the common phrases. They just regurgitate the common phrases, and it's just stupidity. Because if you do your homework, you will realize that, hey, he's wrong. But people just hold on to shit because, like I said, they just want to be a part of something. They just ignore facts. Like, you give them a fact, they ignore it. The power of wanting to be down with something is more powerful than a fact. So they ignore the fact, even though that you show them the fact. Like, motherfucker, I just showed you the fact that Jews are actually Syrians. You know, Laban was an Assyrian. Hello, he told Jacob, you are my flesh and my blood. You are a Syrian. It says it in Deuteronomy, Jacob was a Syrian. You show them these facts, but they still they don't want to accept the fact, and they still carry on. So basically, in my eyes, you're robbing God. If you're saying that you're this guy and you ain't from that, then you're robbing them. So I put it down. That's why I put it down. Because I realized once I read that part, basically you're just robbing him. And it's awfully funny how these Israelite dudes on the corners, they jump right to Deuteronomy 28. Well, why did you just skip Deuteronomy 26? Because the truth is right in Deuteronomy 26, that the fact that they're Aramean. They're not Afro-American. And not only that, Jews kept an oral tradition. How did we come here as slaves and forget about our oral tradition in Hebrew, but yet we still knew our oral tradition in Voodoo? That's still practiced to this very day that came off the slave ship, but yet we can keep the knowledge of Hebrew. We couldn't keep our tongues in Hebrew and our oral tradition in Hebrew. It's false. It's because we wasn't Hebrews. We weren't. And this whole notion is just to throw on black people to make them feel entitled, to dumb us down. Don't depend on yourself. Go out there and get it. Wait for God to give it to you. You didn't do that by yourself. God did that. Like, come on. It's just another way to dumb you down. That's how I look at that shit. So I just put it down, man. Especially when I see what it does to people. Like I said, that shit make motherfuckers go mad. That Bible really make people go mad. You know, they talk about slavery and all this shit. Well, your Bible sanctions slavery. You still feel the same way you feel about slavery. Well, your Bible actually okayed slavery and actually told people to go enslave people throughout that Bible. You go into that land, you don't befriend them, you don't make no treaty with them, you enslave them all, kill them all. Like, you know, just crazy shit. Like, that's crazy. And then who do you to say, oh, well, you shouldn't lift up your sword and fight back because my God said you were to be my slave. You're out of your fucking mind. That didn't work on the Greeks, bro. When Cyrus, when Xerxes went to go bring that same mystical bullshit to the Greeks, I'm the God king and I'm the emperor of the world under God. That didn't work against the Greeks. The Greeks told them, no. You're gonna have to kill us if you want to take this. And they defeated the Persians, who had them outnumbered 20-4. They defeated them. So all that mysticism shit, God gonna come down and fight for us, and he's gonna defeat you, and you're evil and you're wicked because you don't believe in my God. That's all bullshit, dude. It's all bullshit. It's no different from what the fuck Adolf Hitler was saying with his shit. We're supreme and we're gonna win, and we got God behind us because we're right. That's all that is. It's just madman shit trying to brain fuck you into submission. And people submit because they feel as though, hey, I'm afraid of death and I'm afraid of poverty. And if I do what this Bible tell me, I'm gonna find riches and I'm gonna find life forever. I'm gonna go to heaven and live forever. If I just do what this Bible tells me, it's bullshit, bro. Bullshit. You can't prove it. You can't prove that, oh, my riches are in heaven. You can't prove that. Oh, this one's going to hell because he don't believe. You can't prove that. It's all just nonsense. It has no seat on the table with scholars. It has no seat because it's just your fucking belief on some shit that you got in your head that can't be proven. What's up, bro? You can't physically prove none of it. What's up, bro? And when you deal with scholarship, it got to be broken down and proven. Oh, I got something for you, Jake.
You got love for me, Mikey. Oh, bro. Thank you. Yeah. You're welcome anytime, bro.
My nigga.
Anytime you need something from me, you got it.
My nigga.
Can I get it to you, Mikey, please?
Cigarette? Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Thank you.
Take two, my nigga.
You gotta get rid of it.
Go get yourself a banana.
You need it?
Get yourself a banana.
What today?
Today's Friday.
That's I didn't even know.
Get a banana. You probably need some energy. Get some sugar on you.
I don't know what color this is.
Get some lemonade. Lemonade and a banana.
I drink a lot of lemonade. Fruit, mix it with fruit.
Yeah, it makes you feel better.
And cranberry. Let me go because you're on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, man, I don't think so. I don't know if it was Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday,
I got two things, Mike, if you need it.
No, go ahead, baby.
You sure, bro?
Yeah, I'm good.
You know, anytime you need something.
You know you're my Puerto Rican connect.
Huh?
You know you're my Puerto Rican connect.
You know that.
You good to go, baby.
Anytime, bro.
Oh, you know I know, my nigga. You always got my back, my nigga. One love. Good looking, baby. Hey, yo, don't be stabbing no more people neither, Sam. Don't be stabbing no more people. Mm-hmm. All right, my nigga, be good. Yeah, so you know, you want to get rich. There's many ways to get rich. Talent. Your talent will get you rich. Take up a job skill or any other trade may get you rich. Someone you may know may get you rich. Family that you have may pass on and leave you wealth. That'll get you rich. It's all within you. No man owes you anything. That's how I look at life. Nobody owe me nothing. Nobody. My neighbors don't need to be paying for my welfare and my family substance and all that. That's my job as a man. I made those kids. That's my responsibility. It's not my neighbors to provide me with health insurance, motherfucking food stamps, light bills. That's my responsibility. And when we as black people accepted that through welfare, it lowered our expectations. And when that went down, so did our morals and our values. It just made us, I wouldn't say all of us, because it's a very small percentage that's living on welfare and poverty. Not the whole Black America lives like that. It's about 20% that are in that poverty line, that lives within that poverty line, that left that line. that's going through the extreme poverty. It's not all of us. But when motherfuckers talk about America, they talk in abstracts. You know what I mean? Like when dudes talk about Black America, they think they're talking for the whole Black America. No, Black America is very much successful and educated, very much prestigious as well. But they want to, you know, you get these guys out here, these race hustlers and these street activists who want somebody to give them something that they're not willing to give themselves, and that's all it is. And but like Thomas so well said, like Thomas Sowell said, when you get these street leaders and these Black leaders or these leaders from other countries and they talk that same old bullshit, they're the only ones that get rich, not the people who following them, not the people that they're serving. They gets nothing. The only person you see getting rich is the motherfucking leader. He's the one buying the $1 million home. He's the one with the jets. He's the one taking all the lavish vacations. The people don't get nothing, but they give him all the support and they give all the money to this guy. Like, look at Jesse Jackson. Look at Al Sharpton. How did they become millionaires? Al Sharpton don't work for his money. He's not talented to earn $1 million. Who's gonna pay him $1 million? What job you know is paying Al Sharpton $1 million? No, he got his money through donations, through race pimping. That's how he got his money, working on people's sentiments and shit. Just dumbing people down. And you know, you can't become something in America because you're Black. Somebody's holding you back. Racism has done this to you. It's all race pimp bullshit to fill his pockets. And people fall for it because a lot of people can't think for themselves, especially in the ghetto, because they've been dumbed down. They're uneducated. I mean, you got grown-ups in the ghetto with a fucking 3rd grade reading level. Like, they're grown. This is somebody's mother and father. They got a 3rd grade education. So when they point this shit at the have-nots and the people that is in the lowest spot in society. They get at them and they use them. Just like Black Lives Matter, using all those Black young men and women out in the streets to tear up shit for their cause. And then when the white people pour all that money on them for their cause and feel sorry and feel that they got to help or do something to give them something to make them feel better, they go take it and go spend it on fucking $1 million homes in the Hamptons and go on vacations. And go on vacations to the Bahamas and shit. But nobody in the Black community received a thing.
Yeah, that nigga getting a break. See, I didn't get a second breath. God damn, this nigga can talk, nigga. I'm interested in how long he can go with shit. I did ask. I would have go to sleep. I would have seen still talking. I can't set this screen like automatically put people in the room. I want to do that shit.
I'm back, killer.
I'm sure you are, motherfucker. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, man. Life is what you make it. You're a man. There's no excuses for anything. You know? And like my man was saying about the drug dealing and you can't find a job, Donald Trump signed into law to where jobs do got to help young Black men or any color man coming out of prison and getting back into society. So that worked. Like I gave you a prime example of that. My man got he making more money than I was working. So it's like, you know, he just came out of jail for manslaughter. And he's making damn near $32 an hour. And he was in jail. He was in prison for 13 years for manslaughter. Ever since he was like 14, he was in prison. So it was like, oh shit, this nigga coming home making $32 an hour, based off of the skills he acquired while he was in prison.
Yeah.
Trump kept that. They tried to take those out of the prisons, but Trump made sure they kept those in prisons to where men can learn skills while in prison, and then come out with those same job skills and enter the market. And companies will, you know, hire them, look first to start helping these men out coming back into society. Trump signed that into law. You know, prison reform, all that shit, getting people out. So laws work if you got the right person putting the laws in. You know, a lot of shit you see in the, you know, like right now is a bunch of mumbo jumbo bullshit. This woke bullshit. You know what I mean? They try to make slavery a black and white thing when we all know, those who are educated, we know that's not true. But this is the shit they promote because they want the lower bottom of society to wild the fuck out and go out and just start tearing shit up. Like, you know what I mean? If you don't give us what we want, we're gonna burn it down, and we don't care who we kill in the process. Like, and it's crazy. You can't label them as a terrorist. That's terrorism. When they go through cities down, burning black businesses down, killing black people, that's a form of terrorism. You know what I mean? You went into diners and restaurants, people sitting there having dinner. You come in there and start attacking them and insulting them with verbal assaults and taking their food off their plates and smacking people. That's terrorism. But you got one side of the podium who won't call it that way because they control the media. So they're going to give it to you how they want to give it to you. And if we get these people act this way, we're going to call them terrorists. But these people, we're not going to call them terrorists. They have a right to be that way. They're entitled to act that way. It's furthering the dumbing down of black people. Just further dumb us down. It's not your fault. You did nothing wrong. You're a victim of the circumstances. Somebody owes you something. It's just dumbing you down to make you not think for yourself. And once you stop thinking for yourself, you fall for anything someone throws at you. And that's what you're looking at today. And the most ignorant people are in the ghetto. Sorry to say it, but I'm right here. And you got grown-ups with third-grade educations. I mean, these motherfuckers got a second-grade writing level, man. Second-grade writing level. Parents can't even help their kids with their homework here in the ghetto. You want to know why they're failing? Because their parents can't even help them. Their parents don't even have an education. You know, how are you going to help a seventh grader if your education level is only third, fourth, fifth grade? You can't. And this is what we have done to ourselves. Didn't nobody do that to that man or that woman. They did that to themselves because they decided to bullshit around in life, thinking they had all the time in the world. Not listening to what mommy said. Do something with your life. Get out of the streets. Stop hanging around with them losers. Take your ass to school. Take your ass to the army before you get caught up in some bullshit and you catch charges and you get in trouble out there. Cut it out. You know, your mom, all our moms told us that shit. Well, some of our moms told us that. Not everybody had a mom to tell them that. So it goes all back down to that decision making again. The choices these young men are making for themselves are bad decisions, and it leads to bad results. And then there is no excuse for the results. The only excuse is you. But they're being taught that there's all these different excuses besides themselves. And that's what I mean by they're just dumbing these people down. They're just dumbing us down as much as possible. They don't want a black society that is educated. They want a dumb one. So they could use them like motherfucking pieces on a chessboard. And that's just what you're seeing right now. They're organizing them riots. You know what I'm saying? They're organizing this chaos. That shit is organized. You know? But this is what they want. This is what they're doing. And they're just dumbing down society. And while you're being dumbed down, they're pushing in all these policies. Homosexuality being taught and forced in the schools. You know, that fucking critical race theory being forced in on the kids and shit. Teaching them about this false notion of racism and America's racist and all this old dumb shit. It's stupid, bro. You're telling me a black kid can't be smart as a white kid because the color of his skin. That don't even make sense. Dr. Martin Luther King did not stand for that. Dr. Martin Luther King said you are to judge somebody by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. He said he wanted to live in a nation where we see white kids and black kids playing together. And none of them being judged by the color of their skin, but the color, by the content of their character. The Democrats want to change that. They want to tell you, no, we're going to judge you based off the color of your skin. We're going to entitle you based off the color of your skin. We're going to say who's wrong and right based off the color of their skin. And it's fucked up. It's sickening, bro. And people are literally, I'm telling you, they just engulfed, they're just loving it. Like, it don't make sense, yo. It's backwards thinking. And this is not what Martin Luther King wanted at all. It goes against everything that Martin Luther King stood for. And it's like, why are we allowing them to do this to us? Because they're promising us they're going to give you something. And Joe Biden didn't give black people nothing yet. He actually, matter of fact, he told black people he's not obligated to do anything. To sit down. He told the black caucus and the black leaders to hush up and sit down because he's not obligated to do any of that. Now that was crazy. But then again, like my girl Candace Owens said, you keep giving these people your votes, but you get no results. You don't even demand results. You don't even question them. That's what you call insane. You keep voting for a political party and keep getting the same results for the past 80 years. You get the same fucking result. You don't demand change. You don't demand anything from these people. You don't demand that they show you anything, but you continue on to give them your vote, and you get nothing in return. That's what you call insanity. And she's right. You're like a little mouse on one of those running wheels. You run, stop. You ain't go nowhere. Run, stop. You still ain't got nowhere. You're still in the same place you were 60 years ago. And they put in all this bullshit. They promised you all this and all this and all that, made in all this dumb shit, and you still ain't get out of it. And now they're trying to make you go and retreat even further back and tell you everything in your life is based off your skin color, not the content of your character. That goes against civil rights and what Dr. King stood for. We're being dumbed down, and we're allowing it. We are actually allowing ourselves to be dumbed down. So it's just stupid shit, bro. And it's working here in the ghetto. Oh, it works in the ghetto, like I said, because these people don't think for themselves in the ghetto. They let the TV raise their kids in the ghetto. That's the problem in the ghetto. The TV is raising the children. The radio stations is raising the kids. Hollywood is raising the kids in the ghetto. What they see off those TVs is their reality. And that's crazy.
Yep.
The first thing I would tell anybody in the black community, turn off that fucking TV. Ditch that social media. Start thinking for yourself. You don't need nobody to think for you. You know, if that religion don't make you a better person and show love to people, put it away. If it makes you a person full of hate and a racist person that judge people based off their skin color or their fathers from 1,000 years ago, put it down. It's bullshit. But like I said, a true scholar knows he can't question the person's faith. He won't even sit down and debate nothing with you about religion and faith because it's your faith. He could break you down with reality and it won't work because it's better in your mind that this is my faith. There is no question in my faith. And that's true. I can't question someone's faith. What they believe is it's just a belief. It's not physical, it's a belief. I can't prove it to you physically. It's just a belief. I don't know what an angel looks like. I don't know what heaven looks like. I don't know what hell looks like. None of us has been there and back to tell that story. So I don't believe anything that another man says to me concerning heaven. Like a rabbi once said, I was listening to Rabbi Freeman, and he said, yeah, it's better to be here on earth than to be in heaven. I said, why? Why is that? He said, because in heaven, you're in retirement. Everything is given to you. You're being served. Well, down here, you get a chance to do something for God and you get to serve God while you're here. But in heaven, you're being served. It's like a retirement home. So you want to be here on earth because it's better because you could actually serve God. I said, that don't even make sense because this man has never been to heaven to know that. He's never been to heaven to know that. So why, as a man, would I take everything he's telling me at face value? Like, are you serious? How the fuck do you know that? How do you know here on earth is better than heaven? There's no way of you even knowing that. You know what I mean? My answer would be this. I know being here on earth is better than heaven because at least here on earth, I know I'm alive. I don't know what the fuck is going to happen once I die. I can only tell you here now that I'm alive and it's good to be alive. But once I'm dead, I can't tell you anything. I can't tell you of heaven or hell or I'm going to see God and I see the angels and the 12. There's no way for me to tell you that. So what they put in these books are based on what they see in heaven and what heaven's to be and who's God and all. That shit's nonsense. That's nonsense. And once you reach a certain age, you realize it's nonsense. And you realize everything is on you. You're going to be the only one that's going to make that bed for yourself. If you don't get up and go out today and work and hustle today, you ain't going to have no nights tomorrow. You got to shape your tomorrow by doing something, working a day, investing a day, saving a day, whatever. But if you don't do that, your tomorrow, what is your tomorrow? You're the one building, you're the one making your own bed, and you're going to lay in it. God ain't gonna come down here and do it for you. I like you because you're faithful to me. I'm gonna bless you. And come on, man. That don't happen in the real world, bro. Everything I got it either through family blessing me with it or my own hard work. I got to get up and get it. Nobody's gonna give it to you. You got to get it. If you want it, go get it. And nobody's stopping you from getting it, man. I'm living proof of that. I'm here in one of the worst ghettos in America. I own my home. You know, everything is good with me. Take care of myself. Everything's fine. I'm not on no government assistance programs. None of that bullshit. My daughter ain't on no government assistance programs. None of that bullshit.
The Democratic Party make it so you can do that.
Yeah, they want you to go poor. They want you to get on welfare. They want you to be lazy. They want you to beg help from the government. They don't want you to be independent, bro. They don't want you to be self-reliant because they want to have control. The more control they have over people and districts, the more control. Cigarette, yeah. The more they control the people. It's open, G. Yeah, just make sure that bitch stay in there. Yeah, the more they can control the people, the more power they take. And that's what they're doing. They're all about taking power. See, under the Democrats, you're not free. You're being ruled. And that's all people need to understand. Under the Democrat Party, you are being ruled by a government and told what to do and what you're allowed to do. The Republican Party is totally different. The Republican Party is a society of free. The Republic. We are free citizens of a sovereign nation, and we are the government. And the Constitution is our chief law. The Democrats are trying to destroy the Constitution and take more power as if though they're tyrants. That's why they wanted to make D.C. a state, so that way they could gain two Democrat senators, so that way you can never vote them out of office because you won't have the number. You know what I'm saying? So it's slick shit that they're trying to do and gain power because they want to be tyrants. They don't want you to be free. Republic means free society. You are free sovereign citizens of this nation. You are its government. The Democrats don't want you to have that say-so in the government. They want to make the decision for you. That's the difference between Democrat and Republican. The Republican Party defends the Constitution. The Democrat Party wants to get rid of the Constitution because they want to take over and rule over the people and collect taxes for whatever means they want. That's why Obama did that motherfucking free health care for all. That was taxation without representation. If you don't buy this government program, I'm going to fine you and penalize you. That's taxation without representation. The Supreme Court turned his shit down and said he's not allowed to hold a gun to the citizen and make them buy a government product to support the next man who won't get up and get it for himself. That's what that was. But black people cheered that shit. Yay, 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 yay. I get free healthcare. I get free healthcare. Man, what's wrong with us? We celebrating free shit? We celebrating handouts and welfare and free shit? That's what they've done to us, bro. We don't want to go get it for ourselves. We want people to give it. And that's not the majority of Afro-Americans. That's a small minority group. And this is the group that goes out and burn down cities. It's a small minority group. It's those within the ghettos, bro, that's dumbed down and have no education. It's them. Because the majority of Black America is doing well. It's just that 20% that is all fucked up. That's because this is the situation that they put on themselves by not working hard and educating themselves. These are the ones who love the government programs, who love the first of the month. They're miserable all month until the first come. These are them. Never worked a day in their life, but demand Social Security. These are them. Oh, I can't go to work today because I have stress issues. I demand Social Security because of stress. These are those people. They're just too fucking lazy to go out and get something for themselves. And they're used to excuses. And they accepted excuses. And they accepted the way things are in their life. And they're not going to change it. They're going to demand you give it to them before they change. Before they change and start doing what's right for themselves, they will demand you give it to them. And they will hold you at knife point until you give it to him. If you don't give it to him, he's going to burn your city down. This is what they're teaching young Black people. If you don't get it, go out there and march, act a fool, and burn shit down. This is what they're teaching them. Don't be civilized. Don't be just. Just go out there and take what you want. And in the process, they killed 25 people and burnt down plenty of black-owned businesses. But you don't hear that shit on the news. You don't hear nobody condemning them. Why? Because the Democrats control the media. They control those news stations everybody getting their news from. The Democrat Party controls that. So you're basically getting propaganda and you're getting their point of view. You're not getting news. You're getting a Democrat point of view. When you turn on those news stations, you're getting a Democrat point of view, not free news. Look, Joe Biden won't even let a reporter question him. Ask yourself that. Why wasn't this is the only president in the United States history who do not take questions from reporters? Why is that? You got to ask yourself, like, what are they doing? They're forcing this critical race theory on our kids through schools. They're forcing homosexuality and transgender on our kids through schools. What are they doing? Why are they trying to shape our society to where the man becomes effeminate and the girl becomes masculine? Why are they doing this to us? Why are they trying to make our men effeminate in America? Why? Because right now what you have is far left, progressive, feminist, and all that nut shit that's in the White House right now trying to make these policies. And it ain't nothing but some crazy ass street activists. Feminists, it's feminist, civil rights, race pimps. This is all that's in the White House right now. You got street activists. That's all it is, bro. And white liberals that's telling us they know what's best for us and our families. That's what's happening. And right now, you don't get to decide no more. The government's going to decide for you. And that's what they don't understand. When they vote Democrat, you're taking away your freedom of decisions. You're not going to make the choice. The government going to do it for you. And that is tyranny, bro. That is not freedom. That is tyranny. What's up, June? You know, and that's what's happening right now. It's a bunch of bullshit. America this, America that, America. I'm so fucking tired of motherfuckers trying to shit on America. That shit makes me sick. I love my motherfucking country. Ain't no nation in this world done for people like America has. God has blessed America. I don't give a fuck what nobody said. Talk about what the Serbs and the Croatians were doing, the Albanians were doing to one another. You want to talk about what black and white people went through? Talk about what the Serbs and the fucking and the Albanians were doing to each other through their fucking genocide. You dig? They think, oh no, it's just black America and white America. These people are just wicked. Oh, talk about Idi Amin and all them in Africa with their genocide and the warlords in Ethiopia and Somalia killing people via starvation and shit. Talk about these niggas. You dig? Talk about the Israelites went into a whole motherfucking community and killed everything moving because their God told them so. That's madness. That's madness. But when the white man do it, oh, he's a double. But when the Israelites do it, oh, they're God's people. Get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. When the white man conquers, oh, he's the double. But when the Israelites went and conquered, oh, they're God's chosen. You see what I'm saying? It's just dumb shit. And motherfuckers fall for it. They actually literally fall for that shit. And that's why Alexander went in there and spanked them. That's why Rome went in there and spanked them. That shit don't work. You don't know if the Roman gods are correct or false. We don't know this shit. We don't know if it's one God, two gods, three gods, four gods. You don't know. Nobody knows this shit. Nobody knows. Oh, God came and told us, but he didn't tell y'all. This shit's crazy, my nigga. Yeah, I'm good, bro.
Mikey, I'm sorry. Can I get another tea, man? I jump before the water. I brought my placa man.
Kill me,
You got plenty?
Kill me, nigga.
I love you too. Thank you, bro. All right. You hungry?
No, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
You go take me some breakfast.
No, I'm cool. Thanks, man.
I'm gonna put you up in.
Yeah, I'm cool, dude.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
You know you won't go to my house anytime.
My nigga.
I'm clean, bro.
I know.
Make some breakfast, bro.
I'm good, baby.
Anytime, bro. Hurry.
Yep, my nigga.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Jay. Yeah, man.
You're hungry, come on.
Yep. Life is what you make it, bro. And time don't wait on you. That's our problem. When we're young, we think we got all the time in the world. That's the number one problem. Time. When we're young, we think we got all the time in the world. Don't worry about it. I'll do it later. You keep putting it off. Okay, it's all good. I got all the time in the world. You hit that 30 mark, but oh shit, what have I done? What the fuck have I done? So when they hit that 30 years old, they look back, oh shit, what have I done? If you ain't got your shit right by 30, boy, you got issues. Because being broke at 30 ain't, man, you don't want that shit, homeboy. So it's all on you. And this is where fathers are needed to keep their sons on the right path and achieving goals. You know what I mean? Setting goals and achieving goals and reaching goals. But when you ain't got no father there to keep you on the right path or no mother to keep you on the right path, you fall into all types of shit and you start making bad decisions for yourself. Kids don't know how to make good decisions, and that's what happens. They just make bad decisions. That's all it is. And when you see, the trick is like back in the 40s and all that, before welfare came, the reason why the black community was doing so well and working hard is because they knew they had no other thing to depend on but themselves to get out there and go to work. But when you give them welfare and Section 8 living, they don't have to go out there and get it no more. You're going to give it to them, and that's another form of dumbing them down. And you dumb down a whole fucking generation, bro. And we are the result of that generation that they dumbed down and removed the fathers. I'm a product of that. I'm just happy to make it out of that because a lot of motherfuckers didn't make it out. A lot of motherfuckers are dead, shot dead. So I'm a product of that shit. Broken home, latchkey home, on welfare for 14 years. I was locked up at 15 for the first time in my life. Went to, youth authorities, group homes. That was my life at 15. And what made me change my ways was me disappointing my mom. Watching your mom cry because you're disappointing her and shit, you know what I mean? That's what made me change. Not the courts, not society, not what's going on in society. What made me change was watching my mom cry and knowing that I made her cry. That's what made me change my shit. Because when you locked up, the only one that comes to see you is your mom. The only one that's going to take care of you and send you packages and shit like that is your mom. Make sure you got money for the phone. The only one that's going to do that is your mom. When it's time to go to court and you need a lawyer or you need to put the house up for bail, the only one that's going to do that is your mom, not your friends. All them little fake motherfuckers going to fade away, bro. And you're going to find out who your true friends are. When you get locked up, you find out exactly who your true friends are, bro. Them niggas ain't going to send you shit. They're not going to come see you. They're not going to send you flicks with chicks. Some niggas do. Send you packages and put money on your books. Some will. Your true friends will, but most friends ain't. Most motherfuckers ain't going to do it. And that goes back to, like I said, you turn 30 years old, look back like, damn, what did I do? You wasted all that time hanging out in the streets with these losers. And that's the truth. At the end of the night, you spend 10, 15 years of your life hanging in the streets with losers. That's it. You had every opportunity to get an education, get a job skill, learn a trade, get to work, but no, you chose to hang out with the boys every night on the block. So, like I said, when you hit that 30 years old, when you hit that 30 mark, you look back like, damn, I wasted all that time hanging with these fucking losers, bro. And they all just as broke as me. God damn. Motherfuckers that go to work doing better than motherfuckers in the drug game. Motherfuckers that sell drugs are looking for jobs. And that's the reality on the street right now. Anybody tell you on the street. Motherfuckers going to work doing better than niggas that's selling drugs. Motherfuckers that's selling drugs want to get a job now, but don't have no job skill because his whole life, all he did was the streets. So he has no job skill. So when he get hired, he's going to be making the minimum wage because he has no job skill or work history. So he's going to make the minimum wage. And don't nobody want to make $12.50 an hour. So he's not even going to attempt to go get a job because he don't want to make minimum wage. And that's why niggas don't want to get up and go to work because he's going to make the minimum wage because he don't have no job skill. I'm not going to pay you a high wage and you don't have no job skills. You don't have no work history. How many years have you worked, son? I can't put down nothing on my resume. And you're expecting top dollar from this company and you have nothing to put on that resume. You have no credential. No, I have no credentials. See, that's the problem. Your father and your mother didn't teach you about obtaining credentials, job skills, degrees, certificates. That's where it's at. You want to make more money? You got to gain them things. But no, they never acquired that shit. And they think the first day they go out into the job market, they're going to be making above minimum wage. You're going to make based off your skill. And then they say, oh, that's racist. The cracker don't want to give me good money. He don't want to see me doing good in life. Nah, man. Nah, that ain't it. Your job skill is it, bro. What do you know? Why should I pay you this amount of money? What can you do? And they don't understand that shit. They think it's racist. It's not. Every man, even a white man, got to get out here and acquire a skill to earn a living. Even he got to get out and go out every day. That white privilege bullshit. Yeah, I can take you down Broadway and show you what white privilege look like. I got about like 10 white people living underneath a bridge. Their white privilege card ain't working for their asses. So no, just like us, just like a black man or a Hispanic man or an Asian man, he gonna have to get up, attain a skill that where people would pay him for that skill. And that's how you get by in America, like everybody else in America. You must obtain a skill. So somebody's going to pay you for that skill. Then you look at white people like, oh, well, he's rich. That's not right. He got money. Well, did you ever stop and think maybe his mother left him that money? His father left him that money? You know, you're looking at generational wealth when you look at white people. That's just been handed down. That's old money being handed down. You know? And like you said the other day, Killer, the difference between us and the white people is they don't give a fuck about having name brand sneaks, name brand clothes. He'll wear the same fucking clothes for 3 years and don't give a fuck. We the one that spends our money foolishly. But then again, that goes back to mommy and daddy not being there telling you how to spend your money wisely and to save your money. That all goes back to the house. What are your values and your morals? When you get paid, did your mom teach you when you get your paycheck to put at least 25% of your paycheck away in the savings? No. You just go out there and you spend it up until you get paid again. So now you're living from paycheck to paycheck. Because, you know, you never acquired the know-how to put the money to a side and create a savings for yourself. Your mother and your father will be the one to teach you that, to put your money away for savings. That comes from your mom and your dad. Those things you learn at home. But since, you know, the home is broken, they don't see that. They don't acquire those skills because it's not there. And then education is the way it is in the urban community because, like I said, a lot of these parents in the urban community are dropouts. They got a 5th grade education. There's no way in hell mommy with a 5th grade education can help a 7th grader with her homework. There's no way in hell. So now you're leaving it to the school to teach your kids. That's what's happening. And not only are they teaching your kids, you send your kids to school, the teachers gotta behave, gotta like watch them as if they're behavioral. Like they gotta become their parents. These kids don't go to school wanting to learn, they go to school wanting to bullshit. But then we want to blame white people. That's bullshit. Them white kids go to school to learn and get good marks. We send our kids to go to school to bullshit and fight and act a fool and talk about the latest rap song or the latest dance. We got our priorities all fucked up. Again, turn off those TVs. Stop letting the TV and these movie stars and these fucking images raise your children. That gangster image they're getting is coming from the TV. And they're trying to live their life like that because they think that shit's cool. And it's not. But this is their reality. You know, you get kids in the ghetto, they score good grades, they do good in school. Oh, they're the ones that's picked on. You're white. You're a nerd. You're acting like white people. These are the ones that are getting picked on. It's like it's a badge of honor for a man to go to prison and come home. In the ghetto, you don't respect the man unless you go to prison and come home all buffy and shit. Like he's a criminal, bro. And you're bigging up a criminal. You idolize a criminal. You know, niggas come home from jail, they look at this man like he's God. And you're idolizing a criminal. He's a real G. He's a real gangster. That's a real man. He done did 10 years in prison. That's a real motherfucker right there. No, he's not. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a criminal. He's at the bottom of the barrel of society. He's a thief. He's a crook. He's a murderer. But they got them glorifying murderers. They actually got us in the ghetto glorifying kingpins, pimps, and murderers. And it's not white people that's doing that to us. We're doing that shit ourselves because we don't know how to turn the fucking TV off and force our kids to learn. It all begins in the home. But then again, like I said, you got a lot of teenage pregnancy. You got teenagers raising kids. There's no way in hell that kid's gonna have a proper education or anything good if he got a teenage mother and father. No way in hell. They don't even know what it's like to be an adult just yet. You know, the stupid mistakes and stupid shit decisions we make. You know, they didn't have a father to teach them. No, sweetheart. You go to college and you handle your education first, and then you find yourself a boyfriend and get married, and then you have kids. They didn't have a mother and father to teach them that shit. And if they did have a mother and father to teach them that shit, they wouldn't listen no way. They're so amped up by sex that they're seeing off of the TV and hearing on the radios that they become so overcharged with sex, they fucking everything moving. So now you got teenage pregnancy going up. Transmitted diseases are going up. This is what you get as a result of a highly sexual charged teenage group. And that comes through the TV screen and school. Sexual education being taught in school raised the rates of teenage pregnancies and transmitted diseases. Something that they thought that would help actually did more harm. When they put that sex education in schools and made all kids had to learn sexual education in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, that actually made the teen pregnancy go up and sexually transmitted diseases go up as well. It did not work. It did the opposite than what the white liberal was trying to push on us. And there it goes again. You overstep your boundary. They overstep their boundaries and think that they are the parents of our families. They know what's best for us. They're going to make the decision for our kids and our futures. No, you were free to make that decision for yourself. But they dumb you down. Their whole thing is to dumb you down to where you can't function, to where you're going to need help from a government program. You're going to live on your needs. And when I give you this government program, you're going to accept I'm going to make you accept the conditions of it too. Like if you take Section 8, your boyfriend can't live with you. If you accept welfare, you can't go be buying VCRs and all that shit. We're going to come in the house and make sure you're not doing that with the money. You know, this is what they do. They're keeping tabs on you. They're telling young black girls now, I don't give a fuck if you got 3, 4 kids. We don't even give you enough welfare for 1 kid. You feel me? Like they're trying to push the black girl off welfare and give her training for $10.50 an hour. They did that to both of my nieces. And not only that, when they went down to the welfare office, they made them go to court for it and say, we want to know who the father, we demand to know who the fathers is. We're not going to give you welfare until you bring the fathers here. We want to know who the fathers are. We're going to make them take a DNA test through the court, family court, and we're going to put them on child support, a state program. If you want this welfare, young lady, you better bring the child's father up here. We want to see him. Like, wow. The only way they're going to give this girl welfare is if she bring the father up there so they can put the father on child support because the mommy is receiving welfare. And this is reality. Like, whoa. To the point I looked at my niece, like, damn, are you serious, girl? That's what you're going to settle for? You just go make babies to get on welfare? They changed their mind real quick, bro. Like I said, one's becoming a school teacher. The other one that went to the army, she got out the army. She did her 4 years. She's married, she got a house, all that good shit. She's doing good, going to work, making way more than what welfare would have gave them. But they had to hit that reality check. When they went down to that welfare office, no. They told them black girls, we're only going to give you enough money for 1 child. I don't give a fuck if you got 2 or 3 of them. We're giving you money for 1. And not only that, you're going to take these courses. And our whole objection is to get you into a job for $10.50 an hour. They would teach them how to be health aides for $10.50 an hour. Even that's better than welfare, though. But that's what they were giving these young black girls. An education and certification for $10.50 an hour for home health aides instead of welfare program. They were turning the sisters away, but they weren't turning the illegal immigrants away. They were showering them with welfare. And this is what people need to realize. Black people are being played out by the Democrat Party. We're being used like pawns on the chessboard. That's all it is, bro. They only want us for votes. And we don't demand anything when we give them their vote. So they don't give a fuck or feel obligated to do anything because we don't demand anything from them. And in the next 4 years, we'll give them our votes again. And they realize that we ain't got to do nothing for them. They're going to give us our vote anyway. That's all we got to do is come out with some racism, a little bit of racism, a little bit of rhetoric about, racism. And we're going to have all these black people voting for us. And black people don't even know. A lot of blacks don't even know. Well, I won't say a lot. A minority of them don't even know that the Democrat Party is actually the Klan, the Dixiecrats. Joe Biden was the last of the Dixiecrats. They need to go educate themselves. They actually voted for a Klansman to be their president. Joe Biden was in the Klan. His grandfather was in the Klan. This is all public record. But they won't educate themselves on that. Why? Nah. But they let a Klansman tell them what racism is. Yeah. And have you looking at every white person in America like, oh, y'all all racist. When you know in your heart, I won't even say half. 40% of the white people you see in America came to America after World War II. 30 to 40% of them came here from Europe after World War II. So all of them didn't have nothing to do with Jim Crow. No. But the Democrat had you thinking all of them had something to do with Jim Crow based off the color of their skin, not the content of their character or their culture. The Italians didn't have nothing to do with slavery. You didn't see no Italians owning any of those slave ships coming to America. But you're looking at Italians, oh, you're a white cracker racist. You're so fucking ignorant, you don't even know that they're Latin. Italians are Latin. They're not white people. If you can look at a Puerto Rican who's white, like a European, and say, oh, no, he's not a white guy. He's a Puerto Rican. And you turn around and look at an Italian and say, who's the same color, but with darker hair, and say, oh, yeah, he's a white guy. He's Italian. He's white. Don't you know that the Puerto Rican and the Italian are cousins? The Latin, the Latin language come from Central Italy, Latium. They are the grandfather of the Latin language. But you have, you look at the brothers, oh, they're white people. They're white. Oh, come on, man. Motherfuckers are so ignorant. That's a problem. Ignorance. And they know that they can further their bullshit because we are ignorant. They can further it. And they use this dumbass YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter to promote it. And if you go against them or you don't agree with these motherfuckers, they will silence you. And we all saw that. If you don't agree with the Democrat Party or their policies, they will silence you. If you have a conservative point of view, they will silence you. And Dr. Martin Luther King was a conservative. Okay? His niece right now, Dr. Martin Luther King's niece is a Republican for the Republican Party. And black people still won't get behind her and vote Republican. And here you have his niece telling you the truth of what's going on between the two parties, and you still don't listen to her. You're about to listen to CNN, Brian Gumbel, and niggas on CBS. The very white people that you claim to hate, you're getting your news from them. But you won't even listen to Dr. Martin Luther King's niece, who is still alive and well, and telling all black people, go back to your roots and become conservatives and become Republicans, like you were when you worked hard for yours. And we made gains in America. Go back to being Republicans like we were. But no, we're not going to do that. We listen to Jesse Jackson, the race pimp who got $1 million off of pimping racism. That's what's going on. And people are just so blind. It's sad. They're just that fucking blind. It goes back, like I said, to education levels. You just got a lot of blind motherfuckers, man. It's a lot of blind people. It's sad, though. Because this country has done a lot for this world, bro. Anytime people had natural disasters across the globe, America was the first one there giving charity, bro. The first one there to help out. Sending in its hardware, its equipment, its Navy to help. They was the first one. They were the only ones doing that in the world. Nobody else was doing that shit. And to hear them talk about America the way they do, you know this is propaganda coming from China. And if you can't tell that, you're a goddamn fool. Because America is a good-ass nation. They've done a lot of good. And people don't just come here because, oh, it's a racist country. I can't do nothing there. And no. They come here because they know it's good here, bro. They know it's good here. People from the Caribbean come here to our colleges and do well in our colleges. He's not, him being black is not him being ignorant. He can't do it. He shows you he's well capable of scoring those good grades in science and math. And he comes from the Caribbean. So how is that possible? I thought you told me black people can't do it. Math is racist. You dig? They actually teaching our kids that math is racist, bro. And we're falling for it. Anything that would pacify our ego, we want it. Even if it dumbs us down, we want to eat it up. That's why I like Ben Carson, the Republican. Ben Carson. Very smart, educated man. One of the only black men in America that's a brain surgeon. There's not many brain surgeons in America. And to be a black one at that, that is an achievement. But if you listen to the Democrat Party, he only got there because the color of his skin and you know, shit like that. Oh, he only went to college because we gave him grants because he was black. We paid for him to go to college. He didn't have to do anything. He got his position because of the color of his skin. We gave it to him because we feel sorry for his black ass. He didn't work hard. He didn't earn it. We gave it to him. That's what they're telling us, black people. You don't have to earn it. We're going to give it to you. Bullshit. That's dumbing you down. You're giving something without earning it? That's dumbing you down. Slaves are made in that way. Welfare is slavery. If I wait for you to feed me and my family or to house me and my family, that's slavery, bro. I don't see how black people don't see that. If I gotta wait for a welfare check to feed my kids and to pay my rent, that's slavery, bro. That is a form of slavery. That dependency becomes like slavery, and that's what your kids inherit. Little do you know it, that's what they're inheriting. You're not showing them what hard work does. You're not showing them how to regulate and put away for bills. You're not showing them how to pay bills. This is the problem in the ghetto. These kids have never learned it. They never saw it. All they know is just cry out. You're entitled. They'll give it to you. You're entitled to it. They'll give it to you. You're entitled. That's what they're teaching them. You don't have to do nothing. You're entitled. And that entitlement shit is poison. And that's why I also put down the Bible. Because it's basically telling someone you're entitled. No matter what you do, no matter if y'all commit incest, no matter if y'all commit murder, no matter if y'all commit motherfucking ethnic cleansing in another community and go kill all them people off, I'm still going to love you and choose you above everybody. That right there is madness, my man. That's madness. I got it. God loves me because I'm entitled. That's crazy. Madness. So that's why another reason why I put it down. It's just not reality. It makes you feel good. It gives you hope. It gives you a sense of moral and value to do good. That's on one hand. But if you keep on reading, you're gonna see a lot of ugly shit up in there, bro. Killing kids because they're mixed, or they're not older. You didn't marry that woman, so I'm gonna kill you and the kid because they're illegitimate. Wait a minute. But I thought this child was born in heaven before he was born on earth. I thought you created his soul in heaven to be born on earth. So you created the situation to where his mom and daddy wasn't going to be married. It's all bullshit. God didn't do none of that shit. This is just men talking this dumb shit. And that's why I don't believe it no more, bro. I don't give a fuck. I will not believe that. It's all on me. I thank God for giving me the strength to open my eyes and wiggle my toes and my fingers and the brain to think, and giving me a chance to go out there and earn it. And that's it. And the meat that I could put in my belly, the rain, the grass that feeds the cows, and that makes my steaks. I thank God for all that stuff. But all that other shit, oh God, you're going to give me total bliss and eternal. Hey, yo, killer, ask yourself this. Who the fuck wants to live forever? I mean, even if I go to heaven, bro, I don't want to live forever in heaven. It don't even, like, who wants to live forever, bro? I mean, everybody need to ask themselves at the end of the night. You want to live somewhere in some reality forever? Forever? I don't want to do that, bro. I don't want to live forever. So it's okay if God put my lights out and I don't wake up to nothing. That's fine. I've enjoyed my life. Thank you, Lord, for giving me that life to enjoy it. But to go to heaven and live forever? I don't even want to do that, bro. That sounds crazy and all right. That sounds crazy right there. I'm going to live in this time and space forever. You're never going to get tired of living? Bullshit. Nobody wants to live forever. I know I don't want to live forever. I guess that right there would change. That would vary. But for me, I don't want to go to heaven, living somewhere in heaven, in some paradigm somewhere forever. No, I don't want that. You could put my lights out and let me rest. Leave me the fuck alone. And if I got to be tied to you and serve you for an eternity, like I'm your slave, I don't even want it. You can keep it. I don't want that. Go to heaven to serve you and be a slave. I don't want that. You're crazy. I'm going to go to heaven and serve you every day I wake up. God didn't ask of that from you. This is all man-made nonsense, bro. And I don't believe 1 ounce of it. Not 1 ounce. Oh, the devil and God is fighting each other. Oh, the devil made me do it. No, God is doing it. Get the fuck at it. I don't believe in none of that shit no more, bro. I'm living with reality, my nigga. My head is no longer in those fucking clouds. I could beg God and beg God and beg God, and ain't nothing going to change until I get up and change it myself. We got to come out of this fantasy shit. That fantasy shit has fucked our heads up. That Bible ain't nothing but a fantasy book. Come up out of that motherfucker. Use your own thinking. Anytime a man tell you don't think of your own thinking, get the fuck away from him. Your people did not survive on this earth for thousands and thousands of years not thinking for themselves. But then they're going to tell you to put all that away. None of that meant nothing. Your culture, your history don't mean shit. Only thing that means something is what I tell you in this book. Get the fuck out my face. I'm not your slave. It ain't going to work on me, bro. I'm part Greek. I'm part Greek. If you want to enslave me and have me serve you, you're going to have to bend me down with your sword. You're going to have to bring that to the battlefield, homie. And may the best man win. And guess what? Cyrus the Great was anointed by God. So they say in Isaiah, Cyrus the Great was fucking beheaded by a Scythian queen. And in Islam, if you're killed by a woman, you will not receive heaven. If you're killed by a woman in Islam, you do not go to heaven. So that's what I gotta say about them funky ass books. No disrespect. No disrespect, but that book ain't gonna think for me. That book is not my reality, bro. If I run into the street in the middle of a highway on oncoming traffic, God is not going to save me from my stupidity. You feel me? I'm going to go play in traffic amongst the semi-trucks coming and rolling down the street, and I'm going to go play double dutch in the street with these motherfuckers and play chicken with these motherfuckers. God is not going to save me from my stupidity. I'm going to get hit by a car, and it's going to hurt. You feel me? God ain't going to I'm not going to get hit by a truck, and God takes away that pain. You didn't feel nothing, did you, son? No, I'm going to feel every fucking bit of that. Off of my stupidity. Jump off of a building. God got you. Just jump. Okay. You'll be going to hit that fucking ground like a pancake and explode. You'll be a dead man. It's bullshit. It's all nonsense, bro. It gives you a false sense of hope, and it's something that's just like, it makes you believe in something other than your own physical will. And that's where you get fucked up at. Because you're dependent on something besides your own physical will. You're entitled to it now. Bullshit. Like I said, nobody's gonna give you nothing. You're not entitled to shit but your opinion. That's it. You're entitled to your fucking opinion. But you're not entitled to a house. You're not entitled to running water. You're not entitled to having clothes on your back. You're not entitled to having food. You got to make that for yourself. But they teaching us we're entitled to this bullshit. And it's our neighbor's responsibility to give it to you. And if he don't give it to you, he's a racist. How dumb can they make black people be in America? To where he actually demands something from a neighbor in the form of a tax so they can support him and his family. That's nonsense, man. What are we doing to ourselves but becoming slaves and taking up socialism like fucking Venezuela? The government controls all the wealth and they dish it out the way they want based off of skin color. That's socialism. That's motherfucking fascism. I'm gonna give the blacks this, I'm gonna give the Hispanics that. They can't make what they want individually. I'm going to control what they get. That's fascism. That's motherfucking socialism. That's tyranny. That is not a free society. And then you got these dumb black fucking activists who tell other black people that, yeah, capitalism, it ain't no good. Capitalism is against you. Like, you sound fucking stupid, man. And that's the problem. These fucking race hustlers are the ones dumbing down black people. And these white liberals, race hustlers and white elite liberals are the ones that's dumbing us down, man. They use the race hustler pimps, the activists, the black people to come out here and feed us this bullshit. And then feed us the racism hate because they know, oh, I can get all these black people to listen to me if I tell them about slave ships. Like, look, have you ever noticed whenever the fuck the Democrat Party want to make black America mad, all they do is go to Hollywood and make a fucking movie about slavery? And then the whole movie about slavery that they just portrayed was all false. It was all false. Kunta Kinte and getting chopped in pieces, all that was false. They try to make that notion to where the white overlord is like this racist guy toward black people and they're animals. I'm gonna treat them any way I want and chop them in pieces when I want. That was all false. And you can find that in the library. But instead of going to the library, they go to Hollywood. because they know most black young boys and girls follow media. They're not in the library reading the books. They follow what's on the TV. Same thing with that dumbass movie, Get Out. Oh, the white people want to take your soul. Oh, they want to use black magic and control your body. More fake shit. More fake dumb shit. Shit that's just out of like, bro, that like, come on. A white person in the house plays with a teacup, and all of a sudden I'm hypnotized, and he took control over my body. Come on, and we fall for that as black folks. We literally fall. You know how we fall for that? Because we're so superstitious. Voodoo. That's who we were. All this Israelite shit, all this Islamic shit. No, you wasn't. The first depicted picture of a black man in America was a man dressed in Islamic garment. So they could talk all that shit they want about the slaves. When they got the first picture of a slave in America, the first pictures of a black man in America, he was in Islamic garment. He wasn't in no he wasn't no Israelite. He wasn't in no Jew garment. He was in Arabian garment, Arabic. Okay, and that's what they called us. That's who we were, like Arabic. It was into Islam. But now most of us, like I said, was into voodoo. That same voodoo, that oral tradition of voodoo, was handed down throughout the generations to where it's still practiced today in much of the South United States and the Caribbean and South America, wherever the slaves landed. They brought voodoo with them. It's funny how they can remember the voodoo and keep that oral tradition, but they forgot about the oral tradition of Judaism. It don't make sense. And then you have a guy say, oh, well, God said that was going to happen, that they were going to forget all of that. Oh, man, come on. Come on, man. Save it. Save it. Them Jews ain't forget shit. Them Jews have not forgotten a damn thing, and they still practice it to this very day as we speak. Them Jews still do the holiday, everything. They still do it. In their synagogues. Oh, well, that's the synagogue of Satan. Get the fuck on. Bullshit. I know who the fuck the Jews are, and we ain't it. I would never do that shit again. And to tell you the truth, I'm going to be honest with you, killer. When I took up that Hebrew Israelite shit, the way I took it up, and I took it up as hard as I took it up, man, nigga lost everything, son. Nigga lost everything, son. Went homeless and everything. Slept on the floor for fucking 4 years, son. As I put that shit away, my nigga. That shit's bullshit. Everything depends on me and my 10 toes, my nigga, and the strength in my body to get out here and earn it so I can prepare myself for my tomorrow. God is not going to make my bed. I got to make that. The devil ain't going to make me do a motherfucking thing. God ain't going to come down here and do a motherfucking thing. This is what kills me. Because they say, oh, well, when you die, you're going to be judged by God. Well, why the fuck would God judge you if he's doing it all? If he's just manipulating you to do this and he's controlling you to do that and he's guiding you to go do that, well, why are you being judged in the end when it was him doing it the whole time? Don't even make sense. Don't even make sense. They take it, like I said, it's all about taking away your freedom of choice. Bow down. Because we're entitled and you're going to listen to what we say and you're going to serve us. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Pull out your sword. Let's fight. You want me to serve you and be your slave? Let's fight. And I believe the Spartans showed the whole world that mysticism, oh, God sent me to enslave you and I'm greater than you and, you know, you're going to serve us. No. The Greeks put that bullshit to bed, bro. So I guess you could say the Greek God was more stronger than the Israelite God, because it was the Israelite God that motherfucking anointed Cyrus the Great. Well, Persia and his son his son Darius, and then his son after him Xerxes, thought that same way. We're anointed by God. We are the God King of the earth. We are the motherfucking emperor of the earth under God. That comes from Asia. That emperor, that whole thing, emperor under God, that comes from Asia. That comes from your Persians. Okay? The Greeks took it up, but that's where it came from. The Romans took it up too. But that's where it originated from. It comes from the Oriental, which is Persia. Okay? That shit did not work against the Greeks. It did not work against them. The Persians failed to conquer Greece. Failed. And then the Ottomans after them failed to conquer Europe as well. So all that shit don't mean nothing. Oh, it's, you know, God told me to take it and you're going to be my servants. Okay, well, let's fight. Let's fight it out. And may the best man win. Well, guess what? The Persians' whole fucking empire was crushed. Alexander crushed that whole shit. The greatest empire on the face of the earth was Alexander's. The biggest. But they try to write him off. Oh, he's a nasty white man. He's a white guy. He's an evil guy because he wanted to go conquer. And well, wait a minute. Was the Persians evil for conquering? Was the Israelites evil for conquering? Oh no. They're not evil because they were chosen by God. Get the fuck out of here. They wrote that for an excuse to do the shit they were doing. Eating kids. Wasn't it once upon in the Bible that they had to eat their own children and shit? Throwing their kids off of fucking cliffs and burning them to Moloch and shit. But it's okay because he's a Jew. I'm gonna love him anyway. But if you do it, I'm gonna kill you. I don't like you anyway. That shit don't even make sense. I created all these people on earth just to like one group. That ain't God. That ain't God. That's the devil, bro. That's the devil trying to make y'all fight amongst yourselves with entitlement. That ain't God. That's some old bullshit. Somebody trying to manipulate. It's not even the devil. It's a man manipulating you. It's somebody trying to rule you. They use that religion to try to rule you with. That's what the fuck they were doing with it. No, I don't fall for that shit no more, bro. That shit work on kids. It don't work on grown men who have to go out there and feed his family. The only thing I gained from the Bible is inspiration, hope. You know, I read the Proverbs to make yourself a better person, teach yourself how to make better decisions, patience. That's all it gives you, bro. That's all I get out of it. You know what I mean? Fuck everything else. Everything else is his story. You know, everything else is his story. Oh, Exodus, oh, Genesis, oh. And then they got Genesis wrong. I hear motherfuckers talking about the Palestinians or Egyptians. No, they're not. Do your homework. They come from the Mediterranean Sea, not Egypt. Motherfuckers need to really do their homework. The Palestinians are not Egyptians. But I hear motherfuckers repeat that. Now, you didn't do no homework. You did? They come from the motherfucking Mediterranean Seas, bro. They come from them islands on the seas, bro. They're seafaring people, and they invaded Palestine. They invaded Canaan, and in 200 BC, they beat the Hittites, who had the monopoly on it, and they landed Palestine after themselves. They did not come from fucking Egypt. They came from the motherfucking Mediterranean Sea as seafaring people on ships, and they invaded that way via ships. And these were the same people that invaded fucking Egypt as well through the sea. The sea peoples kept invading Canaan and Egypt. These were your people coming from those Greek islands, man. And those Mediterranean islands, these are your fucking Palestinians. The Sicilians are closely related to the Palestinians. They're original ones. The ones you see in Palestine today are actually Jordanians. They're not even Palestinian. They're Arab. We're being played. But education is education, man. Education stops the stupid shit. It stops the dumbing down of people, man. But that's what it do. Then they say, oh, well, Cush, Nimrod, and all that bullshit. The Semites originated in the Arabian deserts. They did not originate in Africa. They originated in the Arabian deserts as nomads, living by a caravan throughout the deserts, like the Arabs did with Muhammad. And those tribes living from caravan, moving from one place in the desert to another place by a caravan. These are your Jews lived the same fucking way. So they were captured and put to work in Egypt and on the Nile Delta. So it's like, you know, if you let them tell you the fucking story, they have you thinking everybody in the Bible is supposed to be a black guy. It's stupidity, bro. It's just, we're talking about an Arab-like Middle Eastern culture here, but we're trying to paint it black. Like, cut it out, dog. It's just like when a black man wanted to do Kung Fu and become Bruce Lee. It's like when a black man wanted to do ninja shit and become Japanese. They did like, damn, your motherfucker's gonna be everybody. Oh, the black man, we're gonna do Zulu and become Shaka Zulu now. Like, yo, what the fuck is it? We're gonna do pimps and we're gonna be pimps now. Or we're gonna do gangsters and we're gonna be gangsters now. Or we're gonna do gangbangers and we're gonna be gangbangers now. They're like, what the fuck? You have a people being raised by media, bro. They're not being raised with in-house morals and values. They're being raised through media and religious books, dumbing them down. They're not thinking for themselves. They're being taught this shit from somebody else, bro. It's not coming from them themselves. You're being fucking, what's the word? You're being manipulated, bro, to remain weak. You're going to need help. We're going to keep you dumb so you don't succeed. You'll never make it to college. You're too dumb. This is what they want. You'll never go to college. I don't give a fuck what we talking about. We giving you black people free grants. None of you will really get them. Why? Because you're too fucking dumb to get out of high school. They know what they're doing. You know? Like Brainstorm said, though, it all goes back to the house. The mother and the father teaches and prepares the kid for you know, it teaches, they prepare them for their day. They prepare them for their life. You got to prepare these kids. You know what I'm saying? Don't let the school teach your kids. You got to teach them to go to school and want to learn and to like learning. Morals and values. It starts right at home. It starts right at the motherfucking house, man. And one, you know, like I said before, one thing I can say about all these illegal immigrants I see every morning, they get up and go to work, bro. I don't see brothers and sisters getting up and going to work. I see these illegal immigrants coming from all places, getting up and going to work bright and early, bro. And they work hard. They want something better out of life. That's why the fuck they come here. They don't give a fuck. They would risk their lives coming across that desert to get to America, bro. They don't care. They don't care if they get locked up, anything. They don't care. They would risk their lives to get here. You know why? Because they know here hard work pays off. They know better than we know. And they from another nation. You know, and they got black people hating their own goddamn country. Fuck America. Fuck this place. Fuck these crackers. Well, guess what? All these illegal immigrants are trying to get in that motherfucking gate. Why? Because they know if they work for something, they can keep it and it pays off. They come here to work, bro, to make a living. Send money back home to their family who's struggling in poverty, bro. These niggas can't seem to get that. But I see these motherfuckers get up every goddamn morning, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and go to work, bro. I see them every morning.
All right, y'all.